Hello everyone, Tactical Lich here, and welcome to the stream on another Saturday Conquest New Player Tournament. We don't have any replays from the tournament just yet, but I might actually just jump into ranked multiplayer and get some games on. But yeah, welcome back. It's been a couple weeks since our last stream, I think. Yeah, it's pretty much that. And I hope everyone had a great Christmas, happy holidays, and hopefully everyone will have a great New Year as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do, like, normally I do tournaments on Wednesdays, but I might not do tournament on New Year's, but I would do it on the day after, now that Tequila is not using Thursday as, like, the tournament day. So that's freed up. We can maybe have some activities going at that point. Actually, let me just quickly maybe post about yeah, let me just quickly post the stream on my own Discord server so that everyone knows we are streaming. Streaming Conquest 20 now. Alright. I think Tequila Sensei is also streaming 20, which is the advanced player tournament right now. So there's that. Right. Anyways, welcome everyone. Now I'm just gonna play some ranked multiplayer right now, while we wait for the first replays from the new player 20 to come in. Yeah. And we are up against an ODM player. Great. What do we want to play right now? Let's do some vampire count. I recently have taken quite a bit of liking with the necromancer. So let's just lock in on the vampire count and see what happens. It's wood elves. This is interesting because I played this matchup once and lost pretty hard. Let's try it again and see if we can do a bit of a revenge. Yes, let's do that invocation. Heck, I don't think we need that. We need a lesser race then maybe. One of jet. Nope. And actually, yeah, we'll need two of these armor piercing girls here. We don't want any of those abilities. And what else? There's too many skeleton spears on my end actually. And yeah, I guess we can I'm worried that they're gonna kite. If they're gonna kite, then we might be in a bit of a big trouble. But if they're not kiting, then we should be relatively fine. We shall see. Again, Holy Lodestone Course Guard just for the heals and stat buffs and stuff. Yeah. And we're out of funds. Great. Shit. Do we really need this one? Because, oh, right. Never mind. We don't really need this one. We can have that ability on it. And let's just get. We need 10 more gold. God damn it! Like, I hate it when it just need one more gold, man. Just need one more gold, and then we should be good. But no, get denied. We just need one more gold, and then we can get the dart pack. But no, I guess that's fate. We're fated not to have that. Zombies in the front line. Maybe we'll just get a couple spears. And once again, we're out of funds. Great. Dance Macabre. We want Gaze of Nagash just to maybe poke at the enemy box. Just to poke down some of their infantry. Skeleton spears are not going to do anything, so there's no point bringing those. Let's just grab 2 dogs and yeah, they'll be fine. yeah, we have some extra funds that I don't know where to use it on. So yeah, let's just upgrade 2 zombies. That's it. Let's go. All right, let's get some games going while we wait for the tournament to send in some new replays. Oh no, I gotta hate this map. It's relatively fine, I guess. Since we don't really have any artillery on our end, and we are expecting to fight a Wood Elf box at the same time. So, it's just gonna be a Wood Elf box, isn't it? Fighting with the Stearnsman. Hopefully gives us enough HP and stuff. Just to absorb enemy hits. And yeah, we shall see what happens here. Double Blood Knight. Ton of mobility. That is probably gonna get shot to death. And then some dogs here and there. I don't want to Vanguard deploy them too far ahead. Let's just combine one dog with one Blood Knight unit so that they can have a little bit of support for each other. And then Bats can stay in the middle just to provide some flying mobility to screen to chase down stuff. A bit more of a utility tool. Alright, let's just get ready then. Alright, looks like our opponent is ready as well. We lock on and we move up. Ooh, Glade Guard Hackbrain Tips. That's a lot of firepower that I might not be prepared to deal with. Those are the mobility, and alright. Let's just fly off a bit there to the side so we can drop some Gaze of Nagash onto the enemy archers and stuff. Time to reveal our mobility. Not gonna lie, our infantry is probably just gonna get wrecked by all those dryads and firepower. Oh, they're already getting some shots on me. Damn it. Where are they turning towards? Oh, nice. Wait, why can't I shoot them? Why can't I shoot them? What the hell? Alright, anyways, let's just move up so that we don't. Because that's not good. Alright, let's just swarm those. Oh, my Blood Knight's getting slaughtered. Oh, right, yeah. I got the wrong spell. That was embarrassing. Alright, we almost deleted everything on that side. Come over here and drop some spells, mate. Alright, let's just go fight that. Can start sending in the Blood Knights and stuff. Can we get some heals at least? Yeah, we get some heals and then starting to chop down some of the... Oh, this is bad actually. This is pretty dang bad. Too many spears fighting in the mix. Can we get them out? Even if we can get them, they probably are just gonna die, actually. Alright. Let's just drag them down. One of our Blood Knights are gone, so that's not great. We probably can finish off that one there, but the problem is... Alright, let's just send our infantry over. Grave God should be able to deal with them just fine. Zombies start marching over towards. Alright, let's just get the charge on them, hopefully. And drop some heals onto our Blood Knights. They have won that flank, but we are winning the center, which is nice, I guess. Alright, go and intercept those guys. And make sure... Alright, get some heals, nice. Alright, you guys keep chasing those Wild Riders. Actually, you know what? Fuck it, we're sending in those Wild Riders. Sending in Necromancer into melee. Turn around. Maybe hit them up. Alright, yeah, we are holding on in the center there. Yeah, we kind of lost the mobility fight pretty bad. Losing one with Blood Knights like that, and then the Wild Riders are still hanging on. That was not great. And now, Wild Hunters, everything is just flooding my remaining Blood Knights. Wait, they're lit on fire? What's... Oh, that's because of... well, I think that's about it for us, then. GG to our opponent there. Really nice. Yeah, I probably should have concentrated the Blood Knights onto one blob instead of splitting them up, actually, now that I think about it. That allows the Wood Elves with a much faster mobility and more firepower and all that to concentrate and crush my... yeah, to divide and conquer my mobility. GG to my opponent there. Really nice way... like, really nice catch with the Prey of Anavrema and then follow up with the charge of the Wild Riders and all the spears. Yeah, this is gonna be it. We got the point, but at what cost? Okay. Let's get a heal on ourselves. Also, this doesn't... Okay, we should not have used that, I suppose. It's useless. Wait, what? I thought I used it? No? Oh, rip. Oh, right, I couldn't use it because, I couldn't use it on myself because the... Yeah, I was not in positive leadership. Yeah. Alright, in that case, I think we can just conclude this one. The Stearnsmen are just holding on for forever, damn. But it's been a while since I, yeah, it's been a while since I tried to main vampire counts. Try to train with vampire counts. Usually I just use them on and off, and I'm still a bit out of practice with them. Alright. I tried to use Vargeist to go against a Dursu box before, and that went horribly wrong. Alright. Let's just concede this one and save the replay. While we wait for the replays to come in. Yeah. But yeah, for those who are on here, like, we haven't started casting replays just yet because we're waiting for the replays to come in. While we are waiting for the replays, I'm just gonna do some ladder battles on the ranked multiplayer. And yeah. Anyways, you can see the Master Necromancer got a bunch of kills from the Gaze of Nagash earlier, deleting one of the Glade Gods. The problem is that, unfortunately, I lost out on the mobility engagement. One of the Blood Knights got some good valor, but the other getting caught by the Prey of Anavrema and then got charged by Wild Riders and Spears. Just took a lot of damage and was not able to earn back their worth. I did manage to attrition down some of these Wild Riders, but unfortunately, just losing one Blood Knight right out of the bat. Yeah, that was a pretty rough loss. And yeah. GG to my opponent. Really nice played with the mobility and the Prey of Anavrema combo, of course. And let's see if we have any replays coming in just yet. Nope, we're still waiting, so let's just get another game in then. But yeah, welcome everyone. I hope everyone had a great Christmas and is having great plans for the New Year's as well. All right, let's play another Vampire Counts game and see if we can claw back a victory at least before we go into the replay section. Oh, dwarfs. This is rough. I do wonder if Gaze of Nagash works well against Gaze of Nagash spam works well against. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I shouldn't bring the Necromancer Lord. Instead, I should bring a Necrarch Lord with because they have. I think they have better. Wait, this is a regular Vampire Lord. No, I don't want this. Necrarch Lord, because they have better regeneration traits. Just getting more, yeah, more energy. Wait, no, they don't have. Really? Yeah, right. They don't have. I didn't realize they don't have. Yeah, I didn't realize they don't have that kind of firepower. They don't have the Gaze of Nagash. Well, Manfred it is then, I guess. 1, 2, 1, and then maybe like get another Unholy Lodestone Corpse Guard, and what else? Just maybe get some of these, I guess. Oh, actually, let's try some Hex Raves, and yeah. We just swarm the enemy formations. Oh, and let's play with Black Coach as well, I guess. Bit of Buna, we don't really need that. Yeah. We'll just try to Gaze of Nagash down the Dowies, I suppose. And Hex Raves. Grave Gods, great weapons. Hopefully we can punch through the enemy front line with some Van Hels's Dance Macabre as well, maybe. That's a big maybe. And yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? I should bring a Necromancer on a Corpse Guard instead for the Forbidden Rod. Yeah, let's do Unholy Lodestone, because why not? We have a little bit of money for that, and yeah. Hex Wraiths, and that, and then 2 bets. Rather narrow Vampire Army, but that shall be fine. Not that we have a lot of ways to deal with the Dowie boxes anyways. Yeah. Just hope for the best, I suppose. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I delete all the... Yeah, we delete all the abilities and items here. Fine. That is fine. That is fine. But honestly, though, the Necromancer is probably gonna die from artillery and missiles. But yeah, welcome everyone who is joining us on our stream here. We are... Okay, the first replays are coming in, but for the sake of our opponent and for the sake of queuing etiquette, let's not drop our match right now, since we have already gone through enough. And just waiting. Yeah. Since we have already gone through enough of setting up the army, and let's not put our opponent back into the queue again. But our first couple replays are in, and we can start casting those replays soon. Actually, need to check brackets. How many players are joining today? Oh, and we have quite a few replays coming in. 28 games. As we have 7 matches each round. That is going to be quite a bit of a replay to go through. And that means we have a lot of exciting action coming in from our new players here. It's really nice to see all the new players, new names popping up on this tournament, knowing that we have more new blood joining the scene. All right, yeah, let's just do that and hope that our... Oh, right, I forgot about the whole... Yeah, I forgot about the black coach. Oh well, we'll just do hex waves either way. That's fine, honestly, I think. And yeah, we'll just do that. Not that much. Yeah, we don't have much of a complicated formation or anything. Get some bats all over the field, so hopefully we can pressure those missiles instead of getting those targeting our VAR guys. But we do have some replays in the back pocket here, so we do need to make sure we proceed soon. Let's not dilly-dally for too long here, and start the battle. Apologies to our opponent, but yeah, I don't really want to stick too long in the gameplay yet, when we can move on to something, say, like replays and stuff. Alright, more replays coming in, so I'm just gonna, while we're waiting for our opponent to get ready, I'm just gonna download some replays and ready to go. Alright, let's start moving. Ooh, that's quite some firepower from our opponent here. We do have bats, so we can maybe just go and swarm those gyros. Alright, never mind. I think we can be quite quick. Oh shit, I forgot to bring... Did I bring his sword? Oh yeah, there's his sword. Enabled it in melee, so that's fine. Okay, yeah, we can end this fast. Alright, never mind. Alright, let's just start unleashing those gazes of Nagash here. Oh, they're flying. Okay, we can start hitting. Oof, we're getting shot pretty about that, so we send those in over there. Alright, we pressure that, and yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's quickly pull back. Quickly pull back before you take too much damage over everything. I mean, we're already taking damage here and there, so that's not great, but whatever. Yeah, let's just keep them busy in the skies. Let's go. Let's charge. Oh, they're still busy. We can, yeah, just keep swarming them, and, oh wow, that did a lot of damage to the sternsman. I thought they have armor. God damn it. We'll wait a bit. Let them do some damage. Yeah, let's just send those VAR guys in now that the backline is free. Some of the bets are done for. Remember, you can go in and start get some magic regen while you're at it. That is gonna be a nasty charge. Yeah, that's fine. We charge that blob. We now go over that blob. Yeah, that's fine. Stearnsman still healing. Necromancer almost dead. Yeah, I forgot to use the Forbidden Rod on him. That was a an embarrassing mistake. Oh well, whatever. Alright, go ahead and recharge those Dark Warriors while you're at it. And yeah, we are getting some good progress done. While the gyros are a bit too busy on the other side of the world, I guess. And Stearnsman, you can go and fight those. You guys recharge the miners. Charge the miners, I guess. There's a whole lot of mess that I don't really want to deal with right now. So yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? We can do that. Alright, you guys can go and hit that up while the Vargai starts running. You guys can go fight those Slayers. Yeah, yeah. We should be... yeah, okay. Go chase those guys, I guess. Alright, guys. You guys start running somewhere. You guys keep healing. And go and charge those while you guys... Yeah, you guys pick off those gyros there. Yeah, move on to the next one. Well, we have some of our guys going on to kill them. And yeah, these guys can start moving out and start recharging stuff and or chasing down routed troops. That would be nice too. There we go. And our Grave Guards are doing some decent work. Alright, let's go. Alright, I think we're relatively fine here. Just need to heal up our troops occasionally here or there. And also give them a little bit of a melee stat boost. Chase that. You guys can go chase that while we send the two guys over here. Why are you stuck in the fight? Alright. Start fighting somewhere else, I suppose. And can we get some positive leadership? Yes, we can. From the charging. Run down the enemies while Manfred just keeps getting some more extra regeneration and all that good stuff. And actually, just come back. I'll send you guys over to chase down these routed miners, and then we should be good. Stearnsman probably not gonna be great. Alright, Manfred, go and hunt down... Oh, actually, now that you guys are no longer on fire, we can try... Oh, no, never mind. You're right. Guys are on fire again. Well. We're slowly grinding down the enemy infantry, which is nice. I guess. Alright, Stearnsman still holding on strong, as expected. They are literally just a tank unit. Like, the tank unit. Okay, that is Thorgrim, which I don't know how to kill him right now. I'll think about it later. Yeah, let's get some heals. These guys have passive heals, so they don't really need it. You can just go and fight something in melee, and then they will start regenerating. Yeah. Jacob Nado, I'm playing just random people because I was just waiting for the replace to come in, and instead of just waiting, I was like, let's do some random ranked multiplayer action here, and yeah. But after that, because we have our first replays already, so we'll be moving on to the replay casting soon. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, let's Manfred's gonna come back later, but now we're still busy fighting stuff in melee. trying to chase off those scattered units of Dawi, I guess. Yeah. Oh man, they still managed to let them. They still managed to get a volley of explosives on my grave gods. That was not great. Oh well, it is what it is. Let's just break everything else while yeah. Okay, Manfred can come back now, and you still have some magic remaining for him to use. Good. Let's just charge Thorgrim and just pick off whatever's left on my opponent's end. The only problem is how do we kill freaking Thorgrim, man? He is a rough, tough motherfucker. Can we heal those grave gods? I probably can't manage to heal them in time, actually. Now that I think about it. You guys go and chase them down. You guys go and fight Thorgrim, I guess, and swarm him. Alright, everyone just stick around together so that I can just AoE heal everyone. Great. Hello, Scopy 360. We are gonna start casting the tournament replays shortly, so yeah, stick around and stay tuned. I was just doing some filler content by doing some ranked multiplayer queuing, so yeah. Alright, and there's army losses. GG to my opponent there. Anyways, now we have our first replays already, so let's just hop in, actually. Well, we have a lot more than the first replays. Hold on a second. Oof. That's a lot of replays. Oh, I think there might be, we might have some duplicate replays, which is fine. We can just pick them out and, not cast them. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I think that's the first one. Dark Elves versus Kislev, Devil versus Somir. Yeah. Let's just hop in and see what happens here. We have Crone Hellebrand versus an Ice Witch of Ice. Crone Hellebrand here, coming in with a lot of murder elves, actually. A lot of emo elves. 4 units of witch elves, 2 bleak swords, 4 Koan knights, 2 scourge runner chariots, and 1 sorceress of beast. Versus Kislev coming in with the Ice Witch of Ice, 4 Kislevite warriors, 1 wolf hearts, I think. Hold on. The wolf hearts, yeah, the wolf hearts, Akshina and Busher's regiment of renown. The Ice Witch is on a bear, supported by the Oath Brothers of Tor, and then there's a bunch of winged lances and things in the woods as well, providing a ton of mobility. I am not seeing any Kosovat dervishes, which I am quite surprised, because Kosovat dervishes is one of the most cost-efficient light mobility in the entire game. They're dirt cheap, and they also stick around for a long time, despite how glass cannon, like how fragile they can be because of their bile blood. They just stays unbreakable. What's your favorite race to play competitively against Vampire? You play competitively Vampire counts, and how long have you been playing Total War Warhammer? I've been playing, holy shit, let me think. I've been playing for 6-7 years. I think I started in 2016. By the end of 2016. So let's say I started from 2017. It's been 7 years. Holy shit. It's been 7 years, 8 years by now. Holy shit, that's been long. But yeah, okay. I can talk about the favorite race to play against Vampire counts later, but now let's just look at this battle. Now, both sides are very cautiously approaching each other. Koan Knights are deployed far on the other side of the forest there, while Oath Brothers and the Winged Lancers are running through the tree line, trying to scout any hidden units here. And the Koan Knights in this forest will have to back off before they get tied down in melee combat. Especially is there icy sheet? Yes, there's ice sheet. I feel like if the Ice Witch casts Ice Sheet on these Koa Knights, she can possibly slow them down enough that the Winged Lances and the Oath Riders plus the things in the woods can catch these Koa Knights and start picking them off. But right now, both sides are... I mean, are Vampire Counts your favorite? Actually, no. My favorite is actually Ogre Kingdoms, despite my undead associated name, undead-themed gamer tag. But yeah, anyways, Akshian Ambushers managing to get some volleys onto the Scourge Runners, who doesn't have the most armor and are taking some noticeable damage. On the far side, their Winged Lances getting charged. Actually, I think they mutually charge each other. Koa Knights charging against things in the woods and Winged Lances. Both sides taking a ton of shock damage, and more Koa Knights. These guys manage to get a fresh charge onto the enemy Winged Lances and things in the woods, and should be able to get some good damage done. Now, over here, Ice Sheet has slowed down the enemies here. Koa Knights are now stuck in a fight against Oath Brothers and things in the woods. A lot of armor piercing against the Koa Knights, and they are not liking this fight at all. Especially these Koa Knights. A little bit of mistake I see a lot of people make is that they have... and I think this is a more pronounced problem in this patch. If you don't have the attacking order on the right target, you might get charged by other stuff and get intercepted. But even with your own units who has the wrong attacking order on the wrong target, even if they are in melee, but because they have an attacking order on another unit, they will just try to force path to the other unit, and they're not attacking at all. You can see these Winged Lances and ice and the things in the woods aren't taking much damage, because I think this one Koa Knight had the attacking order on the Oath Brothers, but being charged by the Winged Lancers and stuff. The Koa Knights just try to force path onto the Oath Riders and are just taking a ton of damage in the process, while as the Winged Lances and things in the woods are attacking them. So yeah, one Koa Knight down, second Koa Knight also down. The Gaze of Cain, which is supposed to boost their leadership and attack damage by a lot, by a substantial amount, was unfortunately mostly wasted as the fighting units in the vicinity has been routed. Witch Elves turning on that Witch Brew, trying to get into combat, but the Kislevi warriors are just walking away. And just trying to delay coming in contact with the Witch Elves. You can see the Witch Elves, if they can get their hands on those Kislevi warriors, they will cut them down, cleave them asunder. But because the Witch Elves were not actually activated those Witch Brew a little bit too prematurely, they wasted most of that DPS and was not quite able to cut down this one unit of Kislevi warriors. And now the Witch Elves are getting a second damage boost here with their Murderous Prowess. Well, while I do believe that the Kislevites have a little bit of victory, have a more substantial victory in terms of the mobility department there. They have cleaned up 2 units of Koa Knights, and 2 Koa Knights have taken substantial damage. Ice Sheet, no, that's Ice Maiden Kiss, slowly whittle down the health of the remaining Dark Elf infantry. Now, the Witch Elves might still be able to help. I think, yeah, the Witch Elves are basically where all the balance of power of the Dark Elves are in, and actually the 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, who are mercilessly picking off those Oath Brothers of Tor with their long-range armor-piercing anti-large shot, getting them some really nice damage done, just slowly but surely whittling them down, and Flock of Doom as well from the Sorcerers of Beast, draining down the blob's health, draining down the health of this Kislevite blob. Constantly blobbing around is not a great idea, especially when there is blob punishment like Flock of Doom and Final Transmutation. And right now, those things in the woods and Oath Brothers, despite having that victory in the melee department, they don't have a lot of numbers. So the Witch Elves are able to fan out, and some are able to just go after the Akshian Ambushers. Some are just occupying, some are just spreading around. There's not a lot of stuff to fight, actually. When the Winged Lancers are being very cautious, don't really want to get tangled in a melee engagement without that kind of mobility superiority here. Oh, nice Ice Maiden Kiss. Killing like half a unit of Witch Elves, actually, with only 1 cast. The problem is that the Flock of Dooms are still ongoing and are definitely slowly but surely draining away the health of these Kislevite troops. While at the back, the Wolf Hearts have been caught by Witch Elves in melee and get slaughtered in the process. And I think this might just be a Dark Elf victory with the... like a great engagement with the Oath Brothers versus the Koa Knights. But the rest of the infantry didn't keep up and just get plowed through by all those Witch Elves there. Even with wasting a little bit of their Witch Brew, they were not quite able to mitigate all that damage. And all the Kislevite warriors are basically gone. And... every time the mobility tries to fight something in melee, they are taking losses from the Flock of Dooms and also being picked apart by the Scourge Runner Chariots. So I think we can fast forward this here. Ice Sheet here, the slow doesn't really mean much. And another Gaze of Cain, everything got juiced up from the Dark Elf side and slaughtering those cold ones. But yeah, how many hours do people in these types of tournaments have? Basically, this is a Swiss format tournament, right? So the time people spend on tournaments depends on the rounds of the tournament. So there are 4 rounds in this Swiss format tournament, and roughly one game takes like 15 minutes to half an hour. So at most you only spend 2 hours in the tournament. I mean, as a caster, it will be a lot more for me to cast all the games because I'm trying to like show everything here. So usually I stream for about 3-4 hours to cast all the games, especially when there are more games to be cast. Like today we have like 28. But yeah, anyways, overall the Witch Elves slaughtered those Kislevite infantry, and then once they get their hands on more expensive targets like the Wolf Hearts, or just able to just bog down the enemy mobility in melee, they just get a ton of value. Cold Knights unfortunately got wrecked by the Oath Brothers and Things in the Woods combo, but on the other side, these Cold Knights able to catch some Winged Lances and run down some Things in the Woods as well, as the Things in the Woods aren't exactly great at fighting armored not great at fighting cavalry due to their bonus versus infantry. Scourge Runner Chariots slowly but surely picking apart those enemy large targets, especially Kislev always relying on cavalry and always relying on cavalry to do the damage here. So all these Things in the Woods, Oath Brothers, Winged Lancers are ideal targets for the Scourge Runner. Crone Hellebrand actually not the one doing much work here. If anything, the Sorcerers of Beast here, all those Flock of Dooms are devastating, draining away all the health from the Things in the Woods and the Oath Brothers of Tor. A lot of like expensive targets for the Sorcerers to exploit, especially when the Kislevites are just heavily blobbing up their troops together. How many hours do they play Warhammer? I think it varies. Like a lot of my hours, I mean, I spend like hundreds of hours on total Warhammer, but a lot of that are actually content creating, not actually playing. I don't play a lot of campaign myself as well, so yeah. How many hours do they play? I honestly can't really give you any accurate estimate, but the dedicated ones are definitely playing the game in hundreds. But I think you don't need that much time to improve your level to like a regular multiplayer level. Because like the micro itself is very basic, and there's not a lot of I don't think it's just really a matter of time and on just playing and reflecting and on self-improvement and all that. So I can't really give you any estimate. I think the best way to I can't really give you any estimate. Like, we have in this community, we have seen people playing who have been in the community for years, but are still having skills levels of regular on like a more average level. For example, my micro is definitely on the average side, if not worse than average. And yeah, but there's also players who are just here for like maybe a few months and they're just playing like a pro. It's I don't think playtime is an accurate indication of I don't think we have an accurate indication of playtime on the players, honestly. But yeah, that is the first battle here, and it's a pretty dominant Dark Elf victory. Next up we have Khorne versus Lizardman. And yeah, let's see. We have Valkia the Bloody leading the army, plus a ton of 4 Khorngors, 1 Wrathmongers. Remember, in this tournament, Wrathmongers are limited to 1 per battle. 1 per army, so you wouldn't see multiple Wrathmongers here. Which honestly, they are quite a strong unit in this. In this patch. So yeah, it's great not to see a lot of them and carry those Khorne army to victory by Unga Bungaing. Like, you literally can't kill them in melee, so you have to figure out something else. And but they are also infantry size, so it's hard for missiles to just accurately shoot them. So yeah, it's a rough one. Now for the rest of the army here, 2 Corn Bulls, 2 Furies, and some Throwing Axes Marauder Horsemen as well. On the other side, we have the Lizardmen here, going with quite a bit of mobility. Repair Tactile Riders, Koan Spear Riders, I'm sorry, yeah, Koan Spear Riders for the, regular Riders, not even Spear, they don't have anti-large. Chameleon Skinks, providing some skirmishing firepower, and more mobility into the form of Koans, a front line of mostly Skinks, Red Crested, multiple of them, and Skink Cohort with Javelins. I haven't used the Red Crested a lot myself, but from what I heard about Tequila Sunset talk about, seems like they are actually a solid, decent offensive infantry now. So there's that. Temple Guard at the back line, and some Saurus Spears guarding a Slime Age Priest of Life. Let's see what happens here as the skirmishing battle has already begun, and the Chameleon Skinks have whittled down some of these Murder Horsemen of Khorne. Now the Furies are trying to come in and intercept them and just kind of disrupt their shooting, but they themselves are being shot at as well, taking quite a bit of damage, especially when the Javelins are within range to unleash a torrent of fire. And yeah, let's see what happens here. On the far side, the Skinks are still moving up alongside their projectile riders there. Valkia flying in, and this is not a good use of ammo here. Chameleon Skinks can't really do much damage to Valkia with their ammo, and especially you don't want to shoot a foot character unless you have a really clean shot. And right now you can see the Chameleon Skinks are mostly missing their shots, and even if the shots land, because Valkia has a bronze shield and heavy armor, most of that damage has been mitigated, let alone the missile resistance that most, if not all, characters have, just further mitigating those damage. Now the Feral Koans are trying to harass the Murder Horsemen, but Minotaurs are nearby. The Corn Bulls immediately slaughtering these clever girls. Very unfortunate for the Lizardman player, losing one of their mobility already. Corn Gores are moving in, and Minotaurs getting a charge onto the Red Crested Skink, doing some massive charge impact damage, and the Wrathmonger slaughtering the Skinks in melee as well. Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons should trade well into the Red Crested due to their anti-infantry bonus, but there are 2 Red Crested, so eventually they will probably lose this battle in terms of sheer numbers. But overall, Khorne seems to have an advantage in the melee fight. Now the Wrathmongers are going up against Temple Guard, who is an anti-large unit, so against a Wrathmonger unit, they are not going to have a good time. Horn 1s. Ow, I actually missed out these Horn 1 Elite Cavalry. Charging into the Marauders here, and should definitely tip this battle in favor of the Lizardmen. While Projectiles continues to roam around the battlefield on the skies, not quite sure what to do. Yeah, over here, Corn Gores are, I guess, reinforcing the Wrathmongers. Actually, the Wrathmongers can handle themselves, fighting one-on-one against Temple God. So if anything, the Corn Gores should go fight something else, like rear charge. Even the Saurus Spears would be nice, I guess. Anyways, Corn Gores and Minotaurs stacked on top of each other, fighting the Saurus Spears here. Not great for the Minotaurs alone, but with the Corn Gore infantry support, it should be a bit better for them. A little bit of banishment, whittling down the Corn Gores. Not doing a whole lot of damage, though, due to their loose formation. And yeah, the Corn Gores are holding fine in melee. While on the far side, their projectiles trying to swarm Valkia, but Valkia is on the ground. So instead, the Minotaurs are just gonna come in and chop those projectile riders. Quite unfortunate for the Skink riders and the Skink Air Force here. And now it seems like Khorne has most of the advantage on the battlefield, if anything. The only pocket of resistance for the Lizardmen are the Elite Cavalry, with the Horn 1s and a little bit of One Rider support. But the Temple Guards are being slaughtered by the Wrathmongers while doing minimal damage in return. Saurus Spears are losing against the Corn Gores plus Minotaur combo as well. And Murder Horsemen with Ring Axes can kite these Horn 1s to death, if anything. And yeah. I think this is a pretty resounding victory for Khorne at this point. A little bit of Earthblood healing for the Khorne Riders and Horn 1s. But the problem is that Valkia and these Murder Horseman does fire damage, so it can cut down that healing down to half. That was quite unfortunate, and on top of that, a Sword of Khorne coming in for the Skin Cohorts, and yeah, mostly just hitting the Skin Cohort, not really hitting the Khorne Riders. Not doing a whole lot of damage, and also managed to, the Horn 1s and Khorne Riders managed to beat the Murder Horsemen as well, but the Minotaurs of Khorne are in the vicinity and chopping them up with anti-large attacks. For some reason, they have a movement order instead of attacking order, so they should be just standing their ground and fighting the Horn 1s, if anything. But well, a regrowth on the Horn 1s here, and there's no fire damage from Valkia yet to cut down their healing. Now there is, but the healing is done. So yeah, there's no more of that. No more fire damage cutting down the enemy healing. Anyways, Minotaurs of Khorne, those surrounding that poor Slan Mage, turning on the aura of Potso here to get some more melee defensive armor, hopefully to survive against the Minotaurs, but I don't think that's gonna matter as the Slan Mage is getting slaughtered in light speed, and he goes down, and that shall be the victory for the Khorne army. Actually, let me just quickly jump back into this fight here. I want to like just check on the infantry formations with the initial engagements here, with the Wrathmongers charging in, with the Minotaurs charging in, just to check out some missed out action when I was focusing on elsewhere. Hopefully it's gonna be quick here. Let me just fast forward a bit. But yeah, both sides, like Conquest mode, one thing about Conquest mode is because there's no attacking rule forcing players to immediately engage, the setup phase of the battle can be a little longer than land battle tournaments. I'm not saying it's a bad thing though. It allows players more time to just think about their moves, and yeah, you can see the Red Crested Skinks getting charged brutally by the Minotaurs, though the Marauders are charging in, and well, the Wrathmongers just goes in, cuts down those Skinks now, then they start fighting those Temple Gods, and yeah, that's a rough one for the Temple Gods to fight, especially Wrathmongers are so strong these days. And the Feral Cold ones try to chase down Valkia, but Valkia just dove onto the ground instead of staying in the sky. So that means the Ripper Projectiles have to dive onto the ground to fight Valkia, but that means the Minotaurs can then charge the Ripper Projectiles and slaughter them in melee, which is pretty tragic. Alright, that is, let's just fast forward to the end, and then we can check out the post-battle screen afterwards. Spear Sleipnir onto the Court of Sotek. I don't think that matters too much, honestly. Most of the engagements are beneficial to Khorne anyways. Oh, okay. The Marauder Horsemen just charge onto the Horn ones and Khorne Riders. And then the Marauders and the Minotaurs comes in and start chopping them up in melee. And that's going to be army losses as the Slan Mage gets slaughtered by those Khorne bulls with great weapons. Wrathmonger is still a very solid unit in this patch. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have any updates to them, and they are just so good in melee. It's hard to beat them in melee unless you get some kind of stat modifications, like melee buffs, melee debuffs, that sort of stuff. And yeah, because they're so elite and powerful, like armor piercing and stuff in melee, yeah, they just beat everything, pretty much. Especially with that immune to flanking and all that. Minotaurs did some great damage, cutting down the projectiles and Khorne cavalry, and also plowing through some Red Crested Skinks as well. And yeah, for some reason the Furies did some really good damage as well. But yeah, mostly just mostly the Wrathmongers and Minotaurs carrying the day. While the Horn ones did some okay damage, but unfortunately the rest of the army pretty much got thrown away into the wrong engagement. Especially you don't want Temple Gods fighting Wrathmongers in melee due to their anti-large specialty. Alright, let's just delete that one. Lizardman versus Skaven, and I'm seeing a lot of Red Crested here. Oh boy. Oh, and yeah, just a little bit of a self-promotion. If you like my multiplayer content, if you want to see more Total Warhammer multiplayer content, be sure to hit the like button in the down below of the stream. Every little bit of support helps for the algorithm, for the channel overall, and subscribe to my channel. Yeah. Anyways, now back to the battle itself here. Lizardman going with a lot of Red Crested, 4 of them in the main formation here, and then 2 more units of Proxigors to go with those Skinks, trying to benefit from the Spawnkin ability here. And then we have the Bastillodon with Rev Crystal plus a Bastillodon Solar Engine, so double Bastillodon combo here in the skies. We have Projectile Riders, one of them the Colossodon Hunters, and on the far side, the Kaido Wanderer Vanguard deployed on the other side of the battlefield with some Ferokoan sneaking through the tree line. As for the Skavens here, mostly just going with a box of Clan Rats and various Clan Rats units really. Storm Vermin with Halberds holding the front side though, expecting them to just brace for enemy charges. And then we have the Red Ogres here, guarding 2 units of Warp Lightning Cannons, one of them the AK Zap Zap, and a bunch of Skaven Slaves Spears, and guarding the rear of the box. Some Netrunners providing some skirmishing firepower and extra bodies, and a Kick Claw will be on his Doom Wheel with Flensing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale. We'll do a bit of fast forward here through the setup phase, as the Lizardmen are mostly just hiding their units away from the line of sight of the enemy targets. You can see a little bit of slope and vegetation in the middle of the map, and just kind of blocking some of the Warp Lightning Cannon shots. And yeah, it's kind of wasting some of their ammo, which is quite unfortunate for the Skavens. Yeah, the Skavens are just holding position though, waiting for the Lizardmen to come to them. Now the Red Cresteds are trying to move in against the Skaven box. The Storm Vermin for some reason avoided that fight, trying to avoid the Red Crested here. Are they gonna... Oh, they're trying to start marching out to go after the Croxagores, but they need to remain in position, otherwise there will be huge gaps in the middle of the box here. Storm Vermin, despite them not really wanting to fight those kind of armor-piercing infantry, they still need to hold the position to protect the artillery at the back. Warp Lightning Cannons are trying to focus down the Rev Crystal here to shut down the enemy healing. Storm Vermin's managed to slaughter the Croxagores here, and Nakai and his minions on the side aren't exactly getting into fighting position just yet. Ferokoans are charging into the Netrunners though, and Rip Projectiles are also dropping onto their targets. Ooh, there are some Chameleon Stalkers that I didn't realize. They're closing in, and they might actually get some nice damage with their explosive blow darts here. Just trying to clear out some of the enemy infantry. Anyways, the Clan Rats front line are getting crumped by a combination of Croxagores and Red Crested. So Red Ogres are being thrown into the front line there to just try and hold them in place. Red Ogres also pushing back some Red Cresteds over there, while the Chameleon Stalkers are moving into melee combat, and they're decent melee combatants. Nothing too amazing, but like they're still very competent fighters to fight. Freaking, these are just Skaven slaves, man. They should be fine. They'll be fine. Warp Lightning Cannons have turned around to try and fire at Ferokoans, and maybe... I feel like they should just keep focusing on the Bastiladon Rev Crystal. Or at least pick one Bastiladon to kill. Just keep focusing your firemen. Stop turning around and try to switch targets. Because the more time you spend on turning around and moving your artillery, the less time you spend on actually shooting things and killing things. So you're not actually using your time wisely. Like, but yeah. Overall, it seems like the Skavens have held their back line. There's not a lot of pressure in the back there. And the Red Crested front line are being driven back by a combination of Storm Vermin and Red Ogres. But now the Warp Lightning Cannons are still moving around for some reason. And because they're not shooting, they're not doing any damage. And now the Bastiladon and Reptactiles, some regrouped Red Cresteds, are able to just jump on them and shut them down. So that was quite painful for the... Skavens. Anyways, Red Ogres are able to surround Nakai and with the help of Skaven Slaves and actually deliver some pretty solid damage over the course of battle. I think there is some Flensing Ruin as well. Definitely some Flensing Ruin onto Nakai, which helped drain him down to his level of health. On the far side, there are Red Ogres. The sheer amount of Red Ogres on one side is absolutely beating the hell out of the Croxies. And also some Nightrunner fire support as well. However, these Red Ogres are truly alone, surrounded on all fronts, and even terrified by the Bastiladon comes slamming into their backs. And a Kick Claw is in a really sticky situation here, especially the Colossodon Hunters are nearby. If anything, they should just jump straight onto a Kid and try to swarm him right now. Though there is a Flensing Ruin, which will drain Nakai and whatever around him down with those direct damage. But yeah, right now, all those Warp Lightning Cannons are offline and completely shut down. No more firepower for the Skavens, which is a main problem. They don't have a great way to shut down those single entities or even kill off the Projectile Riders anymore. Now, of course, Ikki can still try to fight with the support of his own troops, which is definitely a solid option here, and he can still do some good damage. especially onto these rather glass cannon Colossodon Hunters. But there's just so much Lizardman troops left. A kid needs a lot of Flensing Ruin to actually win this game, I'm afraid. We'll do a bit of fast forward as there's only some tattered Storm Vermin and Red Ogres left for a kid to fight alongside with. While the Bastillodon continues to just pick away at these Storm Vermin from afar, occasionally throwing in some Feral Cold ones to try and pin down the enemy troops, allowing a better target for the Bastillodon to fire at. More Flensing Ruin, and this time all these Lizardman troops just blobbing up together, trying to alpha strike the rats. But the problem is, because they're all blobbing up, everything is starting to take damage from the Flensing Ruin. I mean, the Primal Roar is nice with the physical resistance and melee attack, but that still doesn't make up for all the extra damage they're taking for blobbing up their own troops. And you can see Nakai the Wonder is actually terrified by routing. I don't think he terrifies, right? No, I think he actually can get terrified. Oh wait, no, he can't get terrified because he caused terror. Hey, either ways, he is still getting routed away by taking too much damage. Rev Crystal is still fighting in the mix here, but something needs to be done to save Nakai. Otherwise, a kid will chase him down with the help of his rat minions here. And as time goes by, more and more units of Clan Rats and Night Runners are coming back, and a kid will just keep the pressure onto Nakai here. But oh wait, hold on, this is a bit dicey because a kid is trying to chase after Nakai. He is actually getting in return chased by a bunch of Projectile Riders and taking a bunch of free damage, but thankfully he does have a Howling Warp Gale in his back pocket, pinning down those Projectile Riders, allowing a kid to escape, barely having any leadership left, while the rest of the Skavens, though, being terrified by the presence of the Bastillodon. Now, the Skavens are seeing the victory ticket is not in their favor, just trying to reinforce, to just consolidate around this capture point here, trying to wrestle that victory ticket into their own control, but it unfortunately quickly getting terrified and routed by that Bastillodon, who is still pretty much at full health, and also a bunch of other Lizardman troops nearby, and yeah, actually losing out a ton of troops as a result due to that chain route, and that shall be victory for the Children of the Old Ones, victory to the Lizardmen, and they shall continue to carry out the great plan. Yeah, I feel like those Warp Lightning Cannons not doing the damage they're supposed to do, just getting stuck in some weird movement, weird position shifting. That was the game-breaking moment for Kita here, for the Skavens, as the Warp Lightning Cannons are not doing DPS. They're just not doing work, and then they just got shut down as the battle goes on, and the Lizardmen losing, and the Lizardmen no longer having the same obstacles between them and those Warp Lightning Cannons, as those Skaven melee units are just losing out in melee combat, taking attrition damage and all that. So yeah, very close between the two players, but unfortunately for the Skaven, the Lizardman shall secure victory with their mobility advantage and just monstrous presence in general. You can see this Bastillodon getting almost 1,300 gold worth of damage value. Damn, that's a lot. And Red Crested getting some really solid work done, getting onto some Warp Lightning Cannons, cutting through the enemy Storm Vermin. They are definitely a solid melee infantry now, and I think I'm definitely yeah, I think I've seen quite a bit of their presence in tournaments being cast online, or tournaments that I'm casting. Yeah, surely a great present for the Lizardman melee. But yeah, next up we have, let me just check how is the tournament going. I think we have gone through 2-3 rounds already, right? Let's see. Yeah, most people are on their third round of battles, and we'll be casting the finals live, at least. That's the plan, I believe. At the same time, let me just keep downloading replays from the Discord server. There we go. Lizardman versus Skaven, that's my game, and Dark Elf versus Thorn, and Teens versus Nurgle, Wood Elf versus High Elf. I need to mute Discord because it's definitely dropping in too much notifications. Alright, I think that's fine. Yep, that's fine. Alright, next up, we have Dark Elf versus Khorne. Malekith versus Valkia. Malekith of Kobe versus the Reaver 314. Kobe going over with Malekith, 5 Bleak Swords, 2 Dread Spears, 1 Witch Elves, 1 Dark Shard, 2 Repeater Crossbow Dark Riders, 2 Kowan Knights, and 1 Dark Riders plus 1 Blood Wreck Medusa. On the Khorne army here, Valkia the Bloody leading 5 Marauders, 1 of them with dual weapons, 3 Khorne Gores, and what else? 3 Khorne Gores and some Khorne Bulls as well. The Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons, 2 of them infect, and some Chaos Warhounds for additional mobility. Some of the Khorne Gores have been Vanguard deployed. Not entirely sure of the rationale, I guess just trying to get the troops ahead of the formation and try to get close to enemies as soon as possible. There's also the Hellforge Bellowers, the Regiment of Renown, rather powerful Skull Cannon with their volley shots. Now the Dark Riders with Repeater Crossbows are just backing up a bit, not wanting to get tied down by Chaos Warhounds. And a Malekith, ooh, a first volley shot from the Hellforge Bellow is not doing a whole lot of damage to Malekith, since the Vortex damage is the main source of damage from the Hellforge Bellows, and also the explosive damage, which either of them are not great against single entity targets. Valkia, though not wanting to tangle with Malekith, decides to back off, but I think they have a chance. She definitely has a decent chance against Malekith. Ooh, devastating damage from the Hellforge Bellowers, nuking a quarter of HP off of these Bleak Swords. Though Valkia not... Oh, wait, she doesn't have Demon Shield. Never mind, she doesn't really want to fight Malekith then. I was saying she can fight... I mean, she has anti-large armor piercing and all, so theoretically she can do some good damage against Malekith, but she doesn't have a lot of HP, so she needs that Demon Shield to tank damage. And I don't think she get a charge on Malekith, which is also partly why I guess she didn't do a whole lot of damage. She's got a couple good hits in, but that's about it. Chaos Warhound try to intercept the Blood Wreck Medusa, but instead getting charged by some Kowan Knights and just getting shredded in melee. Minotaurs will be countercharging the Kowan Knights and should be able to just hack them down, but the Dark Riders are still on the side, just harassing the Minotaurs here, chipping away their health, and the Minotaurs have no counteraction against those Dark Riders here. Just keep taking damage from those missile attacks. Now the Khorne Gores are moving in. They actually... Ooh, that was a mistake on the Kowan side. I think they just tried to charge something in melee, or just stayed... Oh yeah, they just kind of standing on the battlefield and get caught by the Khorne Gores and Minotaurs and got hacked down. Malekith now charges down onto the ground here, trying to drop a Soul Stealer, a rather premature one I would say. Just draining away the health of the Minotaurs and Khorne Gores. Definitely a bit of a mistake, pushing in the Minotaurs into the range of the Soul Stealer by trying to chase Malekith. That was a little bit of a micro mistake. Like, as soon as you see the Soul Stealer and Malekith is on the other side of the Marauder unit, you probably should have just pulled back the Minotaurs there, since they probably won't, most likely would not catch Malekith, and it's just gonna eat a Soul Stealer for nothing. But yeah, other than that, things seems to still be fine for the Khorne, I guess. Oh, a little bit of friendly fire from the Hellforge Bellowers, but overall they have deleted some Witch Elves, deleted a bunch of Bleak Swords with that artillery firepower, outranging those Dark Elf units. Valkia once again get caught in the skies by Malekith. Valkia needs to get on the ground and just stick around her Minotaurs instead of just flying around. Use the landing button. Use the landing button. This is the best time to use it. But anyways, Minotaurs still keep trying to chase after the Blood Wreck Medusa, but not quite having enough speed to pin down the Blood Wreck Medusa. While the Dark Riders continues to chip away their health. On the front line, though, Marauders are winning against the weakened Bleak Swords, who have been pounded hard by the Hellforge Bellowers. Malekith did drop in some breath attack onto the Marauders though, so doing some decent damage, just whittle them down. While on the side there, Dark Riders try to catch the Hellforge Bellowers and shut them down, but they are being shut down instead by the Minotaurs charging in. Kowan Knights, a little bit of slip and micro, I believe, or they are just jumping in to save the Blood Wreck Medusa. Either ways, they have been caught by the Minotaurs in melee and will be slaughtered. And over here, the Dark Riders running into some Minotaurs of Khorne. They need to quickly back off, but they are doing some decent shooting, I guess, against their targets. That was a pretty bad volley from the Hellforge Bellowers, I guess. Clashing into the terrain and not exactly landing much shots. Probably a better chance to just shoot at these big swords in front of them instead. Anyways, Valkyria really needs to back off into her own Minotaur support here. Ooh, Soul Stealer coming in. Valkyria not bringing Demon Shield, I would say definitely is a mistake here. She's taking a lot of damage. She is quite fragile, with only, yeah, less than 6,000 HP on her. So, like, not the weakest character, but also not the tankiest either. That Demon Shield would make her a lot more durable in the right engagements. But right now, she is just taking a ton of damage all over the place. And even being shot by the Bloodwreck Medusa as well. Valkyria has used her landing button to stay on the ground, but these Minotaurs need to come over and help. Or, actually, no, I don't, at this point, without any Furies or Warhounds, I don't see how the Khorne army can deal with the Dark Riders here. And Valkyria takes another big hit from Malekith and will be finished off, leaving Khorne leaderless, with only the Hellforge Bellowers trying to carry the day. Anyways, the Dark Shards are at the back there, chipping away the health of the Hellforge Bellowers, who is doing some nice damage with the shooting and melee. But overall, I would say Dark Elves have this one. They don't have, I mean, Khorne also didn't get the victory location, so they're not getting any victory tickets. Despite how close it seems, yeah, they're not getting any victory tickets in the battle. So that was a big loss for them. Either ways, I don't think it matters anymore, since I think just Khorne will just be army lost by a bunch of Dark Riders kiting them out, with Malekith dropping in breath attacks and Soul Stealer here and there. And yeah, that shall be army losses, that shall be GG, that shall be victory for the Dark Elves. Kayn will be proud, beating up Khorne in this fight. And yeah, the Minotaurs, unfortunately, I would say Khorne didn't bring enough tools to deal with the enemy skirmishing. Only a couple Warhounds and a ton of Marauders and infantry. I feel like there's too much infantry here. Maybe cut out the Marauders with dual weapons and bring some Furies. Maybe cut out one more Khorne Gore as well and just bring 2 units of Furies. That would have probably been a better bet. Like, at this, like, the Hellforge Bellowers can try to counterfire at the Dark Riders with repeater crossbow, but that means you lose out the DPS against the enemy infantry. And yeah, Khorne just doesn't have a lot of good tools to deal with enemy kiting, I would say. As their mobility are stuck between too shit or too expensive. Yeah, they don't have like a good mid-range mobility outside of Flesh Hounds to like mid-tier mobility outside of Flesh Hounds to help them deal with like mobility kiting. Yeah. I guess they can try to use Throwing Axes, but yeah, Throwing Axes might actually not be a bad choice here actually. Maybe cut out one Minotaurs and bring some Throwing Axes, cut out the dual weapon Marauders and cut out one Khorne Gore and just bring more Furies and maybe some Throwing Axes. That probably would work decent in this matchup. Especially with you don't need any more anti-infantry tools since you already have the Hellforge Bellowers. And for anti-large you have your Khorne Bulls. Maybe like 2 of them is enough, and then like Khorne Gores can be on the flank to just hold the flank and maybe reinforce the Khorne Bulls and whatnot. But yeah, mostly I think I need to silence. Why is Discord constantly dropping in? I need to figure out a way to silence the Discord notifications and all that. Give me a second, sorry. Disable all notification sound. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, definitely too much infantry in this matchup. Can Valkyria beat Dragon 1v1? Depends on the Dragon, I guess. Against somebody like Imrik, that is gonna be very rough for Valkyria. Like, Valkyria is not a survivable lord. Like, yeah, it's not a tanky lord in terms of like survivability. She has a decent lord to bring against missile heavy factions because she is a foot-sized lord and have decent-ish fighting power. and can just dodge shots by juking. But she's not like a dominant fighter in any way. The dominant fighters would be maybe Arbol, maybe Skull Ticker, maybe, and definitely Bloodthirster and the legendary Bloodthirster Scarbrand. Not Volkia though. Volkia, you don't bring her for like melee fighting power. You bring her for occasional Spear Slopnir for the AoE damage, and maybe just to survive hits. Survive the enemy missile screen. That the other Khorne characters cannot really do the same. Like, she is a decent aerial fighting pressure, but she's not a dedicated fighter. I mean, she's not a dedicated fighter that can secure you any melee dominance. I don't think. Like, she is decently tanky thanks to the Demon Shield, but that's about it. That's all she has. Otherwise, she is just a normal legendary melee lord. And nothing out of this world, I wouldn't say. But yeah, anyways. We'll be moving on to the next battle. Tzeentch versus Nurgle. This is going to be rough for Nurgle, I would say, I think. But yeah, let's see what happens here. And yeah, once again, I'm just going to do some self-plugging here. And yeah, if you want to check out more Total Warhammer multiplayer content, be sure to hit the like on this video and subscribe on my channel. Every little bit of your support helps with not only just encouraging me to make more content, but also helping with the algorithm, helping with the growth of the channel. I would really appreciate it if you can just hit a like and subscribe. Yeah, that would be great. But anyways, now that we are loaded in, let's check out the... Thank you, Looming. I appreciate that. But yeah, anyways, we have Tzeentch versus Nurgle battle with the Changeling on the battlefield here. And he is gonna... Kugav, Plague Father, with a Tzeentch army versus... Nurgle. That is very ironic. Anyways, 3 units of Murder Horsemen of Tzeentch here, with 3 Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch with halberds, and 1 more Chromatic Abominations. Adding a little bit of firepower, and also an Azen the Fallen, so double Mortis Engine effect, baby. This is... Wait, is this even loud? I mean, as per Fruit rules, I don't think you can bring 2 units with Mortis Engine effect. But I'm not sure if they're using Fruit rules here. Yeah, Fruit rules, and hold on, let me just quickly check. Mortis. Wait, they don't... Oh, they don't talk... Fruit rules doesn't specify anything about Mortis effect. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Fruit rules... Yeah, I don't think Fruit rules states anything about Mortis. So, you can actually break... Like, double Mortis is legal. I mean, most armies only have like 1 or 2 Mortis tools, so it's not like people would bring a lot of those. But yeah, now we have double Mortis versus Nurgle. Anyways, on the Nurgle side here, we have the Rotting Riders already taking a bunch of javelins to the face from those Murder Horsemen of Tzeentch. They themselves are being lit on fire, right? Yeah, they're lit on fire. So their regeneration is half for now, but they do have that missile damage resistance to tank some damage, so that's not bad. But yeah, Maelstrom of Change, basically a mini Fate of Buna, draining their health further, but not doing much in terms of model kills, so they might be able to regenerate stuff back. I would say the Maelstrom of Change is best cast in the middle of a blob. It's a bit too premature to cast it onto these Rotting Riders because they're too isolated, and the Maelstrom of Change did not spread to nearby units at all. And the Marauders of Nurgle are on the front line there with some... And also just a lot of Marauders, actually. Plus the Frolickers Bubonic there. And more Rot Knights on the far side. 1 regiment of Renowned Festering Stooges. Ready with some devastating Death's Head fighter power. Plus a Chaos Lord of Nurgle leading the army. Yeah, Marauders of Nurgle are just hiding in the trees line here. And occupying that capture point. The Chaos Warriors would no doubt beat them in melee. But with the Festering Stooges chugging in those Death's Head, things might be very, very much different. Anyways, Rotting Riders continues to just screen off those Murder Horsemen with the other Rot Knights as well. Oh, there's a Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle here, coming in with a Sorcerer on top with Fleshy Abundance and Curse of the Leper. Stream of Corruption as well for a little bit added damage. And these Marauders are charging into Warriors, and they probably just die. All thanks to the Azen the Fallen coming in for that melee attack. They didn't actually... Okay, they got an attacking order. comes in and starts smashing up some enemy marauders. Chromatic abominations are firing onto the festering stooges, getting some nice damage. Kugav as well, or well, should I say changeling, chugging in some explosive nurglings. Actually, yeah. While the Murder Horseman continues to whittle down the Rotting Riders. Now they're down to 30% HP now, trying to charge into Kugav here, but things are looking quite rough for them as their HP just keeps dropping thanks to all those melee attacks, thanks to all those draining effects. Ooh, nice stream of corruption from Changeling as well. Oh, and the Rotting Riders are almost down to the last bit of their HP. They still have 19 models, but there's no healing coming in for them just yet. And Virulent Contagion dropping their melee defense down to a meager 19. Even like because they charge through some of these Chaos Warriors with halberds as well, they just expose themselves onto those halberds and taking some pretty nasty damage in the process. Rot Knights on the far side, still getting still going on a wild goose chase against the Marauder Horsemen of Singe and just eating a bunch of Javis in the face. They don't have any shields, so they're taking full damage. I mean, they're taking all of those javelins in the face with nothing to block them. And the Festering Stooges have used up all their Death's Head, which I don't think they did a whole lot of damage. Yeah, only 200 gold worth of damage. Well, definitely a mistake here, targeting the enemy infantry instead of actually shooting the big, bulky targets that are easy to hit, like the Azen the Fallen or Kugav himself. I would say you would probably want to turn off Fire at Will with the Exalted Plague Bearers here. Page 3 fruit rules. Wait, hold on. Let me just check fruit rules. Ability limits. Oh yeah, more than one passive health drain ability. Oh yeah, it doesn't say Mortis effect. It just says passive health drain. Yeah, I think that might be an illegal build here with Kugav and Azen the Fallen with the double health drain. So, I might just do a quick message on Big JP here. Actually, I'm not sure which players are here. So, anyways, we can check the player names and just I'll probably drop a message to Big JP up and let him know about that. Yeah, but yeah, this is new player tournament after all, so this is nothing. I don't think it's a major issue. Most likely, players are just not aware that you are supposed to not bring 2 Mortis Engine effect, 2 passive health drain effect, 1 on the Mutila Vortex Beast, and 2 Kugav. Wait, hold on. This guy doesn't have passive health drain, actually. Let me think. Wait, no, he has passive health drain. Never mind. Aura of Mutation. Because I remember there are 2 passive health drains on the Mutila Vortex Beast, and oh yeah, one of them was replaced by the active ability. But yeah, there's still the other passive health drain. So this is actually, I don't think this is actually a legal build. With the double passive health drain. One from Kugav / Changeling, the other from the Mutilith. But either ways, that is just going to be a battle of attrition. Everything just gets drained to death. And yeah, that'll be GG. How is that heroic victory? Anyway. Let me see. Pasha versus Gorm, right? I think that's Broken Citadel. Alright, cool. That should be it here. I feel like Gorm here was playing a bit too impatient with their Rot Knights, I guess. Just trying to send him out to chase after Murder Horsemen and taking a bunch of javelins in the face. Which, that was not great. But, yeah. I don't think this Nurgle build really stand a chance against the Siege build here. I mean, the Rot Knights can try to do some psycho charges and stuff, but there is no damage output against the enemy blob. Like, this build is definitely an attempt at a blob build to hold out against the yeah. But yeah, thanks Pizzu for pointing it out. I tried to search Control F Mortis on the fruit rules. I couldn't find it, so I was like, okay, I'm just assume there's no rules stating about Mortis engine, but they changed. I believe they just updated the wording to be more accurate with the passive health drain instead. So yeah, that was great for letting me know. Thank you. I dropped like Big JP a message about the possible issue, but I don't think that's anything major. This is a new player tournament, and players might just not be aware of it. Not even like new players. I personally don't read through every word of fruit rules, despite all the time. So there were times that I accidentally break the rule, and at that point I was like, oh shit, I'll not do it again. Which is yeah. Which I think it's fine if new players break rules as long as they don't repeat it again. But yeah, anyways, I feel like this Nurgle build just has a problem of it's a blob build with the War Shrine of Nurgle trying to heal up the troops, but there's nothing to sustain, to punch back, despite having the ability to just take the punishing and eat the damage. Also, their infantry here just doesn't have the kind of tankiness to benefit from all the healing. Like, these troops are just gonna die in the first half a minute of battle and won't be benefiting from all the healing much. I guess Festering Stooges might be different, but that's about it. There's no DPS from this build. While on the other side, we have the Chaos Warriors of Siege can hold, and also can be healed up by Kugav. While Ace and the Fallen and Kugav can be doing the damage alongside the Murder Horsemen as well. So there's that. Anyways, that's gonna be it for this one. I'm just gonna delete that, and I think after this cast we are moving on to the live section of the tournament, hopefully. Yeah, because we will have a finals, which are like three best of ones. We have 4 players who will be playing in the finals, and it's gonna be an elimination format. And we'll try to cast this one semifinals live, and definitely casting the finals live as well. Anyways, over here we have La Luna, La Pruna versus the Pope, Wood Elves versus High Elves, and usually High Elves do have the advantage here with their rather strong shield wall, cheap archers, and a bunch of cost-efficient cavalry, armored cavalry. Now for the Wood Elf army here, front line of Dryas, second line of Glade Gods, Swift River Shards, and Swift River Shards, Deep Wood Scouts, Halfbane Tips, Glade Gods, and guarded by a ton of mobility, Wild Hunters of Kurnos, Double Glade Riders, and Enigmas of Garen, the Regiment of Renowned Zotes. Leading the army, Sisters of Twilight. Is there any spells here? Yes, there is. The Branch Wave with Earthblood and Melkov's Mystifying Miasma. Melkov's just a really, really cost-efficient damaging spells against all kinds of multi-entity unit, in particular cavalry, with their speed reduction debuff, which helps your own mobility to catch up to the hostile mobility. As for the High Elves here, a bunch of Rangers, a front line of Spears, Imric leading the army on his Star Dragon Mount, 4 units of Archers, and 1 Mage of Life with Earthblood and Regrowth. On the far side of the battlefield, War Lions of Shrey's hiding in the trees, or they have revealed themselves earlier but then quickly backing up into the trees. Fireborn also moving up, and yeah, we'll see what happens here. Sisters of Twilight definitely need to switch their missile to the single targeting one. Yeah, Talon of Dawn, they need to use Talon of Dawn to shoot at Imric, but trees blocking the shots, which is quite ironic considering they are the Wood Elves. They are the ones adapted to shooting in trees. But yeah, getting some nice first shots onto Imric, but looks like she's gonna go and target the Fireborn instead, knowing that she'll have a rough time killing these expensive elite cavalry. And a couple models already knocked out from that sniping. That's pretty nice. Well, at the same time, there are some Glade Riders with Hatbane tips as well, just chipping away the health of Imrik. I would say probably want to shoot at the Rangers, just because they have magic damage that bypass enemy physical resistance, and Rangers don't have much armor to mitigate the enemy missile fire. Now, 5-1 lost another model, getting slowly picked off by the Sisters of Twilight here, but they are now pulling back out of range of Sisters of Twilight. So Sisters ain't shooting, while the rest of the archers are moving out for the High Elves and are just raining down fire onto the Dryads. They have 60 armor and physical resistance, which can help them a bit against the enemy archer fire, but overall they will still take noticeable damage over time. Oh wow, the Rangers are definitely taking some noticeable damage now. While Sisters of Twilight is now switching over to the multi-shot, to the shotgun mode, and start blasting at the archers here. Blade Guards getting absolutely massacred by the Fireborn on the charge, but Melkov slowing down the Fireborn, and then Wild Hunters of Konos and the Enigmas of Garen counter-charging, and the Fireborn are now down to half health, a massive loss on the High Elf side, and also the Swift Shiver Shots firing in as well. They don't do a whole lot of armor-piercing damage, but they have a double shot volleys coming in, which can get some pretty nice burst damage through sheer volume of firepower. And really big mistake on the High Elf side, just kind of pushing the archers ahead of the spears. And now the archers and spears are overlapping, and the Dryads just comes in and just shuts down both at once. The archers, that's why you need to have two lines of deployment, right? One in the front with the spears, and then a second in the back with the archers. So the spears can hold the enemy infantry back while the archers fire. But now the archers are being occupied in melee combat and are not actually doing what they're supposed to do, which is sit back and firing. And we're not having a hard time to choose where they're supposed to fight, and just standing in the skies, not doing a whole lot. I think we might be able to see, a pretty resounding Widow victory, I would say, maybe. Anyways, War Lions trying to chase after the Deepwood Scouts, but being intercepted by the Glade Riders, so they are not able to get through the enemy mobility, and then the Enigmas of Garen will come in and finish them off. Fireborn has been routed off. Very unfortunate there, taking a little too much damage. Even the regrowth can't save them. While the Sisters of Twilight, seeing that Imrik is flying over to kill them, they decided to just back off and start shooting. Which is a great thing about Sister, really. They don't have to fight in melee if they can't win it. They can just fly around, shoot around, and slowly but surely whittle down the enemy with their missile prowess, and then finish them off in melee. But yeah, a nice breath attack onto the spears, and Imrik also returned the favor with a breath attack onto the Glade Gods with Hackbane tips. Where's the Dragon Horn from Imrik? They did not bring Dragon Horn. Okay, I guess it makes sense since they don't really rely on melee to do damage with all the archers, but the archers aren't doing a whole lot, as they were just tied down by Dryads earlier, and getting a little bit ahead of themselves, standing in front of the spears instead of the other way around. And on the far side there, Earthblood healing up all these tattered Wood Elf troops on the Wood Elf side, thanks to the Branch Wraith. Archers finally have pulled back for quite a bit to shoot, but some of the Dryads are now pushing through the gaps of the spears and then getting onto the archers at the back. Fireborn did manage to break some Glade Riders, but yeah. At this point, they're not going to earn back what they're worth, since they have taken so much damage from being attacked by Wild Riders, Wild Hunters of Konos, the Enigmas of Viren, and all the Melkovs as well. And then on top of that, being charged by the Wild Hunters of Konos. Yeah, they're dead. They're dead. Yeah, Sisters of Twilight being debuffed by the Lord of Dragons, but she is still fighting with the fire support from the Deepwood Scouts. She herself still being very healthy. There might be I think there might have been a regrowth from the Enigmas of Garen to just heal them up. Yeah, they used up their only regrowth. So, giving the Sisters of Twilight some health back from being hunted down by Imrik. But I think that we can just fast forward now, as the Wild Hunters of Konos are just trying to finish off the Fireborn. And now even getting a surround onto Imrik, although they're still focusing on the spears and Fireborn and whatnot. But Enigmas of Garen coming in and hammers a bunch of enemy infantry, Earthblood healing up Imrik and the rest of the High Elf troops here. And overall, with the Rangers' help with their anti-infantry bonus, they are getting a little bit of advantage in the melee fight against the enemy infantry. The problem is that Imrik is being surrounded by anti-lot troops, like the While Hunters, the Enigmas of Garen, and they are just great at dealing damage. Just hunting down the enemy large targets, while the Sisters of Twilight have nothing to stop them from just jumping onto enemy archers, shutting them down. More of blood coming in from the Branch Wraith here. Rangers are fighting a good fight, getting some pretty nice value, but they are not a unit that can carry entire games on their own backs. That would be Imrik's job, but unfortunately he is just not, he's getting some good damage done. Just not getting enough, unfortunately. Getting constantly whittled down by the Sisters of Twilight. Dropping in another Lord of Dragons to debuff the Sisters. But remember, these Sisters might have a little bit of the conjoined destiny. Even if they got low in health, they can still just heal it back up with a burst heal. Right now, the Wood Elves seems to be running out of troops. But their key troops here, the Enigmas of Garen and the Wild Hunters of Kronos, are still alive. Still roaming the battlefield, and there's still a couple shots left on the Sisters of Twilight. And don't forget, they just still have a bunch of melee prowess left. And yeah, the Wild Hunters of Kronos runs down some spears and hunt down the enemy Earthblood caster, Regrowth caster maybe. Yeah, and that shall be it for the High Elves, as Imrik takes another shot from the Sisters in the face. That basically triggers army losses, everyone routs, and yeah, victory to the Wood Elves. There's also a bunch of Wood Elves regrouped at the back there, so they still have some troops to help them fight, but mostly just balance of power win from the Enigmas of Garen and the Sisters of Twilight still being relatively healthy. And don't forget about the Branch Wraith as well. While the rest of the High Elf troops are a little too tattered, especially losing all the archers early on by simply deploying in an awkward, like standing a little bit too far ahead to try and shoot the enemy target. Overall, very good damage from the Sisters, decent damage from the Enigmas of Garen, very good damage from the Wild Hunters of Kronos, hunting down those Fireborn, and also Imrik, and charging a bunch of spears as well. Nice damage from the archers as well, just unleashing those torrent of arrows into enemy targets, whittling down Imrik as well. Yeah, Imrik, most of his HP loss was actually from missiles, if I remember correctly, just being shot by Deepwood Scales, Glade Gods, and the Sisters of Twilight herself. Imrik tried his best to try and carry, and he could have done it, I would say, if the Fireborn didn't get caught out early on in the game and just lose a bunch of HP. Like, he is a very powerful combatant with a devastating breath attacks and all that, but unfortunately the rest of the army just not quite carrying their own weight. And even with a powerful, there's only so much Imrik can do to try and carry the game. Especially against like anti-large melee combatants like Enigmas of Garen. So yeah, I think we are moving on to the finals now. Let me just check. Anyways, let me just download the rest of the replays on the side. We have a lot coming in. Alright, Kislev versus Korn, Kislev versus Lizardman, and then another round 4 replay. There we go. Oh boy. And let's see. There's still one more round 4 battle still going on, and then so I think the live battle with the semifinals will still take some time before Big JP organizes it. So let's do this another battle first. Grimbat versus Pickle Barrel here. Skaven versus Chaos Dwarfs. Two evil, short-heighted people. Very hairy as well. One is hairy around the chin, one is hairy all over the body, and with some forbidden technology. Now, for the Skavens here, they're Warpstone tech versus the demonic tech on the other side. Warpstone tech going with the Night Runners and a bunch of Skaven slaves in the front line. They're just trying to get some buffer zone to protect the missiles here. Natty Bubble, Sharpshooter, and the AK Zep. I'm kind of disappointed not seeing any Puzzling Globes, because if the Chaos Dwarf brought any strong infantry, they would be the ones you need to just kill off enemy infantry. Or the Avalanche Mortars. But either ways, they are not here, so yeah. So I don't know what... Yeah, honestly don't know what the Skavens would do to kill the Killstorm infantry. With only Skaven slaves and clan rats, I think. Yeah. I mean, there are some Ashen Triads, but they're good against large targets, not armored infantry. Anyways, yeah, especially they have a pretty mediocre stats overall. If they're not fighting large targets. Anyways, Red Ogre is providing some mass and armor piercing and leading the army. A Kid Claw guarded by a Packmaster on a Brute Horror. A Kid Claw himself coming in with Howling Warp Gale and Flensing Ruin. Howling Warp Gale definitely a decent call against something like a Chaos army, especially when they always just bring a flying character. Now the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire on the Chaos side on his, is that Great Tauros? Yeah, that is a Great Tauros with the Breath Attack. Very wisely just dropped right behind the trees alongside the Demon's Tongue here, just hiding away from the enemy artillery and long-range missiles by utilizing all that vegetation cover. The rest of the Chaos army here, a ton of Goblin Laborers, Chaos Warriors, some Hobgoblin Archers now that they have a little bit of range increase, and also the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, plus a single Magma Cannon here. No doubt that will be the prime target for Ikizazam. Nope, they're just still trying to shoot at the Demon's Tongue, but they're not getting a line of sight. So even if they get a shot out, they are not going to hit shit. Yep, you can see the trees just blocking everything from that volley. Natty Boobles though did get a line of sight onto the Demon's Tongue and are starting to unleash some pretty nice firepower onto the Demon's Tongue here. A little bit of mistake here from the Chaos Dwarf side. Forgetting, like not spotting the Demon's Tongue fast enough. Like if you can see the Demon's Tongue being shot by firepower from that side coming in over here. So what you can do is probably, I guess, just move the Demon's Tongue from here to here. Just still hiding in the trees, but you get more cover from the Natty Boobles. But yeah, anyways, a little bit of burning head onto the Night Runner, but because they are not being pinned down in melee, they're free to move around and just dodge some of that damage. Sorcerer Prophet of Fire is getting hit by a Flensing Ruin direct damage, but they do have the Chalice of Blood and Darkness to mitigate, to just counteract some of that spell damage. While both sides are just trading fire. And Ikizazam still not shooting what matters, like the Magma Cannon. They need to shoot the Magma Cannon instead, but yeah, I would say that was a big mistake here. They even have the range advantage to reach the Magma Cannon, but anyways, in the front line there, I have ignored that long enough. Archer is just raining fire onto Red Ogres and Clan Reds. And also the Fire Glaives too. Focusing fire, that crossfire kill zone annihilated all these Red Ogres in the fight. Nice damage from the Brass Orb, I guess, against the Goblin Laborers, but you need to save that for all these Killstorm Warriors, which you don't really have any tools to fight. Like, they will just fight through all your chaff. I mean, Red Ogres, I guess, will do some good damage, but that's about it. AK Claw decided to jump in and try and fight the Sorcerer Prophet, but here comes the Demon's Tongue. Is a bumper car. It's a bumper car fight between the two characters. I mean, two single entities here. And AK Claw is starting to take damage, and unlike the Sorcerer Prophet, he does not have any means to heal. So that might be a bit of an issue in the late game there. The Packmaster taking a ton of damage, being the Fire Glaives just unleashing a torrent of fire onto them, annihilating this Packmaster with regeneration, which means they do have fire weakness against the enemy's fire bullets. Natty Bull Sharpshooter continue to find target to shoot at, but they're shooting at the Demon Sorcerer, so Demon Smith Sorcerer, so a very tiny target, not a whole lot of damage overall. Now the Fire Glaives are just picking one target off after the other. Now switching their target down to the Red Ogres, getting some nice damage done. While the Chaos Dwarfs are breaking through the enemy Skaven Slave and Clan Rat front line there. Demon's Tongue is getting a bit stuck though, being surrounded by Ashen Triads, who does have nice armor piercing anti-lock and are ideal at fighting the Demon's Tongue. On the far side there, Natty Bull Sharpshooter is now being shot up by a bunch of Hobgoblin Archer fire. They have been spotted and no longer untargetable. And with the combined fire of two missile troops, they are just being dealt with, even with their silver shields. There's just too much firepower coming in. And yeah, at the back there, Magma Cannon has been dealt with some Night Runners and Ashen Triads sneaking behind them. I missed that myself, so makes sense that the Chaos Dwarf player missed that as well. Now the Ashen Triads are jumping onto the Infernal Gods and the Hobgoblin Archers. Really nice ambush from the Skaven side, but let's see if this is enough to turn the tide. Now, the Infernal Gods are quickly annihilated by that rear charge, all that armor piercing, and on top of that, a little bit of armor sundering helps here and helps as well. While AK Claw and the Packmaster are able to get a double team on the Demon's Tongue, with the Saucer Prophet a little bit busy elsewhere trying to go and reinforce other fights. AK Zap Zap also switching the target to start shooting at actual single entities here. Yeah. Though they are now in melee contact with the Saucer Prophet, unfortunately, and won't be able to shoot anymore. There's still some Skaven Slave Spears and Red Ogres who are able to just come in and help out, but we shall see if that is enough. One of the Fireglaves are now... they have secured themselves from the Ashen Triads. They are a decent melee combatant, and also with some Archer fire support from the Hobgoblin Archers, they are able to fend off the enemy melee incursion. Another Burning Head from the Saucer Prophet here, and also a Cleansing Ruin from a Kick Claw, just trading spells back and forth. But overall, I would say the Chaos Dwarf has a major advantage here. Oh, the Demon's Tongue also getting some heals from the Demon Smith Saucer with the Reforge ability, just coming in just for the heal. So yeah, able to get some HP back, which is nice. And now that the AK Zap Zap is done for, the Saucer Prophet is just gonna back out of that fight there, trying to go somewhere else and find some other targets to trample. At the far side there, Skaven Slave Spears are trying to silence the Infernal Gods, but they are no slouch in melee combat, having decent melee stats for attack, even after all the bigger level, well, -2 debuff from the bigger loss. But they still have 44 melee attack, for melee defense, and and with the heavy armor, they are more than enough to hold their own against puny Skaven slaves. While Chaos Dwarf warriors are just dragging down the enemy Red Ogres through melee combat. Ooh, actually, the Saucer Prophet needs to just fly in and dumpster the Natty Boobles. While the Demon's Tongue, though, being double teamed, not really double teamed per se, but yeah, being ganged up on by a bunch of Red Ogres and Brute Horror, it has been dealt with. A Kick Claw has routed though, as he suffered a little bit too much damage from... Not sure from what, actually. I think it's just in the melee fight against... playing bumper car with the... Yeah, playing bumper car with the Demon's Tongue. And now the Saucer Prophet is just going to come in and chase him off. And once AK Claw is off the battlefield, that's going to be a massive hit to the Skaven leadership. Everything will start routing, and that'll probably be a Chaos Dwarf victory after that. Yeah, AK Claw goes, and then everything starts... flashing on the Skaven side, and yeah, Red Ogres routes, and then that comes in as a chain route for the Natty Boobles as well. And then the Skaven Slave, seeing all their comrades are running, and they themselves will soon route. No, they have enough health and numbers to hold on. But either ways, the Chaos Dwarf has secured their position around the victory point, and yeah, all that's left is just this self-healing Packmaster, who is just being dragged down in melee by the sheer amount of Chaos Dwarf troops left. Even the Natty Boobles are now being forced to flee as the Chaos Dwarf warriors just keep marching on towards them. And yeah, that shall be GG. That shall be victory for the Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, I feel like there was a big mistake with the Natty AK Zap Zap, just not aiming the right targets there. I mean, the Magma Cannon didn't do much damage, being quickly shut down by the... Yeah, by the Ashen Triads, but still. Like, there's no need for a kid to jump into combat against the... Like, there's no need for a kid to push so aggressively and go fight something in melee. He could have just held back and keep dropping Cleansing Ruin. It would have been fine. Or just go and try and drive into the enemy Infernal Gods or Hobgoblin Archers with the Ashen Triad ambush and all that. But yeah, I don't think it's a... Actually, no. I don't think the way of playing Skaven is a problem. I just think that there's no counter against the enemy infantry, especially the missile infantry. That's the main problem. I would have loved to see the Avalanche Mortars in this matchup, because it will devastate any Chaos Dwarf formations. Like, maybe... I'll probably even remove some of these... Night Runners are a decent call, I would say. You have a kick Zap Zap, so you probably don't need Natty Booble Sharpshooter. Actually, no. Take out the Packmaster, and you can probably take out the Packmaster and just bring in the Avalanche Mortars. That would delete all these Fireglaves who did a majority of damage on the Chaos Dwarf side against all your Red Ogres. Like, just get the avalanche mortars, man. It doesn't matter if you don't have a pack master. Just get the avalanche mortars, dumpster those enemy missile infantry in melee, and then once those are dead, you can just dumpster the infantry, melee infantry as well. Well, a kit should be able to just flensing ruin every, like the characters, and yeah, just mostly flensing ruin the enemy characters to death with the help of a kick up sapping them from afar. Yeah, I would say that's probably what would be nice here. Great damage from the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, though. Yeah, great damage from the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, but mostly the work really is done by the Fire Glaives, just shooting up the enemy monsters, and then, yeah. And the Demon's Tongue also getting some good damage onto a Kick Claw. That is gonna be GG for this battle. Yeah, what else? Yeah. I might save this one just to do a quick 1-minute video about like the importance of targeting priority or something like that. I don't know. I'll just keep this one for now. Alrighty, what's next? It seems like the finalists are being decided, so we might just wait for them to... Yeah, we might just wait for them to come up with the finals list, and then we can jump into a semifinals for live casting. Wait, hold on. Let's see. What did... I swear... Okay, I think there's another more memorable battle earlier as well. Let me just figure out what that might be. I think it was Dark Elf versus Lizardman. Yeah, I think there was a Dark Elf versus Lizardman. Yeah, battle. Yeah, there we go. And that was quite nice. I need to check again. Yeah, I think this was it where the... Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, it's the Kislev versus the... Yeah, hold on. Alright, we have a lot of replays coming in, so hang on a second. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I think we'll wait a bit for the finalists to be decided, and then we can jump in and check out their gameplay live. Let's see what happens here. Alright, we wait for them. We wait for them to set up a spectator slot, and then we can jump in and talk about those battles live. Hold on. Alright. Download this one. Right, while the players are maybe they're still setting up, actually we can probably cast another replay in the meantime. But if their replays come up early, then we'll hold on. These are identical replays, so we can just delete one of them. Yeah, we might need to do a bit of replay cleanup then. Lizardman Mirror, Blob, very straightforward one, I guess we can say. Orn versus Lizardman, Dark Elf versus High Elf. Yeah, I think the rest are fine. I don't think there's any more. Yeah, I don't think there's any more duplicate replays here then. Yeah, should be fine. So let's just check out the next replay then. Dark Elves versus Lizardman. Alrighty, for the Dark Elves army here, a front line of more Witch Elves. We are seeing a lot of Witch Elves today here. What else? Some Bleak Swords. Just one Bleak Swords plus 4 Witch Elves, 2 Dark Shards, and a bunch of Cold One Knights. 4 of them, in fact, plus 2 more Scourge Rider Chariots, led by a High Beast Master with only Tormentor Sword for that AoE lockdown, just to pin down enemies, preventing them from moving. A really nice ability, and basically the only redeeming quality of the High Beast Master, really. For the Lizardman, they're a front line of Red Crested, plus Nakaida Wanderer, and a Skink Priest of Beast here, with 2 units of Croxagores and a Bastillodon Solar Engine, Bastillodon Rev Crystal, same build from the one we saw before. Witch Elves turning on the Witch Elf early. Once again, I would say that was a bit of a mistake. You want to charge in first and then turn on the Witch Brew to maximize the damage you're getting from the attack boost. On the side there, Croxagores are fighting against Witch Elves, and they're pummeling them in melee with help of the Red Crested, but there are 2 Witch Elves in the fight, and they have used up their Witch Brew, isn't it? Yeah, they did. So there's no more damage boost, but still the Red Crested and the Crossguards will be taking damage as the Dark Shards fire into the fray. Cold One Knights are here to intercept the enemy for Cold Ones, and should be able to get some good engagement with the anti-large armor piercing. Same goes for these Cold One Knights charging into the Croxagores and trying to surround the Rev Crystal. Dark Shards now is turning around to shoot at the Solar Engine laser, just trying to shut down the enemy artillery as soon as possible, while the Witch Elves are getting beat up by Nakai. The Skink Priest really start spamming those Flock of Dooms. Oh, some Cold Ones able to just get around those Cold One Knights and get onto some of these Dark Shards, hopefully shutting them down in melee. But the Cold One Knights, noticing that, are returning to help their missile brethren now. Over here, Cold One Knights are still trading really well into the Croxagores, but the Croxagores do have the power of healing with the power of Rev Crystal to sustain their hit points. And yeah. Okay, I'm just checking the Discord to make sure that nobody's to see if anyone's sent in a lobby code so we can join in for live casting. Anyways, Cold Knights are trading well into the Croxagores, who are being buffed up by Wise's Wild Form to try and get a bit more damage done. And the Cold Knights manage to dispatch the enemy for Cold Ones, and the Dark Shards are safe again to fire once more. Now things are looking quite awkward for the Lizardman. Their front line has been mauled down by either Witch Elves or the Dark Shards shooting in a bit, and more Witch Elves are returning despite being routed earlier. Now they still have that murderous mastery to give them that damage boost, which is really nice to just get a bit more damage done against the enemy targets. Flock of Doom trying to drain down the Cold Knights, who are now being bogged down by a bunch of Red Crested and also just stuck on the Bastillodon with Solar Engine. But overall, with the Dark Shards being safe to fire at the back line there, I would say the Dark Elves probably have this one. Oh, I totally forgot about the Scourge Rider Chariots. It turns out, it seems like the Colossal Hunters and Rip Projectiles try to chase them down, but being kited mercilessly to death. And also some Cold Knights are here to just help out the Scourge Rider Chariots a bit as well. Now that the Scourge Runners are back, and they are now free to focus down the enemy Rev Crystal or whatever monsters that they deem a big threat. Witch Elves are an excellent damage dealer, even without the Witch Brew. Even against monster, and well, not against armored monsters. So they're still being broken off, but they have fought a little longer, long enough to just tie down the Crossgores in the fight, allowing the Coens to charge in, surround the Kai, and also the Dark Shards, Scourge Runners to keep shooting at the back there. On the far side, Coen Knights still just bogged down by the Red Crested, taking a lot of damage in the process. But they have earned back their value by just charging enemy large targets like Feral Coens and now surrounding, beating up the Solar Engine as well. And the Kai plus the Rev Crystal will be finished off by the enemy firepower. A rather quick battle this time. And I'm not sure what the High Beastmaster did actually. I need to go and jump back in and just check it out again. But yeah, overall, seems like the Witch Elves shredded through those skink front line, and the Coen Knights get a good trade all over the board against the Feral ones, against the Reproductile Riders, against the enemy Croxagores as well. So the Croxagores didn't get a whole lot of damage done, while the Bastillazon and the Rev Crystal being shot by some of the Dark Shards there and being dragged into melee by the Coens. So not a whole lot of damage from their side as well. Repair Projectiles, a bit of a mistake, trying to use them to chase down the Scourge Runners when there are some Coen Knights nearby to shut them down, to just intercept them. I would say probably a better use of this build is just to send in those Ripper Dactyls to rear charge the Witch Elves and try to break them earlier. No, I'm not too sure here. I don't think this is a great Lizardmen build against Dark Elves, I don't think. Just because Dark Elves have a lot of armor-piercing firepower. And I probably wouldn't bring too many slow monstrous units against them as a result. Especially they can cut you down with Scourge Runners and repeater crossbows, right? So that is a little bit rough. Let me just quickly jump back in to see what was up with the High Beastmaster. Just to quickly speedrun that while we wait for the semifinals, I guess. I'm not sure what's happening there. But yeah, let me quickly check. What was the High Beastmaster up to? Okay, so the Scourge Runners move over to the flank and start chipping away at the Ripper Projectiles and Colossodon Hunters. And the Coen Knights just move over and shadow their movement, making sure they don't get close. Oh yeah, just moving those Ripper Projectiles around was a mistake here. I feel like they definitely should have just jumped into the front line and maybe recharge the Witch Elves, break them earlier so that the Red Crested can start pushing the enemy back line. Because right now they're just running around the battlefield getting shot up, and then as soon as they drop down, they just charged by the Coen Knights and slaughtered in combat. Especially when the High Beastmaster is there to debuff them with the Tormentor Sword, reducing melee attack and stopping them from moving. Alright, that is it. And yeah, let's see if we have any multiplayer battles to join in, actually. There's a lot of game right now. Everyone's having a nice holiday, I assume then. Okay, I don't think the players are setting up a spectator slot. I'll see if they are gonna set one up at some point. Otherwise, we will just cast those semifinals and replace them. Simple. But yeah, that was a quick. Oh. Okay, somebody has replied. Hopefully, we can get a spectator slot. I do prefer some to get some live action, live gameplay going. That would be fun. Alright, looks like we have a spectator slot. Yep, alright, looks like we are in, and we have Tinge versus Dark Elves here. It's Tinge from Pasha versus Devils, Dark Elves. Yep. Sorry, I'm just gonna quickly reply to the Discord chat and sort out some of the tournament stuff. So then we might have a little bit of silence right now. Alright, that should be done. Alright, now we wait for the players to get ready. On the left, I think, well, I'm actually not sure which side. Yeah, on the left we have Pasha. On the right we have Devil. And looks like both players are ready, and we will jump right in. Unblock the screen, and yep, we're good. Now, Tinge is going with a Sorcerer Lord of Tinge, with Metal Magic, with 2 Marauders, 2 Dangors, 2 Zandagors, and 3 Marauder Horsemen of Tinge. And what else? I think I saw a Soul Grinder there. So, Tinge is definitely packing some long-range firepower. And the rest, I'm just gonna wait for them to load in, and we shall see. Do both semis get live casted? No, only one, Devil. As for the reason, I basically wrote a bit of stuff on Discord, so you can check it later. Hey, see, I need notice to replay with Changebringers versus RR Skull Cannon. I don't know who to root for. Obviously, it's the Changebringers. They are not a broken, like, they are not an overpowered presence. Like, they can't, I mean, they can carry the games on their backs, but they are also like a high risk, high reward unit. So they don't, like, how do I put it? Like, they don't break the balance like the Hellforged Bellows. Like, you don't see Changebringers every game. So obviously, Changebringers, in terms of just power scale. Yeah. I mean, that's my 2 cents anyways. You don't have to support my perspective. But yeah, anyways, now for the rest of the Tinge army build, Chaos Furies and Screamers, the Shrieking Skyrays, and Xanagors, Soul Grinder of Tinge, and yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, a couple of Furies and The Chaos Sorcerer of Lord of Siege coming in with Plague of Rust and Final Transmutation. I'm not sure what... oh, the Plague of Rust plus the Javelins would be a nice combo after all. Now for the Dark Elves, a front line of Bleak Swords and a second line of Black Corsairs and a third line of Dark Shards with their armor-piercing firepower. They also have shields, which helps mitigate some of the siege firepower. And Crows of Cain for some self-healing mobility, giving a little bit more survivability. And Koan Knights, which is their only relatively cost-efficient cavalry, outside of the cheap chaff of Dark Riders. So yeah, that is it for army builds. Now let's get the battle going. Oh, there's also a Hydra in the mix. Yeah, I have the army blocker off. That's all good. Now we wait for the players to clash. What is happening to this Bleak Sword? There's one lone Bleak Sword be like, hey, follow me, brothers. We're going in. Running right ahead of their the rest of the unit. Anyways, Javelins are moving in and spotting those Koan Knights in the tree line. Koan Knights immediately launches into a charge, and oh, that hurts a bit. The Murder Horseman didn't really react in time and just getting absolutely obliterated on the charge. Even with the Siege Barrier, the Protoss Shield, it's not going to help them at all. Losing one of their skirmish calf immediately right out of the bat, which is a pretty sad loss, honestly. Screamers needs to move over maybe to pin them down, but yeah, Screamers are now standing in front of the enemy Dark Shards and taking a bunch of unnecessary damage. At least they have their barriers to block those damage, I guess. While the Black Corsairs have been taking some shots from the Soul Grinder, perhaps, I believe. Oh no, the Shrieking Skies Race dropped their ability on there. Anyways, the Soul Grinder will be dropping in some shots as well. Ooh, is that a Final Transmutation? For these, yeah, Soul Stealer onto these siege troops here, draining away the health of a bunch of, hitting a lot of things. No, only a couple Marauders and the Soul Grinder actually. Didn't really hit the Screamer, but a massive Final Transmutation. Here it goes, draining away the health of Marathi, everything around the Koan Knights, the Bleak Swords, and the Crows of Cain as well. Furies diving into the backline, shutting down the Dark Shards, and the Black Corsairs are going back to help them out and try to screen off those Furies, but Furies still sticking on to the Dark Shards there, trying to just shut down those armor-piercing firepower once and for all, so that the Marauder Skirmishers don't really have to worry about the enemy counterfire anymore. Javelins are now being thrown into the backs of all these Dark Elf troops, in the backs of Bleak Swords, and onto the Koan Knights, with the Warp Flame reducing part of their armor as well. Chaos Spawn has been summoned into the fray, and Sandigors are also charging into the mix here. But the Screamers have been dealt with. They have faded back into the Warp, and seems like things are stabilizing on the Dark Elves side, slowly grinding through the enemy Marauders and Demons. On the far side there, though, one of the Dark Shards are finally routed. The others are also being hounded by some Chaos Furies of Siege. So the Dark Elf firepower probably is no more, but they do have a mean-looking War Hydra coming in. Oh no, it looks like there's a little bit of a connection issue, perhaps. I hope that's nothing major. Otherwise, we'll have to cast the finals with in replace, perhaps. Anyways, either ways, the Bleak Sword looks like it's stabilizing. Looks like stabilizing Bleak Swords, and the Koan Knight seems to be victorious in this fight eventually. As there are just too many Dark Elf bodies for the Siege side to deal with. They're not great at these kind of straight up melee fight. They rely a lot on their missiles and their magic to do the damage here. And now the Final Transmutation. Oh, that's what happened. So I was wondering why the Final Transmutation didn't do a lot of damage, and that's because I feel like the Siege player was quite impatient in that sense. They were just dropping in regular cast of Final Transmutation. You want that overcast. You really want that overcast because it is the more efficient way to do Final Transmutation damage, if I remember correctly. Because the regular Final Transmutation doesn't do a whole lot, and yeah, just not doing a whole lot of damage. I mean, still getting enough value for 1,300 gold worth of damage value. Ooh, a Doom Bolt from Marathi, chipping away health of the Wand of Caridon. Chipping away the health of these Siege troops, and seems like Siege is running out of steam in these straight up melee brawls. the Dangors and the Marauders are slowly losing to all these juiced up Black Eye Corsairs, Big Swords, and of course the War Hydra slamming in as well. Even the Soul Grinder here, spending most of his time in melee fights, he was not able to use most of his ammo and just kind of wasted in the melee fight here. Like, yeah, just kind of being dragged down by the sheer numbers of Dark Elf troops nearby, and he can't get out alive. Zandagor's getting some meh value overall. There are two of them. Where's the other one? Didn't really pay attention to the other one, but either ways, the Soul Grinder is gonna go down as it is running out of leadership, and yeah, it seems quite unfortunate that the team troops getting some really nice blobbing going on for those final chance mutation punishment, unfortunately just not quite able to capitalize on them, especially with the Soul Grinder there. I think like Soul Grinder of Siege is just not meta anymore. It's just not a great unit anymore. It doesn't have the kind of devastation it used to be capable of with all that missile damage. And now it's yeah, and it's also very mediocre in melee combat. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it. It is just down to the couple units of Marauder Horsemen getting dragged down in melee, being hunted down, and there's no way they can the Siege army can finish off a War Hydra on their own. Now that the Soul Grinder is gone. Yeah. I feel like where was the other? What happened to the second unit of Senegals? I remember one Senegal just charged in on, like, into the infantry here, trying to help the fight against the Court Knights and against Marafli and all, but yeah. The other, I'm not quite sure. Probably... Anyways, that is gonna be it here. I don't think the Siege army can bring this one back with only Marauder Horsemen. And the Dark Elves are having full control of the Conquest victory point. I guess the Marauder Horsemen can still try to kite a bit, but they are running out of ammo. Being hunted down by these ones who are still charging and getting on those charging. I think the charging leadership. Nope, not yet, not yet. Yeah, never mind. Honestly, like, these Marauder Horsemen will run out of ammo. These ones still have a lot of ammo left and still can try to kite a bit, but yeah, that's not enough ammo to shoot down all these infantry, especially a lot of them has shields or armor. Yeah. And even without shields and armor, there's still a lot of HP to go through too. Ooh, Melkov's Mystifying Miasma just to finish off some of these Marauder mobility in the end. Especially now that their shields are low due to their low HP. They're more vulnerable to this kind of spell damage as well. Can't block as much spell damage as before, and then Marafli dives in, kills a few models here and there. And there's still another 6 seconds on the Melkovs to drain them down. What else? Yep. There goes the Marauder Horseman, and it is down to the Kill Sorcerer Lord of Metal to keep that balance of power high. Breath attack from the War Hydra to chip away more health from these Marauder Horsemen there. But yeah, Marafli is just gonna hunt down the rest of the remnants of the Siege army. The rest of the Dark Elf army doesn't really have the speed to catch up with all these mobile elements, but Marafli does. So she'll be doing that. I don't know what the Sorcerer Lord of Siege can do at this point either. Final Chance Mutation, I guess, but it's not even an overcast version though. Oh, this is an upgraded version. This should have been done at the beginning of battle. I know you probably don't have the Winds of Magic, but probably could have waited a few more seconds to cast it. I feel like... Oh, it is doing a whole lot of damage to Marafli though. That's for sure. Might even be able to kill off Marafli too. Oh, and a Doom Bolt. Not Doom Bolt, but a Bolt of Change. Man, that's a lot of damage on the Marathi. That is almost just straight up snipe Marathi. Still having 144 damage left. Nah, one more hit from the Sorcerer Lord. That Marathi is dead. But yeah, I don't see how we finish off the War Hydra though with all the damage. Like, we've seen 2 Final Transmutation regular version and 1 upgraded version of Final Transmutation. You gotta be out of magic for Final Transmutations, right? Yeah, that probably is it. Unless, oh, no. You only cast like 4 spells, so there's not, okay, I guess that's another spell, Flake of Rust, to lower the enemy armor. And if you can cast more or and get a 3rd tier siege army ability, maybe there's still a hope, but I don't think that you can, you got Arcane Surge, so getting some more magic and whatnot, but War Hydra comes in, takes a bite out of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, and that shall be GG. Alright, let me just quickly save this battle. Siege versus Dark Elves. And that is a resounding Dark Elf victory here with the War Hydra unchallenged throughout the entire battle. Marathi though, very unfortunate. That was a quick snipe with Final Transmutation and a Bolt of Change. And some good melee hits from the Sorcerer Lord. 2,600 gold worth of damage valid. Damn, that's a lot of damage, but yeah. Definitely should have saved up more magic in the beginning to punish those blobbing of the Dark Elves, but alas, unfortunately this is not the case here, and they lost the frontline fight and was not quite able to just kite down the enemy, especially the Soul Grinder pathetic performance. They can't really fight the War Hydra in melee, and the ammo, most of it wasn't actually used against the enemy and wasted a lot of the damage potential. So what happened to the 2 Zandigos? Let me just quickly look. Now I think these semifinals and finals are best of 1, so we don't actually have another game until we have a finals out. Yeah, we are just gonna have to wait for the finalists to be all decided. Oh, the other semifinalists are done as well. Congratulations to Devil for for joining the finals, by the way. Just gonna quickly check out the Senegals and see what happened to both of them, and then we'll be joining. Yeah, one of them charged into the front line, but honestly, they probably should have went for the back line. Because, yeah, you really want... Like, this blob, you can't really do much with... maybe a rear charge would have been better than a side charge. It's hard to tell. Oh, these Senegals were forgotten in the back and got charged by Cohen Knights and just got hunted down. Oh, okay, that... Or they mutually charge each other. Either way, these Senegals just lost in the fight. And, yeah, that was unfortunate. And this blob wasn't punished by an overcast, Final Transmutation, and instead being punished by 2 casts of regular Final Transmutation, which I don't think is the ideal use of the spell. Okay, so 2 uses of the spells, duration 8 seconds, 16 seconds. Okay, you're basically spending 9 more Winds of Magic. You're paying 50% more of the Winds of Magic for double the spell damage if you overcast a Final Transmutation. It is definitely worth just saving up that 9 more Winds of Magic and just drop a freaking overcast version of Final Transmutation than trying to use 2 Final Transmutation unupgraded. Yeah, I think that was a great mistake, not saving up a bit more Winds of Magic for an upgraded Final Transmutation. It is not a great use of Winds of Magic if you just use a regular cast. Yeah, you get 16 seconds of duration for overcast, and you only get 8 for a regular cast. 17 for regular cast for 8 seconds, and 26 Winds of Magic for 16 seconds. You're paying 50% more Winds of Magic for double the duration. And that is definitely a worthy wait, I would say. So yeah, there's that. Always overcast your final transmutations. Unless you really want that extra little bit of damage. But that's a rare... I don't think that's a common occurrence. Right, cool. We go to this room here, and then we pull up the screen blocker. There we go. Alright, finals here. We have Devil versus Kobe, the Dark Elves versus... Dark Elves versus Dark Elves. Really? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Alright. It's a surprise throwback to the early days of Warhammer 3 when Dark Elves was all the rage. It was the actual meta, it was the S tier faction. God damn it. Like, come on, man. It is such a throwback when Dark Elves was like the meta faction. I mean, they're still strong, don't get me wrong. It's just, I mean, they're still decent, not like, but they're just not as strong as before. Sorry, just getting a bit of a drink there. Now we are Dark Elves versus Dark Elves. High Beast Masters with 5 freaking Witch Elves and 4 Cohen Riders and 3 more Scourge Runner Chariots. Rather simplistic army structure here. Melee rush front line, mobility support, and skirmishing. And then we also have a Lore of Beast Sorceress. High Beast Master is just here for the Tormented Sword. Dark Elves, on the other hand, the Red Dark Elves of Malekith. Then my army might be illegal. Let me just quickly check which elves. Let me just quickly check the fruit rules there. Dark elves. Yep. Too many witch elves. Wait, hold on. No, you can bring 5 witch elves actually. That's fine. There might be 1 too many chariots on the battlefield though. 3 regular chariots and 1 Lord chariot. Let me just quickly check. Okay. Devil, if you're listening to my casting in the background, quickly message your opponent and see if they're fine with it. With your 4 chariot units. Normally, like, people don't really care. Especially like it's a lord on chariot. Like, come on. Come on. He's not gonna do anything. He's not gonna do anything major here. I personally think it's fine for a new player tournament. Like, it's nothing serious, nothing high at stake is on the line. Like, it's just a high beast master, man. He can't even fight for his own life if he's caught in melee. Like, it should be fine in my opinion. But let's see if Kobe is like, I just basically told Devil to message their opponent and see if they're okay with it. But otherwise, let me just quickly message their opponent as well, just to make sure everything's all right. Cool. Looks like the players are fine with it, so we should be able to proceed. Alright, cool. Oh man, what is this fog filter? Anyway, on the Dark Elves versus Dark Elf, Dark Elf versus Dark Elf violence here, the red Dark Elves here, led by Malekith himself, a front line of Bleak Sword, second line of Dark Shards flanked by some Dread Spears, one of them the Halabron Knight, and 2 more Koan Knights. In the forest, deep hidden are some Dark Riders, ready to lay an ambush onto enemy backline, that is if there's any backline at all. And then there are some more repeater crossbows and Dark Riders with shields, Koan Knights just hiding in the other side of the forest as well. So yeah, that is pretty much it for the army builds here. We shall... Oh, Sorceress of Peace coming in with Flock of Doom and Flock of Doom only. Malekith is with Soul Stealer and the Gaze of Malice bound thing. Yeah. That is going to be everything, and we shall wait for the players to proceed. Alright. Looks like both armies are almost done. We can see that Devil is laying out his army with the Koan Knights on the flanks, a front line of Witch Elves, and a second line of Scourge Runners that will soon move up to start skirmishing. But yeah, overall, just really relying on these Witch Elves to crump enemies in melee and yeah, just run them down. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake on the micro there. Witch Elves, I assume they just select all the Witch Elves in front line and move them with the left click. But the problem is that they kind of just walk around. They have to walk around impossible terrain, right? So these Witch Elves are a little bit out of position. Also, auto fire has... Ooh, Witch Elves didn't actually get a charge order because they're just moving up. Oh, big mistake here. The Witch Elves did not get their charge. And they're just getting charged, instead taking a ton of damage. And because they still have their movement order, they are trying to move towards their destination instead of fighting their opponent. They have turned on their Witch Brew, but it's too late. They have taken too much damage and are immediately broken apart. These Witch Elves are able to get onto the Dread Spears, but 2 units of Witch Elves getting no damage done at all. That was pain. That was a painful loss for the blue Dark Elves. And yeah, that's why you don't want to forget about your units when you micro. That was a pretty big mistake that might cost Devil the game, as his front line is in a disarray. Enemy Koan Knights are breaching through the middle and are now threatening the Scourge Runner chariots and also the sorcerers as well. Over here, the Witch Elves managed to cut down a bunch of spears, and Koan Knights are flooding in to support and maybe pin down Malekith in the vicinity as well. Witch Elves over here trading into the Bleak Sword should be able to get some good damage, especially when they're buffed up by Murderous Mastery, which is their special Murderous Prowess effect. Over here, though, Koan Knights fight duking it out against Koan Knights, but there are some red repeater crossbows firing in, chipping away the health of these blue Koan Knights, and also these Witch Elves, blue Koan Knights, taking some armor-piercing firepower damage as well. Because the Witch Elves fail to breach the enemy front line, these Dark Shards are able to just turn around and fire into the fray, shredding through the HP of these blue Koan Knights and well, mostly just blue Koan Knights. Now at the back here, the pursuing Bleak Swords and Koan Knights are being dealt with by the enemy skirmishers, and there are still some surviving Witch Elves here from the left flank, which I thought that was a messed up micro there, walking around the impossible terrain, but because they kind of just walked around and instead of walking into enemy troops, they actually survived, and now getting onto the Witch Elves, slicing through those fragile enemy missiles, and also the Chariot High Beastmaster using his mobility and anti-infantry advantage here, just running down some of these enemy missile troops. Seems like the blue Dark Elves managed to recover from their mistake earlier and are now clawing back, getting those Koan Knights on their left flank, and now starting to throwing them into the battle. They are surrounding Malekith there and starting to do some really nice damage. Dark Riders with repeater crossbows are shooting and scooting. The problem is that they do not have 360 shooting, so they when they're moving, they can't shoot. Like when they're retreating, they can't shoot because they have their backs turned and doesn't really and aren't staring at their opponents from the right direction. Malekith is now surrounded by Cohen Knights. They have their own Cohen Knights to reinforce, but the Scourge Runners are just there to keep picking off Malekith's health with their anti-large bonuses. Now, 2 units of Cohen Knights on the blue side is dead. Well, actually, most of the 3... Yeah, 1 unit is completely dead, 2 are almost dead, and one is also taking some significant damage, but Malekith is also dropping extremely low in health, and the Scourge Runners are definitely taking a toll on Malekith's health. And there's nothing really for Malekith to counteract those Scourge Runners now that all his Cohen Knights are pretty much gone. He only had 2 units of Cohen Knights, remember, while the other side, the blue Dark Elves here from Devil has 4. And just by sheer weight of numbers, the blue Dark Elves are able to just win this mobility fight with their 4 Cohen Knights. And the Dark Riders with repeater crossbows and the more expensive Malekith, unfortunately just not quite able to handle the melee fight here. The Dark Shards also not being able to use up their shooting prowess, and yeah, that is gonna be GG for Malekith as he gets slowly picked apart by the triple Scourge Runner chariots. Seems like the Cheese Runner chariots are back, baby. Cheese Runner chariots are back. And yeah, there goes Malekith, and now I think it's gonna be army losses. Yeah, the Dark Riders here getting partially caught by Malekith as well. GG to both players, and congratulations to Devil for the win in this new player Conquest tournament. And we shall be moving into the live casting section soon, but before that, a big shout out to Big JP for once again inviting me to host this tournament. And if you like Total War Warhammer and multiplayer, be sure to hit the subscribe button and hit the like button on the video as well. Every little bit of engagement with the video really helps with the algorithm and the promotion of the channel. Would really appreciate it if you can just hit the like button and subscribe. Yeah, but yeah, anyways, with the self-promotion done, let's check the army performances here. The Witch Elves, most of them just kind of died because they just walked into the enemy instead of charging them and activating Witch Brew. But this Witch Elf here managed to survive and just slice and dicing through so many units, especially surviving long enough to jump onto the enemy Dark Shards and cut them down. Because if the Dark Shards survived, they could have done a lot more damage to those still surviving Cohen Knights, which is what happened. Like, their crossfire, the Dark Shards crossfire was what happened to the right flank Cohen Knights, and that's how they died so fast. But the left flank Cohen Knights didn't have to suffer through that because they just kind of swung in from a different direction, and was not subject to the first volleys of the Dark Shot fire, and they managed to just keep dragging down Malekith and his supporting Cohen Knights. And yeah, just really good damage, especially with the Lore of Beast Flock of Doom is also a very cost-efficient direct damage spell, draining down the health of the enemy targets. And then the Scourge Run Chariots, once they get secured at the back line, they manage to slowly but surely chip away the health of Malekith from afar instead of fighting him in melee where he can punch back. And oh, actually they have 3 units of Cohen Knights, but that's what happened. Yeah, right. So basically, 1 or 2 units of Cohen Knights try to like bog down the enemy. I think there was 1 Cohen Knights try to hold on the left flank, and then some more try to breach. Because they breached through the Witch Elves in the front line, they managed to just punch through and try to go after the Scourge Runners, but then that is when the Cohen Knights on the left flank of the blue Dark Elves responded and countercharged them and eliminate those Dark Elf mobility, those red Dark Elf mobility. Yeah, probably shouldn't have used the Cohen Knights to go after Scourge Runners because Cohen Knights are relatively slow as a cavalry. You want to use Dark Riders. 1, Dark Riders are faster. 2, they're cheaper. So whatever shots from the Scourge Runner chariots firing at the Dark Riders, it would cost you less after you take the hit. So yeah. Let me just quickly I think that is the end of this best of 1 finals. So GG to both players and congratulations to Devil for the win. Very strong use of the, very nice use of the Scourge Runner Chariots. And yeah, I'm actually gonna jump back into the replay of the finals there, just to have a quick check of what happened to those Koan Knights. Yeah, one thing I gotta admit, one thing I wouldn't say I am doing a really good job is just to picking up all the details of the battle. Like sometimes my vision just kind of focus and narrows down to a certain part of the battle, and yeah, no worries, man. Like the illegal army isn't that much of an issue. High Beast Master isn't exactly a powerful Broken Lord anyway, so like I wish the High Beast Master has a horse mount. It would have been way better for the character, honestly. But yeah, Core Knights just comes in and push back the other enemy's Core Knights. Because of the Bleak Swords pushing through, they are able to get one Core Knight into the back there to go after the Scourge Runners, I believe. Yeah, and the double Core Knights over here should be able to crush the Core Knights, and the Dark Riders are definitely crushed. And the Core Knights here are oh wait, they're trying to fight this. What are they trying to go after? I'm not sure what kind of attacking order they got, but they are not pushing after the Scourge Runner Chariot, which is why they dilly-dally for too long there. They need to go after the Scourge Runner Chariots, but instead, because they're just running in front of the Scourge Runners, they're slowly picked apart. That was not great. And Malekith probably could have hold on in the back there with all the dark shots and right, the Core Knights spent too much time chasing down the routed Witch Elves, and that was just a waste of their time and DPS, especially now that the Murderous Prowess has been active and giving them the damage boost. They're not doing any damage here. They're just chasing some routed Witch Elves and are being forgotten in the background. Over here, though, the Core Knights over here are just getting picked apart by the triple Scourge Runners. That was a big mistake, I suppose. And yeah. These Core Knights finally arrive, driving back the Witch Elves and enemy Core Knights as well. But there's a fresh Core Knights here emerging from the tree line on the other side and wrecking one of the Core Knights. And there's another fresh Core Knights coming back. So there's a lot of Core Knights on the blue side. Or to the green side, now that we're looking at the green color. And Malekith's forces just don't have the resources to deal with all four of them in the end. Especially when one of them has been thrown away to dance around in front of the Scourge Runner Chariots and getting shot to pieces. That was quite unfortunate there for the red Koan Knights. Alright, that is the end of this battle. And let's pick up the final semifinals then. Yeah, we do have a semifinals. I don't think I downloaded that yet, so I'm just gonna drop that in, and let's check out the semifinals, and then we'll go into the rest of the replays, which is like what, 20 games. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, boy, oh boy. Yeah, not 20, but like 12, I guess. Yeah, that's for a, yeah, that's 12 games. Yeah, 12 games. Either ways, let's jump in on. Oh. Do we miss any replays actually? Let me just quickly check. We might have missed some of the replay submission. That's round 4. Oh, okay, that's round 4. Dark Elf versus Nurgle. So yeah, let me quickly pick up another one that I totally missed out earlier. And what else? Another one. I don't know if I have enough time to cast all of them. I'll try to cast as many as possible. Hopefully I can cast all of them, but yeah, we shall see. We shall see. Alright, that should be all of them. Let's just hop right in on the semifinals. The other semifinals, Malice Darkblade versus Wood Elves here. Kobe going with a line of Bleak Swords. A very similar build, actually. Just cut out one of the Dark Rider's repeater crossbows and replace it with a Reaper Bolt Thrower. For Bleak Swords, 2 Dark Shards, 2 Dread Spears, one of them the Hellebron Knight, 2 Dark Riders with shields, 3 Koan Knights, and 1 repeater crossbow to Dark Riders and 1 Reaper Bolt Thrower. Immediately, arrows of Kernus from the Wood Elves here, as they did field a Glade. Oh, I forgot the characters here. Malice Darkblade with his caster support of Sorceress of Shadows, Melkoffs, and Pit of Shades. On the other side for the Wood Elves, immediately shooting an arrows of Kernus onto the enemy artillery there. It's the Glade Lord providing some long range firepower. The Glade Lady actually, with Prayer of Anathema also to lock down enemy targets. Eternal God with a bunch of Dryads and some Swift Shiver Shards. Glade Gods with Starfire Shafts. Hawkeyes of Drakira packing some serious firepower. I don't like the Hawkeyes of Drakira though. I feel like this is too elite of a Dark Elf build against too elite of a Wood Elf build against the Dark Elves. I think my ideal build against the Dark Elves is just a line of 4 Dryads, 4 Eternal Gods, and then 4 more units of Glade Gods with Starfire Shafts or Starfire Shafts and Hackbane Tips, and then 4 more units of Glade Riders. Basically just trying to spam as many models as possible to overwhelm the Dark Elves in sheer numbers and just firepower. But either ways, we have some Glade Riders, Hunters of Kernus, Wild Hunters of Kernus, yeah. And more Wild Riders with shields just scattered all over the battlefield. And yeah, they might be able to delete Dark Riders on their charge. The problem is that they don't have a lot of armor piercing and will struggle against Koa Knights, especially if they don't get a charge. While Dryads in the front line are being shredded by Dark Shards with Dark Shards firepower, the Eternal Gods did manage to beat the Bleak Swords though. And the Dryads are trading well into the Bleak Swords as well, as long as they're not being shot too hard. And the Deep Scouts are struggling to do damage to the Dark Shards with shields. And Glade Lord Breath Attack onto the Hellebrand Knight. I would say that was probably not the best target. Anyways, Wild Riders and Glade Riders managed to beat back some Dark Riders, but here comes the Koa Knight, and the Dryads are still struggling to push through the enemy front line, as they're taking a lot of damage from the Dark Shot firepower. Malice Darkblade taking a lot of damage in the process though. I assume that's partly because of the Hawkeyes of Drakira, maybe. He took a lot of damage here. What? Yeah, it's probably the Wood Elf firepower chipping their health away. Now the Hawkeyes of Drakira and Glade Gods are just deleting some big souls to approach, while over here Koa Knights being countercharged by Wild Hunters of Kernus and Wild Riders. They have been deleted, but there's a second unit of Koa Knights incoming and a Melkoffs draining their health away. Malice himself is also coming in to reinforce, while at the same time Eternal Gods and Dryads are driving back those Dark Shards and enemy infantry. With Malice in the fight and a fresh unit of Koa Knights joining the fight, the Dark Elves are quickly turning this fight around against the Wood Elves, as the Wild Hunters of Kernus are quickly being annihilated. More Dark Riders coming in, and Dress Spears as well. These Wild Riders are essentially boxed in, unable to retreat, and will be fighting to their death. And yeah, nice Prayer of Anathema locking down the Dark Riders with repeater crossbows, and now the Evil Scouts are able to just focus fire them down. Though I don't think that's a major threat here. Major threat really is Malice Darkblade, though the Hawkeyes of Drakira are trying to fire in and whittle down his health, but he's healing for now, and he's not gonna immediately turn at all. He's not gonna go through his transformation. Wood Elves are in a better position in terms of balance of power, but the problem is that I don't see any melee troops to protect their missiles. Yeah, a lot of their balance of power rests upon these missile troops, but the problem is that they've got nothing to protect them, especially with the Wild Riders over here have been deleted from existence, so no more mobility to counteract the enemy Colt on Cavalry or Dark Riders. And yeah, another Arrows of Kernus here. Unfortunately, not quite hitting the final Reaper Bolt Thrower model, so it will survive and just keep shooting. Not that it's a major concern right now. Again, the major concern are all the melee troops here. The Dark Riders still fighting, and Koa Knights as well. One of them extremely healthy. Yeah, almost at full health. And there's nothing from the Wood Elves to stop them. Except if there are any Prayer of Anathema, then I guess that will help. But yeah, Bleak Swords are coming in. They're tattered, but still fighting. Dread Spears coming in. And these Glade Riders with Spears had no choice but to go and charge those Koa Knights and get obliterated just to buy a few more seconds for these Glade Guards with Starfire Shafts and Swift Shiver Shards to fire a bit more. But the Koan Knights are still very much healthy. Hawkeyes of Drakira are moving in, trying to shoot at Malice Darkblade. He is low in health, but the Hawkeyes of Drakira are also low in ammo. They earn back quite a lot of value, but I don't know how they can kill Zarkan in the end, though. It's all down, like, Wood Elves are all down to missile troops. And the balance of fire is slowly shifting back to the middle as the Wood Elves are running out of ammo. Now, Malice has been locked down with Prey of Anathema, but there's nothing to capitalize on this loss of mobility. Those Hawkeyes of Drakira really need to fire a volley onto Malice here. And maybe just nuke him down, and maybe perhaps if the Glade Lord can come in with a charge and rout off Malice before he transforms into Zargan, there might be a chance for the Wood Elves to win. But right now, there's no one really dealing with Malice right now. And the Hawkeyes of Drakira down to their final volley. Yeah, I think that might be GG for the Wood Elves, as they really don't... Oh, also the Hawkeyes of Drakira had their fire at will on, so they're just firing at whatever units they find convenient, and not maximizing their damage value. So they managed to earn back their value, which is quite impressive, but yeah, that's what you expect for a Hawkeyes of Drakira who expanded all their ammo. The problem is that there's no good way for Wood Elves to kill Zarkan at this point. Yeah, they have lost all their items. I mean, they have lost all their tools to snipe single entities. And there's no way a Glade Lady herself can duel Zarkan to death. Like, she's struggling to duel even Malice. Yeah, that is going to be GG. Which is quite a painful one for the Wood Elves. They had a strong start here, but losing those Wild Hunters of Kurnoss and Wild Riders being boxed in by all those Koan Knights, getting some solid value, killing those expensive Wild Rider cavalry. And then Dresspears, Dark Riders piling in, sniping out those Wild Riders. And then these Hawkeyes of Drakira and Debo Scouts, despite being allowed to fire most of the battle, just not quite able to do that. Just not quite able to carry the game, as the rest of the Wood Elf army here not quite able to carry their own weight. Which is why I personally would just spam 20 units if I can, for Eternal Guards, for Dryad, 4 more units of Glade Riders. Oh, I will still have some. I'll probably still have some. Okay. I think what I would bring... this is a pretty old Wood Elf build. Like, I think that's multiple patches ago. Oh, very nice damage from the Glade Lord as well. But yeah. It's just that there's not enough tools to deal with all these Dark Elf melee troops. After losing the few units of Dryads and Eternal Gods. All the Wood Elf melee are gone, and there's nothing left to protect the missiles. And there's nothing to kill, snipe Malice and Zarkan. I think my build, personally, would be... Oh, I forgot to check the Dark Elf damage value, but... Honestly, I don't think... well, we checked the Dark Elves, Koan Knights. I think that is enough. They basically carried the game. I think, personally, my build against Dark Elves would be... 1, 2, 3, 4... Maybe, actually, you know... 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4... Another 1, 2, 3, 4... Actually, start... Maybe do that, and then Glade Lord. Elven Steed, Arrows of Kurnoss, Prey of Anathema. We still have some funds left, so maybe... Oh, wait, we need a caster. That. Personally, I think you definitely need Malkovs against the Dark Elves. Just because you need that to deal with the enemy Koan Cavalry. Otherwise, you don't have any good units to deal with them. What else can we bring? I'll probably do this even. My god. Just getting a full 20 stack. Fuck it. I guess we can use one less. You have a lot. Yeah, like you have a ton of firepower. You have just crossfire and shoot down the enemy Koan Knights. You can send in those Eternal Gods to body block and Glade Gods as well. And you can probably just wear down Zarkan by throwing enough bodies at him. I think. But yeah, this doesn't have a lot of dueling power. But if you can get a lucky catch on Zarkan or Malice, and pin him down with the arrows of Prey of Anathema and just load him up with Starfire Shafts, you can delete him straight up. But otherwise, you can just pin down stuff like Koan Knights and stuff. Yeah. And you still have enough firepower to overload the enemy. Yeah, to overload the enemy. Yeah, to overload the enemy dark shards. But yeah, that is gonna be it for this game here. We'll be moving into the replay casting section shortly, but before that, I'm just gonna take a couple minutes break, and then I'll be back. And I just need to grab some water, refill my water bottle, and yeah, I'll be back in a second. Alright, we're back, and now let's move on to the replay section. We have like 13 of them to go through, so let's be quick. Next up, we have Changebringers versus Hellforge Bellowers. Let's see what happens here. It seems like a pretty strong Khorne army for sure. 4 units of Marauders, 2 more units of Khorne Gores, and 1 Chosen of Khorne. I wouldn't say that's a pick I would bring into Siege, but let's see how they perform. 2 units of Blood Beasts and 2 Khorne Bulls, 1 Hellforge Bellowers, Valkia leading the army. On the Siege side of Pasha, 1 unit of Pasha versus Reaver 314. Pasha going for a Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Yeah, Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal, Final Transmutation, Plague of Rust, and the Sword of Change to get those Chaos Spawn summon. 4 units of Marauder Horsemen, going with a bit of kiting action, 2 Changebringers, and 2 Furies in the skies. On the ground there, Marauders of Siege, and wait, what? Hellforge Bellowers already taking damage? What the fuck? Wait, what? What? Oh, wait, what? Hold on a second. How is it taking damage? Oh, there's a Soul Grinder. That makes sense. Yeah, forgot to look at that one. Yeah. You gotta fight artillery with artillery. Soul Grinder picking off that Hellforge Bellowers, and he's doing a really good job at it too. Just getting that pinpoint tracking, precision, and on the far side, because the Khorne army didn't bring any Furies on their side, they are getting kited down by the Changebringers with nothing they can do against them. Oh, Skull Cannon also... No, he didn't. There's no blue fire here, mate. There's no blue fire. There's no blue fire. It's unless there's a second caster I can't see. But yeah, anyways. Changebringers are just burning down those Minotaurs, and the Minotaurs can't do crap against them. I guess the only thing you can do really is just hide them in the trees and hope that the trees are blocking some of the fire. But standing out in the open are just gonna, yeah, it's just gonna delete them from existence. That was quite unfortunate for Khorne here, not bringing any Furies to go against Siege. I would personally I would bring 4 Furies against Siege, because even if you don't have Changebringers, you still have you still have to worry about Screamers and enemy Furies. So yeah. And also Screamers are also great at, you can also use them to just chase after Murder Horsemen, so that also helps. But either ways, seems like Khorne is breaking through the infantry, but the infantry is definitely not the main concern here. It's these Changebringers, which once again Khorne doesn't have any solution to deal with. The Blood Beast and Khorne infantry are mowing through the enemy lines, but yeah, the Changebringers just gonna carry this one. I'm afraid. If anything, these Changebringers are giving Khorne a chance by shooting at these tattered Minotaurs, who are no longer a threat. But yeah, these Changebringers over here still having half ammo is just burning down. Now you have Minotaurs, and I think they can even save up some ammo. Back in the bed, not a very good showing for me. Oh, you're Reaver 314. Oh well, I think it's just an unfortunate army build. But yeah, as you play more, you're more familiar with the matchups. You are more familiar with what tools you need to bring, what tools you're expecting your opponents to bring, and you get a better army build. Like, I think this Khorne army, no offense to you or anything, I think this Khorne army is doomed from the start with the Changebringers on the field. But I guess against a more ground focus, like if not for the Changebringers, I think this Khorne build definitely stand a good chance. Stand a chance. I wouldn't say a good chance, because there's still the Murder Horsemen that you can't catch up with, and will cut you to death. So it will stand a chance, not a great chance, but with all these mobility on the field, yeah, on all these mobility skirmisher on the field, this Khorne build is kind of fucked, because it is very one note in that it is great at fighting through an infantry fight. It doesn't offer much else. I mean, there is the anti-large offered by the Minotaurs, there is the shooting offered by the Hellforge Bellowers, but there's nothing to deal with kiting, nothing to deal with aerial units, which Siege often would bring a bunch. Especially 4 horsemen here, man. I mean, is it 4 horsemen? Yeah, 4 horsemen here. Unless your opponent slacks off on their micro, like letting the Murder Horsemen over here getting pushed back by the Khorne cores, it's you don't really have any way to like fight back against the Murder Horsemen other than shooting back with the Hellforge Bellowers. So yeah, bring Furies. Lesson for this battle: bring Furies. Bring 4 of them against Siege. Like Furies are just such a good utility unit. It can help you deny enemy aerial mobility. Like 4 Furies, 2 can go and deal with the enemy Furies, and 2 more can go just keep pestering the Changebringers. Or if they don't have Changebringers, they can go just fight enemy Furies, dive down on enemy Blue Horse, Pink Horse, shut them down, silence them, or just get them onto the enemy Murder Horsemen and just keep hunting them down. But yeah, it would be really nice for the Khorne army if they have that kind of flying units. But other than that, it's alright. Definitely, the Khorne definitely had the melee infantry advantage here. Just that, unfortunately, Siege had no intention to contest Khorne on that side of the battle. Instead, they just avoided Khorne in melee and just shoot the hell out of them. Simple. Which is why Khorne is a bit tricky to balance. A lot of their fighting power lies in their melee. But with kiting and just shooting being an option, most players just don't fight them in melee. So Khorne really needs to make sure they have the kind of speed and mobility to catch the enemy in melee and to pin them down and fight them. But yeah, for this battle they didn't have the tools, and the Changebringers deleted those Khorne bulls. They managed to catch a Soul Grinder, and the Minotaurs absolutely obliterated him in melee though. Not able to kill him, but getting him pretty damn low. And all things considered, pretty impressive too, with the Changebringers burning them down from behind. Just that, unfortunately, not enough mobility to deal with the enemy shooting, and that basically cost Khorne the game. They absolutely obliterated the enemy in melee, but Siege did not want to fight the melee fight. I find 4 Furies and 4 Horsemen strong in this matchup. Don't play much, but so far worked. Wait, which side? As Khorne. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Khorne Furies definitely can win against Siege Furies if they get a charge. But yeah, 4 horsemen, I'm not sure. But with the Hellforged Bellowers, definitely Khorne packs some long-range punch, and that definitely helps as well. But yeah, it is pretty much a process of playing and learning after all. So yeah. The more you play, the more you get familiar with different matchups and what you'll know what to bring. All right, that is next up we have Wood Elf versus Nurgle build. Oh wait, and Nurgle is blobbing again with the War Shrine. So didn't even really know Changebringers were a thing. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, looking forward to see you in your next tournament. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be casting. I most likely won't be casting it, I don't think. But we shall see. Because I'm gonna be having a bit of a break from the internet in general for like 2 months. Because I will be traveling a bit and all. So, like I'll still upload, but probably in a lower frequency, and I can't actually stream. But either ways, you can watch in 4 times speed. Okay, let's go through the army build first. La Pruna. Oh, alright, you're the Wood Elf player. Yeah. Anyway, Steepwood Scouts coming in with packing a bunch of firepower with Hawkeyes of Drakira and Way Watchers and Dryads, a bunch of Wild Riders with shields, Glade Riders, and leading army Glade Lord on an Eagle with Prey of Anaphragma and Arrows of Kurnus. And the Nurgle army is just running for the tree line, which is still legal in Conquest mode because, well, Conquest. And Brantraith coming in with Malkoffs and Earthblood. Now the Nurgle army, a blob fight. Marauders of Nurgle and Festering Stooges, Nurglings. The Plogers with great weapons, Nurglings, Marauders, Chaos Lord of Nurgle, and their Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle of Curse of Leper, Fleshy Abundance, and on a War Shrine, just trying to like blob up and heal. But yeah, I feel like yeah, I don't like what the Wood Elves are doing. They turn on fire at will for the Hawkeyes of Drakira and Way Watchers, meaning that they will just shoot at whatever targets they can see, and might not necessarily be using their ammo effectively. Like a lot of their ammo right now shooting onto the Marauders of Nurgle. Instead, they want to focus their shot onto the War Shrine and the Plogers. We can fast forward here. Like you should let the Deepwood Scouts shoot at the infantry if you even want to shoot at the infantry. But yeah, right now Way Watchers, we can fast forward if anything. Dryads charging into the enemy melee units and duking it out. And oh, here comes the Chaos Sorcerer War Shrine. And they should have been the prime target of the Hawkeyes of Drakira and stuff. I guess shooting Festering Stooges is also a good call, especially with the magical ammo of the Swift Shiver Shards. But yeah, Dryads cannot hold against these this blob of unholy filth, and are quickly getting crushed. Now Wild Riders are trying to charge in and slowly punch down those Marauders with Psycho Charging, but there's just a lot of meat shields and a lot of HP to go through. Plogers being charged by the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, getting some decent damage, but yeah. Now they are... Now it's a crossfire onto the Nurgle Lord. Is there any Prey of Anaphragma onto the Nurgle Lord? No, there isn't. Festering Stooges slowly self-healing, healing themselves back to full health, or at least healing them to the heal cap. While the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and Wild Riders are Psycho Charging. Yeah, it is a very slow-paced battle now. Oh no, what are you doing, Way Watchers and Hawkeyes of Drakira? You can see they're not actually earning, not even close to the value they earned in the previous battle we saw. Because a lot of their ammo was shoot on, or launch at like enemy Marauders and just cheap units. Anyways, the Rotting Riders have been bogged down by the Glade Riders, also receiving some devastating firepower from those Hawkeyes of Drakira and Way Watchers. So they will be dealt with. While over here, Plogers are being buffed up by a Fleshy Abundance, getting some heal, which is nice for them for sure, just helping them hold a little longer, punch down the Wild Riders. Festering Stooges though, they are holding on, and they are a tough unit to crack, holding on strong for now. Chaos Lord of Nurgle has been routed. They need to send the Glade Riders to just see him off the battlefield right now. But yeah, overall, the Hawkeyes of Drakira get some decent damage, but I don't think they maximize their potential here. They definitely should have targeted the Nurgle War Shrine, kill it off first. I'm new with the what else? That's why I fire at will. The lizardmen don't care about ammo. That is fair. That is fair. Yeah. Sorry if I sound a bit harsh. I definitely don't want to come out off that way, but yeah. Yeah, definitely would on on units that are expensive. I don't think it's even about I don't think it's about like the ammo count. It's more like the expensive missile units here, like the Hokais of Drakira, Way Watchers, or something like, say, let me think. What else? Yeah, no, really, it's just Hokais of Drakira and Way Watchers. These kind of expensive armor-piercing 360 shooting ammo. You want to conserve their ammo and only use them on the right target. So normally I would just turn off their fire at will. So they wouldn't just shoot into the nearest target, which can be whatever. It can be an expensive monster, or it can be just random chaff like Marauders. So that would waste you a lot of ammo. They will still do the damage, don't get me wrong, but you're not earning back its worth. Like, you're not maximizing your benefit. Especially the ammo counts into balance of power. If you're basically throwing balance of power out to try and lower the enemy balance of power. If you throw out your balance of power but not getting the damage it's worth, you're essentially giving your opponent more balance of power as a result, and that's not gonna win anyone the battle, unfortunately. And yeah, just like here, they're shooting at freaking Nurgling, so yeah, not great. Like shooting at Festering Stooges makes sense, Plague Ogre makes sense. Chaos Saucer Shrine makes sense. But now that the ammo is out, there is nothing to just shoot down the rest of the chaff anymore. And there's nothing to focus down the enemy's single entity. And Nurgle is definitely getting that balance of power, advantage here now that they are just slowly healing everything up with a passive and just standing around the victory point getting all the tickets. Now, there are still cycle charging possibility left with all the Wild Riders and can do some really good damage onto the Nurglings here. But the Festering Stooges just holds on. But good news is that the Nurgle army was a bit reckless here, trying to push out and face the Wood Elves in melee, but that also moves them away from the capture point. So the Hokais of Drakira and the Deepwood Scouts, Way Watchers, are able to move through the capture point, capture it, and then just pin down the Festering Stooges in melee on the far side. Now, the Festering Stooges are still duking it out against everything in melee, but their heal cap is in sight. If something comes in with a rear charge, they will just take a bunch of damage and and starts dying as well. More Earthbloods coming in from the Branch Wraith, slowly healing them back up. But the Festering Stooges is one tough motherfucker, honestly. They're just so tanky. Especially when there's passive healing coming for them. Even the freaking Sorcerer War Shrine got heal cap, but yeah, there's no way it can win out in this one, I don't think. As long as the Lord keeps consistently cycle charge back in, and it should be fine. The Chaos Sorcerer War Shrine will be eventually whittled down. And that is gonna be it. That is gonna be GG for La Luna La Pruna getting a really nice win. Really good damage from the Deepwood Scouts with Shiver Shards. Although, yeah, definitely, as I mentioned before, Way Watchers can use a little bit of better target priority and definitely turn off fire at will. The rest of the army here, really nice cycle charging with the Wild Riders, by the way. There's not a lot of great targets to charge, but like every time they just charge in, getting some consistent damage, and before they took too much losses, back out and cycle charge again. And even the Glade Riders with Hackbane Tips got a ton of damage value. Rotting Riders got shot down, and Plogers had to fight against a bunch of cycle charging Wild Riders and whatnot, so they take a bunch of damage as well in the process. All the rest of the Marauders, yep, they did not quite hold up against the enemy devastating charges. Yeah, really nice play with the Wood Elves here from La Luna La Pruna. Basically had to kill off an army and a half because of all the passive healing on the Nurgle side, but getting a lot of damage done with those missiles, with those Wild Riders, and the Melkoffs as well. Alright, next up. Losing track of my lord and letting him get caught and killed, plus moving off the point super lose me this one. Yeah. And if you want to really go with a blob build, I wouldn't I wouldn't bring a Marauder army myself. Marauders are super fragile, super easy to get pushed off and routed, which means they won't hang around long enough to enjoy the healing your Chaos War Shrine provide. I'll bring some Marauders to just die and activate the charge up the War Shrine ability, but I'll definitely get something like, say, Chaos Warriors or even Chosen, and get their shields facing the right way. That would be nice, just to take, like, with the shields they can take more punishment from the enemy archer fire, and they have more. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me? I might have accidentally nudged my mic. Sorry. So let's go through. Let me know if you can hear me. By the way, just drop me a message or something. We're back. Okay, cool. So army builds. Front line of skin cords with javelins. Cord of soul tech. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Yeah, red crested on the flanks there, skink skirmishers, and then some sort of spears at the back. Slan mage, priest of death, and sort of scarvet, providing some a little bit of support. Slan mage, priest of death. Ooh, I don't know how. I don't know the chances of survival of a Slan mage priest against the Shredder of Lustria and Lord Master Money going for him. But anyways, the Pale Death might be a very key component here to snipe out the enemy single entities with the anti-lodge and armor-piercing shots, but we shall see what happens here. Red Crested Skinks, for the Green Lizardman side, the front line of Red Crested, and then one Star Chamber Guardian holding the back line with some sort of spears and some Skink Skirmishers as well. The Red Lizardmen also have some mobility in the form of Rip Projectile Riders, Spear, Cold One Spear Riders, and yeah, a bunch of Sora Spears and Red Crested Javelin Skinks. So a much more flexible army with a more balanced composition, but I don't know how it's gonna fare against all this healing spam with single entities. The Pale Death is just jumping in, doing some psycho charging on the enemy infantry here, trying to whittle down the enemy infantry support, but it's definitely needed on the other side over here to just start shooting at the enemy single entities. Spirit Leash slowly draining down the Shredder of Lustria, but that damage is a drop of water in the sea. It's not gonna be enough. Like yeah, let me think. Real nature of cities here, nuking half the health of the Sora Spears and these cores of Sotek, doing devastating damage. And yeah, this Spirit Leech here doing like 77 damage, for like does 700 damage most for every cast. And against a unit with over 1,500, with over 15,000 HP, yeah, that's not gonna be enough here with Spirit Leeches. You need something better, like, yeah, Pale Death starting to shoot at Lord Mustamundis to chip away the single entity's health. Skink Skirmishers here are shooting in as well. Saurus Spears and Skink Hordes are duking it out against the enemy Red Crested and Saurus. Saurus is here with a nice recharge from the Cohen Spear Riders as well, trying to work down the enemy infantry support. Lord Mustamundi is definitely a target of all the blow dots, the Pale Death, and the Spirit Leech as well, getting worked down super fast. A Rev Crystal is dropped onto him, trying to sustain his hit points, but his HP is running low, down to half health, and his leadership as well. Banishment onto... I'm not sure from which slan. It's definitely a bound banishment coming in. It's just it damages both sides, so not quite sure which one having a rougher time from which one actually cast the banishment here. But anyways, a Pale Death really is a great target. It really is a great choice in this fight, I would say. Just getting a lot of that anti-large armor piercing damage, which is great against a lot of the Lizardman units, right? The Croxagores, the Bastillodons, and of course in here the Shredder and Mustamundi himself. And now the River Projectile Riders, having that mobility advantage alongside some Cohen Spear Riders, are just escorting Mustamundi off, preventing him from coming back. Single entity blobs are great in terms of just having an easy to control blob that can also devastate enemy infantry and getting a ton of healing. But that also means that you're having a super narrow army, not having a lot of flexibility, no mobility. So once your single entity gets routed off and getting escorted off the battlefield, like right now, Mustamundi being pushed off, chased off by projectiles and spear riders, there's nothing to resecure your lord. Now Shredder is still devastating the poor Slime Mage Priest here, but there are other units here who are trying to just work down this terrifying Shredder. Rev Crystal alone is not enough to sustain its HP, especially when the Pale Death is shooting in. And shooting especially against such a big target, accuracy is less of an issue. It is just getting consistently worked down in terms of health, and yeah, the Slime Mage Priest is actually regrouping in terms of leadership. Though the Shredder is still on his tail, and but the Scarfet is also on the hunt against the Shredder. Occasional Spirit Leeches as well, just slowly dropping, but consistently dropping the HP of the Shredder. There's still the Star Chamber Guardians fighting alongside the single entities here, but they no longer have any friendly lord or hero nearby, so they can't get that unbreakable and fear-causing trait. Not that it really matters at this point. But yeah, another bound banishment, this time definitely from the Slime Mage Priest of Death, and we'll be nuking down some of the health of these Star Chamber Guardians and Saurus Spears, doing some okay damage, nothing too amazing. Shredder has been seen off, and it is a matter of time before the infantry is being worn down. And yeah, there goes the Shredder of Lustria down. Now it's just the Star Chamber Guardians trying to carry the game here. But if the Slime Mage Priest can get a Fate of Buna, that will be the end as well. Yeah, that is going to be GG with the Slime Mage Priest of Death, Soggy Doggy, securing victory with a nice balanced army build. Shredder of Lustria getting shredded instead by the Scarvet and the Pale Death. And yeah, Lord Mustamundi being heavily targeted by Blow Dots, Spirit Leech, and Troglodon couldn't really survive all those focus damage. And without the single entities, there's no way the Star Chamber Guardians alone can carry the game. And yeah, that will be the victory for this Red Lizard team. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it was just an unfortunate... It was also unfortunate for Larry here being perfectly countered by the Pale Death. There's just so much damage from the Troglodon missiles. Yeah. But yeah, GG to both players, and yeah, we shall see what's the next match here. Lizardman Mirror, that's done, and then Dark Elves versus Change. Once again, we are seeing the Changeling on the field, and what is this one? This is Scarbrand the Exile. Interesting. But yeah, we're once again seeing Changebringers on the field. Ooh, but this time, Devil did bring in some aerial units. The Crows of Cain. Oh wait, no, these are not Changebringers. These are just regular Flamers. Never mind. But yeah, let's see what's the army build here. For the Dark Elves, front line of Bleak Sword, second line of Black Arquebusiers. Having heavier armor, they can mitigate some shots from the blue fires and then just cut through the enemy with their anti-infantry bonus. Dark Shards with shields with their armor piercing and missile block chance. There's some Cohen Knight and of course, Rose of Cain that we highlighted earlier. Marathi is coming in with Melkovs and Spirit Leech, and oh no, Soul Stealer, not Spirit Leech. Soul Stealer, one of Caridon for those bombardment, and on the other side of the battlefield for the Siege army. Changeling coming in with Scarbrand, so he is not casting any spells. Blue Horrors of Siege, providing some bodies, meat shields, and just missile fire, and a ton of flamers. 2 units actually, not a ton, but still quite noticeable. And then Chaos Sorcerer of Siege with Metal Magic, Final Transmutation, Plague of Rust, and Searing Doom with no Skull of Catan. So he's coming in as more like a regular caster than trying to get burst damage out with the Skull of Catan spell mastery boost. There are some Xanagors and Chaos Knights, yeah. Just charging into Cohen Knights here, but with the anti-large armor piercing, the Cohen Knights should have the advantage against the Chaos Knights here. While the Crows of Cain getting shot pretty hard. Oh no, the Flamer is getting too close to the front line and getting targeted by the Dark Shards. Absolutely deletes it from existence. The other Flamer is moving in to target, but unfortunately their aiming is a bit weird. And their damage isn't great against enemy infantry. You can see they're shooting. They're doing some nice damage, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. At least not as much as the 2 Dark Shards deleting them from existence. Black says because of how numerous the Dark Elves are in terms of melee troops, they send in a couple of Bleak Swords, pin down the Blue Horse in the front line, and the rest of the Black Arquebusiers just push through and start hacking down the Blue Horse at the back. Cruise of Cain tying down the Chaos Sorcerer of Metal here, while Scarbrand slash Changeling just busy duking it out with the War Hydra. He's getting some really good damage done, but he's also taking some damage throughout the process, and then now the Dark Shards can turn around and focus him down. And yeah, I think the Dark Elves will have this one actually. On the far side, Cohen Knights, as expected, winning out against the Chaos Knights and Xanagors with their anti-large and 2-on-1 action. Now that they're against the Xanagors, double teaming them, and the Changeling will be focused down by the Dark Shards. Scarbrand is or Changeling here, yeah. Taking some heavy damage. Final Transmutation onto the War Hydra and the Black Arquebusiers, but that doesn't matter anymore as as Changeling slash Scarbrand is fading out of existence. On the far side, Black Arquebusiers still tying down those Chromatic Abominations. Balance of power is shifting into Army Losses territory, and I think that's gonna be it as as the Siege army of Pasha is taking the win. Hello, David. Nice to see you back again. Yeah. Lizardman is such a cool faction. Indeed, they are. Very unique thematic units, after all. Just a unique aesthetic as well. Now, for the army builds here, yeah, for the army performances, the Flamers was a big mistake, I would say. Yeah. They're just so fragile. It's not worth it unless you're against some enemies without any... Yeah, they're just too fragile, and I don't think it's worth it in any situation. They're just gonna shot to death or being caught in melee and just died quickly. And their damage is not quite reliable. I wouldn't say it's reliable at all. I guess the only good use case for them is pretty much against the dwarves, I would say. But even then, they sometimes just fire overhead of the dwarves and just not doing a whole lot of damage. Also, their fire actually knocks down enemy targets. So when they're knocked down, they're not taking a whole lot of damage, and yeah, that just fucks around with their damage output as well. So personally, definitely would not bring regular Flamers. Changebringers is a whole different thing. They are flying, they are fast moving, they have a lot more survivability than regular Flamers. Now for the Dark Elves here, Dark Shards deleted 2 Flamers and Scarbrand in the end. War Hydra just didn't do a lot of damage, did okay. But most importantly, just duke it out against Scarbrand, just keeping him pinned in place so that the rest of the army can do what they need to win the game. Just hunting down the Chaos Knights and running down the enemy Blue Horrors as well with the help of the infantry support. So yeah, not much to talk about this one here. very solid team victory. A very solid Dark Elf victory. And what else? Khorne versus Lizardman. Once again, seeing Pale Death on the field. Oh, Pistol is here with Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons, regular Marauders, 4 units of Khorne Gores, once again, 1 more unit of Wrathmongers, 2 Marauder Horsemen with Ring Axes, 2 Furies, and 2 Minotaurs of Khorne, and Valkia the Bloody herself. As for the Lizardman, Larry 2903, once again we are seeing the Pale Death. Seems like Larry really noticing the devastating firepower of Pale Death and decided to try out the monster himself. Other than that, we have some regular Croxagores here, the Wrath Crystal Bastiladon, 3 units of Red Crested, and once again Star Chamber Guardians guarding the backline. Star Spears with shields, and 2 more units of far away deployed Feral Cold Ones. I was about to say Vanguard deployed, but then again I remember they don't have Vanguard deployed on Cold Cavalry, so yeah, just far away deployment. But yeah, right now the Pale Death is getting close, but oh no. Oh, launching a shot on Valkia, but Valkia is not anti-large, so it's not a large target, so the anti-large bonus doesn't work here. Pale Death needs to start shooting at the enemy Khorne Bulls, but right now there's a lot of Marauder Horsemen coming in, trying to get some throwing axes onto the Pale Death here, while the Pale Death's still busy shooting at Valkia, who is just duking, but Pale Death, being a version of renown, does have deadly accuracy. Managed to land another hit on Valkia. Is it gonna land again? Once again it hits, but not doing a whole lot of damage due to that missile resistance. 2, I think it just doesn't do the kind of penetration damage and anti-launch bonus it does against. Yeah, I feel like one thing about like shooting bigger targets is that for projectiles with penetration, sometimes they score multiple hits, penetrating the hitbox and score multiple hits on the targets and multiply the damage as a result. On an infantry model, you don't get that. They only have 1 hitbox after all, so there's no penetration at all. Anyways, Spear Slopnir here trying to whittle down some of the enemy infantry, and it deleted some recursive skinks, leaving only the Croxagores against Khorne Bulls, Khorne Gores, and Wrathmongers. So these Croxagores aren't gonna hold on for long here. Now Furies are also tying down the Pale Death, and there's a lot of Khorne units coming in. And the Lizardmen don't really have the kind of units enough, don't really have the kind of numbers to hold back all these Khorne targets. The Croxagores are dead, are soon to be dead at least. These Croxagores nearby are also gonna be flooded with throwing axes and all that. And Khorne Bulls on the other side, with the support of dual weapon Marauders, should be able to deal with the Saurus Spears eventually. Star Chamber Guardians are saturating in, cutting down those Chaos Furies with their magic attacks, which is nice for Lizardmen for sure. Feral Khornes recharging the enemy Marauders and Minotaurs, but they themselves are just getting deleted by the Khorne Gores and Khorne Bulls. And Feral Khornes over here are also gonna be meeting the same fate soon. Pale Death, meanwhile, the whole time was not able to fire, since this time the Khorne army does have a lot more units than the single entity spam Lizardmen, so they have more stuff available, especially with flyers, to shut down the Pale Death, prevent it from firing. Now the Croxagores are running down to half health now, but they should be holding on just fine against the Minotaurs with the help of the Star Chamber Guardians, who are anti-large elites. The problem is there are the Wrathmongers, and there's not much the Lizardmen can do against them. That is the main problem here. There's also more Khorne Bulls coming in from the other side, so yeah, things are looking quite rough for the Lizardmen, down to some elite blobs in terms of units. There's still some Recrested holding on against the Khorne Gores and are slowly bringing them down, with some tattered Croxagores going in for reinforcement. Nakai himself has been fighting in this blob, I suppose. And seems to have fighting in this blob for quite a while, getting some okay damage, but against so many anti-large units, he's just gonna falter soon. He should be fighting around this blob here, getting the healing from the Rev Crystal and providing those melee attack and buffs and debuffs to the surrounding troops. But right now, he's just fighting all alone against all these anti-large, and he's probably gonna go down soon. I guess some Red Crescents are coming in to help him out with recharge from the Feral Khornes. Maybe he can still survive, but he desperately needs some Rev Crystal healing from the far side. But the Rev Crystal being tied down by Minotaurs here, things are not looking great for Lizardmen at all. Nakai moves on to the next blob to fight now, just trying to recharge some Marauders here, hoping to help the Requested against their target. But yeah, over here, the Minotaurs might just be able to pull this off and survive the onslaught of the sheer number of enemy infantry and feral cult ones. And that means Nakai would be alone once again in the middle of enemy monsters, anti-large and all that. And Valkyria will just dive in, finish off Nakai, and with that, a lot of the Lizardmen troops will start faltering. Pale Death has been routed already, as the Wrathmongers have joined the battle. And we've seen how Wrathmongers can pretty much beat down enemy temple gods in melee. So this is not going to be an exception, I'm afraid. And yeah. I mean, Star Chamber Guardians would probably put up a better fight, but it's not going to be much better either. And yeah, that is going to be it for this battle here. Pale Death, unfortunately, just not having the time and space to safely shoot, so not quite able to earn back his value. Star Chamber Guardians, though, getting the fight they want, just sticking themselves in the middle of enemy troops, or enemy troops sticking themselves deep inside their formations. Either way, they get their hands on their opponent and start cutting through them. That's fine for them, getting some good damage. The problem is that Nakai went down alone, and the Requested also not getting enough damage to earn back their worth. What else here? We have Bastillodon Rev Crystal, not a whole lot of damage. Croxagores just got hammered by those Minotaurs of Khorne, getting some really solid damage value, surrounding enemy monsters, surrounding enemy dinos, and cutting through their ranks. Throwing Axes get some good damage as well with their armor-piercing firepower, and Wrathmongers, of course. There's literally nothing threatening against them on this Lizardman build. So they just keep cutting through the enemy troops and getting some solid value overall. And yeah, that is going to be it here. Furies did a good job silencing the Pale Death, and Valkyria diving in as well. And then the Khorne Gores getting some good trade with the anti-large armor piercing against the enemy dinos. Alright, next up we have Dark Elves versus High Elves. Once again, we're seeing Witch Elves spamming the battlefield. But this time they have their thematic lord, the Crone Halibron here, to further boost their damage prowess with the Gaze of Cain. There's also the spilled my drink. That was a bit unfortunate, but whatever. Anyways, there's the Witch Elves. Four of them, in fact, 4 units of Khorne Knights. Let me check. 1, 2, 3 units of Khorne Knights, 4 units of Khorne Knights, 2 Scourge Chariots, 2 Bleak Swords, and Crone Halibron with Gaze of Cain, Witch Brew herself, Heroic Killing Blow, and Sorceress of Beast with only Flock of Doom, and this Dark Star Cloak for power recharge. Now for the High Elves, a staunch line of spears, second line of archers, and then some rangers on the flanks, ready to just countercharge the Witch Elves, I suppose. But the Witch Elves with Witch Brew will definitely delete this staunch line of spears, if they can actually activate it in proper timing. Fireborn on the far flank here, Imric leading the army, and then there's a couple War Lions of Trace in the forest here. Immediately probably gonna jump onto the... They don't have attacking orders on each other, so they just walk into each other and start fighting, which is kind of hilarious, not gonna lie. Yeah. Anyways, Khorne Knights are moving up. Yeah, let's see. They're probably gonna go over and help out the Khorne Knights against the War Lions, maybe? No, they're just being left in the forest. Oh, okay, never mind. The Khorne Knights are coming over, and the War Lions days are numbered. Imric, once again, not bringing in the Dragon Horn, so his army is not gonna get any attack buffs. But the Khorne Knights over here getting the Gaze of Cain here, getting some great damage boost, but Fireborn is just way more elite than them. Anti-large armor piercing and way better melee stats, with 52 melee defense matching their 55 melee attack, and the Fireborn is actually holding on just fine, still having half health left while deleting those Khorne Knights despite the damage boost from the Gaze of Cain. I mean, that is still a very impressive job of working down the Fireborn down half. Oh, wait, what just happened here? Oh, I think I know what happened. Imric tried to fight Crone Halibron in melee, but Crone Halibron just decided to take the fight with the Scourge Runner Chariots shooting at Imric, and Imric is almost dead due to this mistake. Not even Lord of Dragons can help him in this fight at this point. But yeah, archers are trying to hold the line and start firing at the nearest target, but The rest of the targets are all just Witch Elves in the melee, and they have not activated Witch Brew. They need to do that just to cut through those spears. Now the Fireborn are here. They really need that damage boost to get through the enemy's spear line. But anyways, Imrik, despite all the enemy anti-large firepower, with a help of a regrowth, he still managed to outduel Crone Hellebrand, maybe? Perhaps? Okay, his healing is gone, but he's almost killing Crone Hellebrand. And the Witch Elves forgetting to turn on their most deadly weapon here, the Witch Brew. They're just getting stuck on the spear line and slowly being hammered down, hammered and enveloped down by the spears and the Fireborn. Rangers are also moving in to duel these Bleak Swords in melee, but there is one Koa Knight unleash upon those archers with nothing to protect them. So, yeah, say bye-bye to those archers, I guess. Imrik might be able to finish off Crone Hellebrand, but I think he would just get shot down by the Scourge Runner chariots instead, yeah. Yep, that was unfortunate. That Imrik's probably not going to come back with the Scourge Runners shooting him down. The High Elves are holding in, yeah, not exactly holding anymore. Yeah, finally, at least some of the Witch Elves remember to use the Witch Brew. So that's how they cut through the spears, I assume, and now just cutting through those archers as well. And now the archers are in complete disarray as they are being run down by the Koa Knights. And Rangers on the far side duking it out against Koa Knights. Not a great fight for either of them, but at this point, I think the High Elves will be taking the defeat here. As the Dark Elves does have more resources left on the field, their Scourge Runner chariots to just cycle charge down enemy infantry. Their Lord is still there. Not great, but still there. At least they don't have the Lord dead debuff, while Imrik is just lying dead on the battlefield, and his dragon as well. You can see the Scourge Runner chariots doing actually noticeable damage onto those Rangers as they charge through their loose formation. And with that, there's no hope for the High Elves to take this win back, and that shall be it. That shall be GG, and that shall be victory for the Dark Elves. Let me just rewatch this one, just because I want to see what happened with Imrik earlier. Did Crone Hellebrand turn on the Witch Brew and punch back at Imrik and work down his HP, or is it just the Scourge Runners? I need to check that one. Alright, let's fast forward. Alright, Imrik, yeah, definitely not a great idea to just let Imrik hang in front of the Scourge Runners. He's just taking a lot of anti-large damage. Oh no. Just the Scourge Runners alone has dropped him down to his roughly dropped roughly 25% of his HP. Ah, yeah. Heroic Killing Blow and the Witch Brew boosting Crone Hellebrand up to 94 attack and almost 1000 weapon strength. And majority of that armor piercing as well, plus the charge bonus. Ooh. Witch Brew 235 damage. Yeah, that's basically 100% weapon damage increase on Crone Hellebrand. And Imrik, yeah, being poisoned by those Scourge Runners. Nope, not Scourge Runners. Oh, by Crone Hellebrand. His damage upwards was reduced. So even with Dragonhorn nuking the enemy melee stats and being on Mighty Star Dragon, Imrik is actually not trading well into Crone Hellebrand, especially when he's being shot as well. So a bit of a mistake there, throwing in Imrik against Crone Hellebrand. And when Crone Hellebrand has the tools to buff herself up and punch back at Imrik. And also the firepower coming in support as well. So that was rough. So Witch Elves have not... When did the Witch Elves start using the Witch Brew? I do wonder. They're almost done with killing those spears. And finally they've activated Witch Brew. Yeah, that was a bit late, but better late than never, I suppose. You want to use it in the first few seconds of contact so you can devastate your enemy's formation with the sheer amount of DPS of your Witch Elves. But, oh well, it is what it is. And they use Saturated onto the Fireborn and start cutting them down as well with Murderous Mastery. Alrighty, let's see. Great damage output from Crone Hellebrand, but that's also because of the help from all these Scourge Runner chariots whittling down Imrik. And Witch Elves not doing a whole lot of damage, mostly just the Koa Knight carrying the day here. Getting that Gaze of Cain to trade pretty decently into the Fireborn, and getting the Fireborn down to half health, and then the Core Knights jumping onto the Archer back line as well, wreaking havoc among enemy lines. Great use of the Dark Elf abilities and items there from Devil. Really nice use of Kronhella Braun, I would say. And actually turning this fight around against Imrik. Imrik still managed to get like 2,000 gold worth of damage value in the end. But yeah, definitely not enough to earn back his own worth on the Star Dragon. Yeah, very impressive. Honestly, very impressive use of Kronhella Braun. I might cast this one just to show off Kronhella Braun, I would say. I mean, this is definitely not the most high skill battle at all, but I just like the use of Kronhella Braun here, just showing how impressive Kronhella Braun can be. I mean, even without the Scourge Runner helping her, I think that is still a very impressive performance from Kronhella Braun, fighting against Imrik. But yeah, anyways. Let's see, what's next? Killstop versus Khorne. Alright, Killstop with a front line of laborers, 4 goblin laborers, 1 orc laborers, 4 units of Killstop warriors, 1 fireglaive, and 1 demon's tongue. And then there's a demon smith sorcerer of death and a is that an overseer? Oh no, that is not a kill sorcerer. Demon smith sorcerer of death. It's a demon smith sorcerer of reforge. Yeah, that's exactly it. On a great Taurus, indeed, with the fire damage, with the breath attack. Same mount for the sorcerer prophet of fire as well, coming in with the burning head to roast enemy infantry. And what else? We have the goblin laborers here in the front line, second line of kills. Yeah, we went through all that. Now for the Khorne army, both armies are red, so it's going to be quite confusing. Marauders of Khorne in the front line there, and Blood Beasts of Khorne, Minotaurs of Khorne, Hellforge Bellowers, and Skull Taker himself. Interesting, the DLC Lord with his Slayer Sword to weaken enemy and also provide some more additional damage bonus, and Bloody Onslaught to reduce enemy melee defense and armor. And yeah, that's about it. Now, in this battle, in this matchup, not bringing Furies make a lot more sense. Because you don't really need Furies to deal with the enemy aerial power. Still, it would still be nice to deal with the enemy missiles, but they are just going to get deleted by blunderbusses and fireglaives anyway, so they are less effective against the Killstop army than against the Siege army. Double breath attack from the double Great Taurus, doing some really nice work against the Blood Beast. And the Hellforge Bellowers also deleting some fireglaives with those multi-shot artillery. Minotaurs though getting a little bit ahead of themselves, trying to charge the Demon's Tongue with Dreadquake Motor. I missed that one out entirely. What the fuck? Okay, that is gonna be interesting, but I don't think it landed a lot of hits here. Yeah, only like minor damage so far. Burning Head, yeah, like with the Demon's Tongue with Dreadquake Motor, you want to get a couple of shots out first, no? Instead of throwing them into melee. But either way, that is acting as a pretty nice bait, luring the They just fired. Did that Dreadquake Motor just fired on itself? Yeah, fired right next to itself, actually deleting those Marauders and also shaking some of these Minotaurs as well. I mean, they take a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but yeah, they did some decent damage as well, I guess. Plus, just luring in the Minotaurs, allowing the Fireglaive to get a shot onto them. But the Blood Beast has jumped onto the Fireglaive, starting to chew through them, with the Marauders flooding in as well. The front line of the Killstorms are in a bit of a disarray here, while the double Sorcerers, double Fire Cows, are trying to just pin down the enemy Minotaurs. One of them has routed, but the other is still very much healthy and alive. And yeah, it's a mess of a front line right now. Blood Beast has been repelled, so the Infernal Gods with Fireglaves can start resuming shooting again, unless they start getting shot by the Hellforge Bellowers. Blood Beasts are being dragged down in a prolonged melee combat by the Chaos Dwarf in melee, by the Chaos Dwarf Warriors and all the Orc Laborers. Ooh, the Demon's Tongue is getting a heal from the Demon Smith Sorcerer, so they're now back to over half health. And terrifying some poor Blood Beasts here. Burning Head also roasting some enemy infantry. And yeah, getting some good work so far. The Demon's Tongue, despite being so expensive, it's actually getting some nice job done. Oh, beautiful damage from both the Flamethrower and the Dreadquake Mortar Shot. Blasting, immediately deleting these Minotaurs down to less than half health. Damn, that is a very effective shot from the Dreadquake Mortar and Demon's Tongue. And with a recharge as well from the Dreadquake Mortar Demon Tongue. There goes the Minotaur. There goes the second unit of Minotaur. And, I mean, there's still one Minotaur left on the field. But, things are definitely looking quite rough for the Khorne army. Actually, wait, no. The Chaos Dwarf infantry presence are slowly dwindling because they don't have much funds left for their regular infantry units. Fireglaves are still holding on, are slowly dragging down the Blood Beast in melee, but that is definitely not a great time for them, being forced to just spend time in melee instead of shooting stuff. Another self-inflicting Dreadquake Mortar Shot, deleting some of their own friendly Goblin Laborers, but also repelling the Minotaurs nearby. These pursuing Minotaurs have their speed lowered as well due to the monstrous impact, and are having a rough time catching up to the Demon's Tongue. Their melee defense have been... Oh, no, never mind. The Dreadquake Mortar melee defense is dropped by the Skull Taker here. But more self-inflicting shots from the Dreadquake Mortar. Blasting not only nearby infantry, but also the Minotaurs, taking a ton of damage from the point-blank shots. Demon Smith Sorcerer charging in as well, just getting some good damage done. The Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, though, just hanging back, not wanting to get tangled in melee at this point, being so low in health. And there's no way for him to heal himself. Chalice of Blood and Potion only... Blood and Darkness only activates, only is good against an enemy with a lot of spellcasting abilities, and against Khorne without any spellcasting abilities, that's not going to do jack shit. Blood Beasts are now piling onto the Demon's Tongue here, trying to like finish it off in melee. I don't know what this Sorcerer Prophet of Fire is doing in disguise, just shuffling around, but yeah, nothing too amazing, nothing too concerning, I guess. Anyways, Orc Laborers and Goblin Laborers are regrouping, but the Dreadquake Mortar is almost done for, being surrounded by Blood Beast and being hacked down. But the Skull Taker is also taking a lot of damage, being hounded by the single entities. But yeah, there goes the Dreadquake Mortar here. There are no more explosive shots. And Marauders are piling in, and the Blood Beasts are piling in, but Skull Taker is getting low in health. Burning Head right onto this blob of Khorne troops should be able to rout off the Blood Beast and the Minotaurs, doing some really nice morale hit, and also dropping the leadership of Skull Taker down to crumbling territory. So this demonic instability will be taking out Skull Taker, leaving only Blood Beast in the fight and the Hellforged Bellowers. Balance of power is still quite even due to the fact that the Hellforged Bellower is still very much alive, and the Marauders plus the Blood Beast are still holding on as well. But with the single entities continue to hold on the Chaos Dwarf side, this might be a Chaos Dwarf victory, since yeah, the Chaos Dwarfs are running, the Khorne troops are running low in health and bodies, and yeah, we'll just fast forward here. Seems like the double single entities remains in the fight, while the Marauders here are reinforcing the Hellforged Bellowers. All the hope of the Khorne army is now on the back of the Hellforged Bellowers. Now the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire is getting a bit risky here, trying to dive bomb that Hellforged Bellowers, but he himself taking a few hits from the nearby Marauders and whatnot. Yeah, actually got routed by the presence of the Hellforged Bellowers. I don't think the Hellforged Bellowers can fight the Demon Smith Sorcerer and win the day, but we shall see here. Nobody actually bothered capturing the victory point, so that is quite funny. We're not seeing a single ticket so far. And another shot onto the Demon Smith Sorcerer this time, and getting some nice routing him, but yeah, that's not gonna matter, as the Hellforged Bellower will be surrounded and beaten up by the Demon Smith Sorcerer and their minions. I was surprised that Minos died in melee to the Dreadquake train. I don't think they died in melee. They died to the Dreadquake shooting himself in the foot. Like, so basically what happened was, I think, the Dreadquake Mortar shoot right into the Minotaurs near the Dreadquake Mortar, and that did quite a bit of damage. The Dreadquake Mortar definitely did some really good work. 3,000 gold worth of damage. Oh, I want to cast this, actually. I think I'm going to cast this on my channel, maybe. Yeah, 3,000 gold worth of damage value. That was absolutely impressive here for a non-melee unit. Dishing all the damage in point-blank Dreadquake Mortar shots. And yeah, Fire Glaives, the rest of the army didn't do much there. I guess one of the Chaos Dwarf warriors held their ground, but the rest not so much. Oh wait, no, 2 of them held their ground. The rest not so much. And of course, single entities carrying for Chaos Dwarfs as usual. But on the Khorne side, Skulltaker did a lot of damage, just not quite enough to carry the weight here, as the Blood Beasts were not quite successful in dealing damage, while the Minotaurs, they managed to dish out a lot of damage, but Demon's Tongue, having access to healing from the Demon Smith Sorcerer, and just the point-blank shots and the flamethrowers, actually managed to delete the Minotaurs, funny enough. And the Minotaurs ironically lost against a target they are supposed to be good at, which is the Demon's Tongue. And Hellforge Bellows also was very close to the Unbreakable Cannot Die when Skulltaker was dying. That was very tragic. If Skulltaker was able to like stay unbreakable and put a couple more hits on the Sorcerer Prophet, that might have been completely different. Yeah, that might have been a completely different outcome in battle. But yeah, alas, unfortunately, that was not the case here. And in the end, the Dreadquake Mortar Demon's Tongue was able to emerge victorious with the point-blank bombardment on himself. That was a fun battle for sure. Yeah. Wait, what? Did we just skip a bunch of... Wait, hold on. Where was it? Oh, that was this, I think. Yeah. Wait, what? Hold on a second. I feel like I skipped a bunch of battles. Why do I feel like I skipped a bunch of battles? Hold on a second there. We've seen this one. We've seen this one. Yeah, for some reason... wait, hold on. For some reason, this replay just moved down by a few replays for me. For some reason, what? How? Wait, what? How is it like at the bottom there? That makes no sense. Yeah. Or I guess I just didn't. I just for some reason cast these battles first. I don't know. Haven't seen this one yet. We haven't seen. Have we seen this one? No, we haven't seen Skulltaker before. Skavens versus High Elves and Alright, let's cast the Skaven versus Nurgle first, and then we can go back to the Skaven versus High Elf, which we have not seen yet. Yeah, we haven't seen the Skaven versus High Elves. I think I just accidentally missed it or something. I don't know. Yeah, let's do the Skaven versus Nurgle first. Now, Grimbat versus Gorm. Once again, Gorm going for that Nurgle blob fight. Well, the Skavens here. Double Warp Lightning Cannon, 4 Red Ogres, 2 Poison Wing Globes, 4 units of Night Runners, 2 Plague Monks, 5 Skaven Slaves with Spears, and 1 Ikit Claw. I've got to go. Thanks for casting and fun games. See ya. See ya, man. Really appreciate the Khorne battles. Nice stuff. Nice, fun action there. And yeah, we'll see you in the at some point in the future, I suppose. And yeah, for the army builds here, Grimbat Skaven, we've talked about it already, but we haven't checked Ikit's loadout on his hamster wheel. And with Flensing Ruin only, no Howling Warp Gale this time. Unlimited power and Brass Orb as well. As for the Nurgle army, front line of Marauders of Nurgle here, and yeah, Chaos Lord of Nurgle, War Shrine, Nurgle Sorcerer, Frolickers Bubonic, Festering Stooges, and some Rot Knights, one of them the Rotting Riders. And we shall see what happens. Let's fast forward a bit here, as the Warp Lightning Cannon are not shooting their optimal target. Definitely want to shoot at the Sorcerer Prophet, Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, instead of trying to snipe the character Lord, since it is a much smaller target and you'll have a much better time hitting the massive War Shrine with your Warp Lightning Cannons. Also in Globes needs to be prepared to just nuke enemy Marauders and Festering Stooges. That's the optimal use of them, to just kill enemy infantry. And yeah, they are just deleting those Marauders, as you can see here. Warp Lightning Cannons continues to fire, but the War Shrine is hiding themselves behind a tree. A wise choice from the Nurgle player, from Gorm there. While the Poison Wind Globes continues to delete the enemy Marauders, they need to go into melee instead of just dying futilely against Poison Wind. As you can see, one of them already routed due to the Poison Wind Globes. Poison Wind is over here is just preparing themselves to counter fire at something worthy, I suppose, which Rot Knights would be a decent target as well. Not the greatest target, but also definitely a decent target. Anyways, Warp Lightning's blasting away at the Marauders in the front line. They're doing some mad damage. I mean, doing some decent damage, I guess. Oh, nice Flensing Ruin onto the Chaos Lord of Nurgle, but they can heal, so I don't know. Maybe probably should have waited a little bit longer for a better blob to happen before casting the spell, but yeah. Poison Wind Gloves trying to fire at the Chaos Lord, not doing a whole lot of damage, but now the Warp Lightning Cannons are trying to fire at the right targets here. I guess one of them is still trying to shoot at the Chaos Lord, but that's fine. The other is shooting at the Chaos Sorcerer on the War Shrine. And Poison Wind Globes are absolutely deleting these Frolickers with Bonic. On the far side, their Rot Knights are cleaning up some Night Runners, but that's a fine sacrifice for the Skavens because all their missiles here are unharassed by the Rot Knights and all. So they're just free to keep shooting, while the Rot Knights that's like what? That's like 3,000 worth of 4,000 gold of units just fucking around on some Night Runners and not actually threatening all these damage dealers of the Skaven roster. So yeah, Skavens are just freely shooting and doing all the damage they want with the Poison Wind Globes and the Warp Lightning Cannons. Though the tree line does make it a bit more awkward for them, just hitting the trees instead of actual targets. But yeah, still getting some nice shots onto the Chaos Lord of Nurgle here. Poison Wind Globes needs to fire at the Festering Stooges. That's the best way you can delete this elite infantry unit of Nurgle. But right now it seems like the Poison Wind Globes have retreated a bit there and not actually shooting. Poison Wind Globes needs to really just focus on multi-entity units. Like Rot Knights would be a decent option, I would say even. Warp Lightning Cannons can also switch over to shoot the Rotting Riders and Rot Knights as well, because your Red Ogres will eventually lose against these extra elite anti-large Riders who can also regenerate. You can see the Poison Wind Globes actually doing some decent work against the Rotting Riders, even if they're not an infantry target. Anyways, Plague Monks are flooding in to duke it out against the Festering Stooges, but where are the Poison Winds? I want to see them against the Festering Stooges. Never mind, they are peeling off some Marauders. Definitely a more priority target here, now that the Marauders have the ability to threaten them in melee. Rot Knights are pushing back those Red Ogres and and those Skaven Slaves. Warp Lightning Cannon definitely need to start shooting out some of their models right now, but yeah, that was unfortunate. They're just being left alone right now, which means they can still come back and start devastating some poor Skavens in melee. But right now, oh no, actually never mind. Poison Wind doing some really nice damage against them, so they're down to less than half health. Flensing Ruin onto the Chaos Lord of Nurgle, and on top of that, the Rot Knights walked into the Flensing Ruin, taking some additional direct damage. Not great for Nurgle at all. And Nurgle not having any mobility to threaten a Kick Claw can just freely run around on the battlefield, just terrorizing poor Marauders. Not that the Nurgle army don't have any mobility, but all their mobility are invested into other engagements. Like over here, shutting down the enemy Rot Lightning Cannon, and yeah, paying for a dear price for not shooting at the Rotting Riders here. Those Warp Lightning Cannon will be shut down. These Warp Lightning Cannon are still shooting, and slowly but surely whittling down the health of the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. Also using the Zap ability to increase the cooldown of the Chaos Sorcerer, so they're not able to use their abilities and spells as often as normal. Rot Knights are now being tied down in the middle of a melee fight by Red Ogres and Night Runners, also being bombarded by some Brass Orb. So they're taking some damage, nothing too insane, but damage regardless, and it should be nice for the Skaven to do that damage. Now the Rotting Riders, realizing there's a Ikixapsa firing on the other side, decided to abandon these Warp Lightning Cannon, which they didn't actually shut down, they just disrupted them and silenced their firing. But now the Warp Lightning Cannons are once again online, but the Rotting Riders will be able to silence the Ikixapsa at least. In the middle, the blob is still ongoing, now that the Chaos Sorcerer Lord having their ability, the Giver of Abundant Glory, the passive heal, charging up to 76% and getting some decent regeneration for the units near them. And the Nurgle army managed to secure that secure the capture point. Poison Wind Gloves are nearby though, keeps deleting the HP off of these Festering Stooges, so the Chaos Lord and the War Shrine are just waddling over to silence their firepower. While the Ikixapsa will be seen off by the Rotting Riders. Unfortunately though, the Warp Lightning Cannons are deployed behind the trees, so instead of actually firing on shooting their targets, a lot of their shots actually collided with the tree line and just got blasted down. So that was unfortunate as well. Poison Globes are being tied down in melee, and while the Festering Stooges continues to hold on to the control point. Balance of Power is actually in the Nurgle's favor right now, since the Rotting Riders are still very much healthy, being such an elite unit, occupying a lot of the Balance of Power, but Ikit Claw is definitely putting up a good fight, Flensing Ruin over once again onto the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, but the passive heal seems to be counteracting that right now from the Chaos Sorcerer of Warshrine, and the trees keep blocking. I would say if there's an MVP for Nurgle in this game, it is the trees. It is definitely the freaking trees right now. Just blocking all those shots from the Warp Lightning Cannon. And they're just not able to do the damage that they need to win the game. Not able to earn back their valor despite firing for most of the battle here. That was quite unfortunate. But yeah, over here, Ikiclaw will be coming over to help out the Red Ogres against the Rotting Riders, which might be a suicide for him. He is not an anti-large combatant whatsoever, and surrounded by dedicated anti-large elite cavalry, he will probably die. There are still some Plague Monks and Night Runners just wrestling for control over the capture point here against the Festering Stooges, but the Festering Stooges are just holding on just fine. While the Rotting Riders have ran down the enemy Red Ogres, now fighting another unit of Red Ogres, getting some really good 300 kills, 2,600 gold worth of damage value. Not shooting the Rotting Riders while they had a chance was definitely costing the Skavens a lot here, as the Poison Globes are now being occupied in melee, can't actually dish out their damage with the Poison Globes, and and they can't actually do damage to the Rot Knights either. So yeah, not great for the Skavens, and seems like Nurgle is definitely slowly inching towards victory here. More Flensing Ruin from Ikit Claw, but Balance of Power triggers, and that shall be victory for the Nurgle army. I would say the Skavens have a pretty good chance, but unfortunately, I would say, yeah, the targeting priority could use some work here with the Warp Lightning Cannon, especially regarding the line of sight issue. Like, don't try to shoot through tree line and shoot at seemingly big targets. Just shoot what you can, and also deploy your troops at a position where there's less visual obstruction. Like, if the Warp Lightning Cannon actually targeted the Rotting Riders and Rot Knights when they had a chance, instead of trying to shoot through the tree lines against the Chaos Sorcerer Warshrine, they probably would have worked through the health of a lot of these Rotting Riders and kill off their models, preventing them from getting further kills and also healing those dead models. Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately, for the Skavens here, the Nurgle blob build was able to hang on with a lot of dead Skavens charging up the Warshrine, getting those passive heals, keeping that Chaos Lord in the fight there. And Festering Stooges also hang on till the end, grinding out against the Skaven army. Poison Globes definitely doing a lot of solid work, but unfortunately the Warp Lightning Cannons a little bit misused in the late game there, and in the early to mid game there, and unable to take out the key unit of the Nurgle side, the two Rotting Riders. Yeah. Ikit Claw did his best to try and carry with all that Flensing Ruin, but still in the end it was not enough to deal with all that passive regeneration from the Warshrine Nurgle Sorcerer. And yeah, that's it for this battle here. We are gonna trees OP. Yeah, indeed. Again, the real MVP of this Nurgle versus, like, the real MVP of the Nurgle army in this Skaven versus Nurgle battle was not, it wasn't any of the actual units, is instead the trees on the freaking map. They blocked so many shots from the Rope Lightning Cannons, man. It's not even a joke that the trees win the Nurgle army a battle. If all those shots actually go through, I reckon some, like, the Warshrine Sorcerer would be dead. And same goes for the Chaos Lord of Nurgle. But because of the trees, they survived and just hang on and managed to secure the capture point and win the game. Just grind out the Skaven army, thanks to vegetation cover. Yeah, I don't think I've covered this Skaven versus High Elf battle yet, so let's jump in. I've definitely never seen Teclis in this battle yet. I'm back to you do my EE into Khorne. I don't think so. EE into Khorne? Wood Elf into Khorne, I mean, WE. Yeah, no, I haven't done yet. Skaven versus High Elf first. I think I accidentally skipped this battle. So Grimbat with the Skavens here, 2 units of regular clan rats, 4 clan rat spears, 3 night runners, 2 poison wing globes, 2 gutter runners, and what else? Some red ogres providing some mass and mobility, plus some doom flayers to run down enemy archers, I guess, and grind through enemy spears and rangers. Leading the army, a Kid Claw once again with Howling Warp Gale, Cleansing Ruin, and unlimited power Brass Orb. As for the High Elf army, 4 whole units of War Lions, which is a great pick into Skavens. Their armor-piercing anti-infantry makes them great at dealing with the weapons teams who usually have decent armor to help them survive against enemy mobility, but not against the War Lions. Though here comes the Red Ogres, which can counteract the War Lions, especially when Night Runners are shooting in their face. The War Lions have some missile resistance of 30%, but they can only help so much when they're melee troops just fighting in melee as well. Archers are moving in. On the High Elf side, archers, rangers, and a lot of rangers actually. 3 archers, a line of spears, and Teclis leading the army with Fiery Convocation, Sword of Teclis, Flock of Doom. No active healing for his units, which honestly, to be fair, it's not necessary. Anyways, Night Runners are Gutter Runners are slowly chipping away the health of Red Rangers with the help of some Red Ogres charging into the fray. On the far side there, the Rangers are being deleted by the Poison Wing Globes. They are cutting through the Skaven slaves with the help of some friendly fire of the Skavens, very classic of the Skavens, but the Rangers themselves are almost dead. Some Rangers are able to get close, but being blocked off by some Skaven slaves in the fray. Rangers are starting to shoot into... Archers are shooting at the Red Ogres and are able to beat them back with the Rangers. And on the far side, the Red Ogres duking it out against War Lions, while more War Lions will be just walking over to try and get some melee fights going on here. But overall, the High Elf front line are being entirely deleted by the enemy Poison Wing Globes. All the Rangers are dead now. And the Archers are not actually doing a whole lot of difference here. Illyrian Reavers charging into the Gutter Runners, and with the Rangers' help, they should be able to deal with these Skaven Skirmishers, but Red Ogres are coming in and should be able to get some nice rear charge onto the Reavers. On the far side, the Reavers were trying to fight... Oh no, they're trying to fight the Armored Dwarfing Manus, and they don't have the Armor Piercing to make the difference here. And I think it also did some good work here, maybe? I don't know. Not quite sure what happened. We can rewatch it. Fiery Convocation going down the line, but mostly dodged by the Skavens, and I think that's... The High Elves they're probably not completely out of this yet, but it's going to be a very rough uphill battle for them. The War Lions trying to silence the enemy missiles and whatnot, but being countercharged by Doom Flayers and shot up by Night Runners have been pushed off the engagement. And Illyrian Reavers are also being dealt with by the Dwarfang Manus. Now, Cleansing Ruin onto Teclis here. A kid himself jumping into combat, trying to run down Teclis. And Teclis is not running away. He's trying to hold on, stand there, and take the fight. And he is taking a ton of damage as a result, just eating a charge in the face. War Lions quickly chewing through the Poison Wing Globes. And as you can see with their anti-armor, anti-infantry, made short work of these Poison Wing Globes, but on the far side there, Archers firing in and slowly whittling down the Skavens infantry. War Lions also finish off one Poison Wind. Now they just need to finish off the other one, which is still very much healthy, while the War Lions are kind of stuck in the middle of a bunch of enemy troops. And now the Poison Winds will delete these spears with no questions asked. And yeah, most of the High Elf troops, especially the melee ones, are tattered and worn down. Only some archers are still in the fray, but the Brass Orb will be doing some nice AoE damage onto them. And Teclis is being seen off by a Kid Claw. So I think that's going to be GG here. That's going to be it for the High Elves. We can just fast forward here, as the rest of the battle is just going to be cleanup action. The archers alone can't really make a difference here. Rangers are still fighting, but there's still one Poison Wind Globes at the back, ready to delete them from their existence. And Red Ogres and Skaven Slaves are still nearby to guard them. War Lions are being tied down by Skaven Slave Spears, taking a bunch of damage. And yeah, that should be GG. That shall be victory of the... Yeah, that should be victory of the Skavens here, with their Dwarfing Manus holding the flanks and Poison Winds deleting all those Wood Elf troops. The War Lions is a great attempt, but I think the High Elves played a little bit too conservative here. Like, a lot of their Rangers need to be just rushing. The archers need to be rushing, pushing up and trying to push back the enemy's Skaven infantry so that the melee troops can get to the poisoning globes and all that. The warlines, instead of trying to charge enemy skirmishers, they need to get around and like recharge the enemy weapons teams and all that. But yeah, they need a better surround on the enemy, I would say, in this battle. Like in this one, I think, yeah, let's just check what happened to the Valerian Reavers. Give me a second there. Let's just fast forward a bit. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's fast forward here. Let's see what happens to the Reavers. Everything is just clumped up on the Reaver side here. Now they are trying to move up, but they're being screened off by skirmishers. Like, they're all clumped up in one blob, so the red ogres can easily, like, yeah. So Dwarfing Menace can probably just screen them off all at once. If the Reavers are more spread out, like some can go around here, some can go around here, they would have a much, like the Skavens lacking mobility in general will have a slightly harder time to just counteract them. But right now they are just trying to charge some armored. Oh yeah, they're trying to charge some armored chariot, and I don't think they have an attacking order on the Dwarfing Menace. They only have a movement order. And they got counter-charged by the Dwarfing Menace being charged by Ikiklo, being shot by Night Runners. That's how they just went down. While the Skavens extremely spread out are just screening off the Warlions just fine. And yeah, again, Warlions want to just walk around the enemy troops. They have the speed advantage over Night Runners. They can just walk around instead of trying to fight them in melee. That was quite unfortunate. And also the rest of the, yeah, I think they need a couple Phoenixes just to get around the enemy defenses and dive onto the weapons teams. Yeah, that's probably what they need. Yeah. Like, Phoenixes is a cheap enough but also still decent flying monster for the high elves to use. So Flame Spy Phoenix definitely can help in this kind of engagement. What else do we have here? Siege versus Skaven. We have a lot of rattling guns here from Kita. Alright, Pasha going with 4 Blue Horrors, 3 Tangors, and 2 Furies. 3 Chaos Spawns as well. These monsters infantry unbreakable is quite tough for Skavens to deal with. Skavens are just not great at dealing with monsters infantry. Tequila says hi. Oh, hello everyone. Whoa, wait, he's already done with he's already done with his stream. All right, what? Hold on a second. Yep, looks like he's done. All right. Did the raid work? I think it did. Wait, did it work? I think it did. Yeah, we are seeing a big bump in concurrent viewers. Great, thank you, Tequila Sunset. I appreciate the help. Yeah, and also, I'm pretty sure everyone who's watching this stream knows about Tequila Sunset, but for those who don't, by the off chance those who don't, Tequila Sunset, great content creator, hosting free tournaments every week, and a very active content creator for the Total Warhammer scene, and does a lot of great content. Definitely give him a subscribe and check out his content if you are interested in Total Warhammer. Anyways, let's slow down the army builds here, slow down the battle here so that we can check through the army builds. And yeah, let's check out the army builds here. Blue Horrors backed up by a ton of spawns. We have already checked this out, but just going through this once again for the new joiners. We have the Exalted Lord of Chain of Siege with Blue Fire, Pink Fire, and yeah, that's about it for the Siege army. But actually, some Furies as well to disrupt enemy weapons teams. Now, for the Skaven army, a front line of Skaven Slaves, a bunch of Skaven Slaves really, and then some Rattling Guns, plus Nanti Boobo's Sharpshooter, and some more Warlock Giselles. I am worried this Skaven build has way too range component here, with another unit of Ikizepsap at the back as well. They don't have enough stuff to hold back the charge of the spawns of Tinge. There are some more Red Ogres, providing some mass and mobility, and the Doomslayers, plus a single Glacier of Ruin with Howling Warp Gale, Dreaded 13th Summon, and a Warpstone Scroll. But they're not using the Howling Warp Gale in time. I can see the Furies diving onto the Gilsapsap, silencing them already. And Doomslayers need to get in and charge those, charge those Furies. But right now, yeah, this is rough. The Gilsapsap is just getting finished off. Ratling Guns also need to focus on the spawns of siege instead of shooting enemy infantry there. They like the Rattling Guns are said to be anti-infantry, but because of the sheer amount of missile projectiles every volley, they're actually better at shooting at monsters. Especially you have less of an accuracy issue shooting at monsters and all that, you know. Having a larger hitbox and all that. But yeah, anyway, Zan goes from the tree line, unleash upon the back line of the Skavens here. Rattling Guns are trying to fire at the Chaos Furies, getting some good damage, but the blue horrors are shooting in. Oh, you can see these spawns are getting deleted by those Rattling Guns here, but overall, seems like most of the missiles at the back line here for the Skavens have been silenced by Furies or being shot up by blue horrors. Some of them are still firing, but these guys are having issues with their line of sight, maybe? No, they're just reloading. But yeah, they're firing in, but they're also getting obliterated by blue fire. And then, yeah, Skaven Slaves trying to pile onto the Chaos Furies now, but they're a little bit too late. And Teeth Breakers have been dealt with. They're gonna be routing off soon with a pink fire right on top of them. The Skaven box is in a massive disarray. That's why you don't take too many missile units. You need to always make sure you have enough melee troops to hold back the enemy melee troops and hold back the enemy melee interferences on your missile troops. Like at this point, the Standard are just obliterating the Red Ogres, and we'll be running down the rest of the routed weapons teams. Skavens might still be... The balance of power is surprisingly even. I'm not sure why, but at this point, all the Skavens are just running off and being chased down by summon Furies here. More disruption onto the enemy Natibu Sharpshooter. But yeah, Standard and no Marauders, but like Furies and blue horrors are just chasing off all these routed Skaven units. Balance of power is in favor of Skavens, is in favor of Siege now, and that shall be victory for the Changer of Ways. And yeah, it is pretty much just a simple combo of punch through the enemy infantry with spawns, and then wreck the back line with a charge of Zandagors. Just occupy those Red Ogres. You only have 2 Red Ogres as well, which is not enough to deal with all 2 Furies and 3 Zandagors. Wait, you can bring 3 Zandagors? I thought you can only bring 2 Zandagors. You can bring 3 Zandagors. They didn't say anything about Zandagors with custom unit limits, so I guess 3 units is fine. Yeah. Okay, that's fine then. Actually, let me just check fruit rules. You can bring 4 Zandagors in fruit rules. God damn. But yeah. Really nice damage with the Zandagors running down the enemy weapons teams, and Fury silencing the enemy shooters, especially one of them silencing Ikigzapsap. So that was quite unfortunate there. The Glacier did have Howling Warp Gale and the Warpstone Scroll. It could have been used to shut down the Fury, but that was not done in time, and that cost Skavens their Warp Lightning Cannon, and also then the melee unit starts rushing in. The Skaven Slave front line could not hold, and yeah, the missiles just quickly broke in. And as you can see here, excuse me. Yeah, just have a sneeze there, sorry. I hope I silenced that in time. But yeah, anyways, yeah. Rattling Guns are just not great against anything in this day and age. Their accuracy is poor, and they often get obstructed in terms of their line of sight. So not quite able to earn back their own value. Natibu Sharpshooter doesn't have time to shoot. They're more of a consistent DPS unit. Takes time for them to really dish out the damage, but getting immediately bum rushed by a ton of Thundergores, Furies, and Spawns did not give them the time. And also the blue horrors got close enough to just shoot at them and whittle down their health as well. And yeah, GG to both players. And next up we have Corn versus Wood Elves. I think this is the one you're looking for, La Luna La Pruna. Okay, wait, how many more saves do we still have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more games. Right, let's go. Corn versus Wood Elves. With 3 Wild Riders, one of them the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, 3 units of War Dancers. Interesting. Haven't seen these girls in a while. And then 2 more Eternal Gods with shields, 2 Hackbane Tips Glade Gods, and then 1 Sisters of the Thorn, 1 Hackbane Tips Glade Rider, 1 Lifecaster, and 1 Glade Lady. Let's slow down a bit here, and actually let's just let's just slow down a bit here. We have some Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes on Khorne side. A lot of units on Khorne side. Actually, a super wide army. Chaos Warhounds deployed on both sides. Yes, and Khorne Gores deployed on both sides as well. Khorne Bulls, Minotaurs of Khorne with great axes, and then a front line of Marauders of Khorne, one of them, the dual weapon variant. I would say just bring the regular ones, would be fine enough. You need the shields to block enemy missiles anyways. And anyways, Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, Hellforge Bellowers once again being the most powerful Khorne unit on the roster right now. And also the actually second most powerful. There's the Wrathmongers after all. And Skulltaker this time on his Juggernaut. Now let's get the battle started as the Khorne Marauder Horsemen are taking a ton of damage from the enemy Glade Gods and Glade Riders. So they're quickly backing off there, while the Hellforge Bellowers tries to bombard the enemy infantry, especially the missile ones. And yeah, Sisters of the Thorn will be doing some kiting here, just skirmishing back and forth. Warhounds are coming in trying to catch them, but Wild Riders are here to respawn, quickly annihilating them on the charge, deleting them from existence. More Warhounds on the other side, but I don't think they're gonna survive long if the Wild Riders get activated. Now the Khorne Bulls have tried to engage the Wild Riders in melee, but they have been pinned down by a prey of Anne of Rayma, which means the Hackbane Tips are free to shoot them down. And also War Dancers moving into combat as well, trying to cut down these monstrous infantry. Wild Riders deleting a second unit of Warhounds, and in the front line, War Dancers charging into Marauders here, while the Eternal Gods will be bracing for the charge against the Marauders, hoping to hold the line for a bit. As the War Dancers are slicing and dicing enemy infantry, they are taking on a lot more infantry right now. So with their lack of armor, they will be taking quite some noticeable damage, especially eating a charge from the Marauders, but they're doing some nice kills in return, with buying more time for the Glade Gods to shoot at the back as well. These War Dancers are moving in to shoot, and the Hackbane Tips Glade Riders are trying to do a bit of kiting. One of the Hackbane Tips Glade Riders have been routed once by the Hellforge Bellowers, but has regrouped. Now the Hellforge Bellowers is targeting another unit of Hackbane Tips Glade Gods. War Dancers are still holding, slicing and dicing enemy infantry, but there's just a lot of bodies for them to deal with, and the Khorne Gores are moving around to try and hit up the enemy back line. Same goes for these Minotaurs of Khorne. They're ignoring the enemy War Dancers. Now Hellforge Bellowers are shooting into these blobbed up Wood Elf troops. And where are the Wild Hunters of Kurnos? They are here, standing around, not exactly doing much. They need to charge something. Instead of standing there taking a charge from the Khorne Bulls, oh, okay, this is gonna hurt for them. Also being lit on fire, which means the Earthblood healing was cut in half. And now the Glade Gods have been compromised by the Khorne Gores pushing in. At least they managed to push back some of the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne here, especially with the Sisters of the Thorn kiting away. Sometimes it is nice to turn on the skirmishing mode, so that, for example, they can start automatically running away from enemy melee troops. Yeah, Wild Riders will continue to just hit and run. Now they're retreating, but still running through some Chaos Warhounds there, while the Khorne Bulls are being pinned down by another prey of Anne of Rayma, just being stopped from pursuing enemy troops for a second there. And these tattered Khorne Bulls, they will be subjected to a devastating charge from the Wild Riders. They have some armor to mitigate the charge, but not enough to protect themselves from the Wild Riders. And this is one unit of Khorne Bulls gone. The second unit is still running around, trying to catch those Wild Hunters of Kurnos, but unfortunately, Khorne does not have any good ways to catch any enemies in melee combat, outside of trying to use the faster units like Chaos Warhounds, Furies to catch up with them. But Khorne Bulls, yeah, they're just gonna be chasing after a way faster target. Hellforge Bellower is still doing some really good damage overall. getting 133 kills, 1,400 damage, 1,400 soon. And yeah, that is some really good work done so far. But yeah, I think the main thing is whether the Wild Hunters of Kurnus can survive into the late game after crushing those Minotaurs here. If they can survive into the late game, then I think they can surround and beat down the Hellforged Bellowers, but otherwise, the Wood Elves would struggle against the Hellforged Bellowers. And other Arrows of Kurnus there, whittling down the Corn Gores with the help of some Hackbane tips. But right now, the Wild Hunters are definitely overstaying their welcomes, hanging around in the middle of Halberd unit for way too long, and a little bit slip in micro there. Sisters of the Thorn being targeted by a Sword of Corn, and half a unit of their HP is gone. Good news is they still have all their unit models, but yeah, how long can they hold on for? Wild Hunters definitely overstaying their welcome at this point. Down to the last 9 models and being cut down by Halberds. Oh no, a massive loss for the Wood Elves. They should have backed off the moment the Minotaurs are dead. But now the Wood Elves have lost an important unit to kill off enemy single entities. At least the Glade Lord is still around to slowly chip away at the health of Skull Taker. But there's nothing to stop the Skull Taker from hunting down the Spellsinger of Life. And that might be the end of the Wood Elf healing. If Skull Taker is not dealt with right now. But at least the Sisters of the Thorn is still roaming the battlefield. They're down to half health, but they still have the models and charge bonus to just do some rear charging, wreck some enemy chaff in melee, and maybe get some kills. But yeah, the Spellsinger is probably gonna be done for this one, as the Skull Taker is just gonna keep hunting her down, and there's nothing to save her right now. Hackbane tips are firing, but I don't know what the Wood Elves can do what the Wood Elves can do to deal with the 2 single entities here. Maybe I'll be surprised though, as Skull Taker is being surrounded by the Wild Riders, and he is taking more and more damage in the process, getting rear charge and all that. He doesn't have his sword. He doesn't have his charging up ability here, so he would not be immune to flanking, even if he can get enough kills to activate it. But yeah, right now the Glade Lord is just jumping into melee, helping those Sisters of the Thorn. Really nice use of the mobility there. Just routing off enemy units wherever you can, just charging into them, getting some nice impact damage, and then Fear should drop their leadership a bit with the Great Eagle. And now the Wild Riders will be running down those routed units, preventing them from coming back. The problem is still Skull Taker and the Hellforged Bellowers, but the Hellforged Bellowers is stuck in melee against a bunch of Sisters of the Thorn right now. Skull Taker is coming to help, trying to bail out the Hellforged Bellowers, especially now that the Hellforged Bellower has spent enough time in melee, having enough missiles to kite down the enemy troops. So Skull Taker take another few big hits from the Wild Hunters of Kurnus there. Wild Hunters of Kurnus though, trying to fight till the last man standing, literally down to the last model, and still doing damage to Skull Taker. Man, that is some impressive feat. And am I seeing an ability or something? Oh no, yeah, never mind. But yeah, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus still on one model and still fighting, inspired by the nearby presence of his brethren. Oh no, never mind. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus, the final model of them, finally went down to Skull Taker, but still a very, very impressive feat there, fighting till the last man standing. Now the Glade Lord trying to dive on the Hellforged Bellowers and hunt him down, but the Hellforged Bellowers dropping some volley shots here and there and just nuking enemy targets, like the Sisters of the Thorn being pushed back. Now the Skull Taker is in for that duel, trying to fight the Glade Lord in melee, while the Glade Riders try to slowly kite down the Hellforged Bellowers. Hellforged Bellowers, of course, will try to use his ammo to his advantage there and delete any enemy multi-entity units. Let's do a bit of a fast forward here as the Hellforged Bellowers try to get and pop another shot onto the Glade Riders. I would say the Hellforged Bellowers would have benefited more to just charge straight at the Glade Gods. Anyways, on the far side there, now that the Skull Taker and the Hellforged Bellowers are separated, the Wood Elves are free to just cycle charge and isolate and cycle charge specific targets to death, or just slowly pick away at Skull Taker's HP. This one was pretty close indeed. This is very close. But the Skull Taker is running out of HP, down to the last 4 health, and he went down due to being surrounded and recharged by the Glade Lord. And now it is down to the Hellforged Bellowers. I don't think he has enough to win against a blob grind like with the Sisters of the Thorn and the Glade Riders charging in, and Wood Elf Glade Lord as well, getting some big hits here and there. And that shall be... I need to support my Minos against Kite better, for sure. They probably shouldn't have went on that Wild Goose Chase against the Wild Riders, actually. This was a really, really close battle, and I definitely like the... use of Skull Ticker here. But yeah, I would say Furies is your better bet against Wood Elves, I would say. But of course, you still want to have tools to prepare yourself against a Wood Elf 3-man box build. A Dirtfoot box would be quite rough here for, or a Wood Elf healing wooden box here would be quite a rough thing for the Khorne army to deal with. So Hellforged Bellower is definitely a good call in regardless of matchup, just because it's so good, 2,300 gold worth of damage value. However, the Khorne Bulls didn't really have any good engagements here. They were trying to push up to catch the Wild Riders, but they just don't have enough speed, especially when they can get occasionally pinned down by the prey of Anathema. Goldticker did some good work here, but the rest of the army, yeah, the rest of the infantry did okay. But yeah, not quite able to... It was extremely close for sure, but in the end, unfortunately, the kiting was what broke the Khorne's army's back here. Yeah, as the Minotaurs were not able to earn back their value, and the Wild Riders were able to just freely roam around the battlefield. Same goes for the Glade Riders. Glade Riders getting 1,500 gold worth of damage value, chasing down routing troops, and also just kiting and shooting and recharging enemy targets. And Sisters of the Thorn, if not for that slip up on the Sword of Khorne, they would have earned even more value in the end. But yeah, for now, that is going to be it here. A lot of nice skirmishing work on the Wood Elf side here. Really nice kiting from the Sisters of the Thorn and the Wild Riders as well. Just keeping those Minotaurs on the run. Should have used Crushers? No, don't use Crushers. Don't use Crushers here, dude. They are horrible, and I mean, they are just horrible for their cost range. I don't know why, but for some reason they never earn back their worth. Maybe because they're just too elite and just doesn't trade well into when surrounded by spears and whatnot. Yeah, but yeah, Skull Crushers are not great. I would say they've never been great, and their armor piercing are mostly wasted against the Wood Elves. If anything, Chaos Knights would have been better than Skull Crushers or Blood Crushers, I would say, because I don't think Skull Crushers have shields, right? Yeah, I don't think Skull Crushers have shields. Maybe they do, but still, Chaos Knights would probably be better here. Like, there's a reason why you never see people bring Skull Crushers in like replays on the content creator channels. Like, they're just not great, honestly. Don't bring them. Don't bring them. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. What else do we have? Okay. Okay. We have I think we've seen it already. So Kislev versus Khorne, Kislev versus Lizardman, Khorne versus Killstorms, and one more Wood Elves versus Skaven. I like the RL. RL is good. Actually, yeah, exception is the Regiment of Renown, because they have their mass and speed bonus during charging, which allows them to plow straight through enemy infantry formations. That is good if you are expecting a lot of infantry for you to run down. But don't use them to charge monsters or cavalry. That is a waste of their mass and speed. It just helps with the collision damage so much. Anyway, Kislev versus Khorne. Okay, sorry, just getting a quick drink. Okay, that's it. Alright, so for the Kislevite here, Little Grom going for a blob build, which Khorne normally is not great at, but we have Hellforged Bellowers here, which can exploit your infantry blobbing tactics. So army builds for Kislevites here. Align a bunch of armored Corsairs and Zargards just guarding the box, and then a bunch of single entities in the middle. Frozen Heart of Winter, Little Grom, Incarnate Elemental of Beast, the Watchman of the Night, providing some immune to psychology presence, and Zarina Katarine on her Frostworm with Frostblade, Crystal Sanctuary, and Ice Maiden Kiss. I would argue bring Heart of Winter might be good as well, since you're expecting enemies to just fight around you. Oh, okay, yeah, the Little Grom does counteract the Hellforge Bellowers, so this might be quite rough for the Hellforge Bellowers to sit there and shoot, but the Hellforge Bellowers does have the speed to just juke shots from the Little Grom. And a really nice micro from the Khorne player here, just moving left and right, sneaking, just going S shape in their route, and try to juke the Little Grom shots, and while getting close enough to just unleash more accurate shots onto the enemy infantry. Another volley and doing some... Oh, actually single entities block the shots. That was quite funny. Single entities actually helping their infantry here. But yeah, anyways, the Marauders of Khorne here and some Bloodweight Berserkers. That is going to be a rough target for the Kislevite to deal with. They just gonna plow through all these Armored Kossars and Zargards. 2 Minotaurs with great weapons, Blood Beasts of Khorne, and a Skull Taker leading army as well. The Armored Kossars will be bracing for a charge against the Marauders of Khorne there, but Hellforge Bellowers should start shooting soon against the Zargards or anything, honestly. Shooting at Zarina Katarine. Okay, I don't think that's the greatest target, but you might still want to snipe him out regardless, especially with the Bloodweight Berserkers nearby to pile on and start hacking down Zarina. Frozen Heart of Winter is dropping down his bound Heart of Winters now, but the Blood Beasts are here. Oh boy, that is going to be rough for Zarina. She needs to get out of there ASAP and try to get back to the support of her own troops, and same goes for the other single entities. Minotaurs of Khorne are moving in, not having any good targets to fight yet though, but the Hellforge Bellower is closing in and getting into melee. Frozen Heart of Winter getting a lot of health drain onto the surrounding enemy troops. Should be able to get some good value here. Almost 1,000 gold worth of damage value against all the Khorne troops here, and the Zargards have broken the first wave of Marauders, but more units are coming in from the Khorne side, and Zarina going back into the middle of her own blob and try to get some infantry support, but Minotaurs, Blood Beasts are all in the mix now, and are working through the HP of the Kislevite blob. This is definitely a blob of all times I've seen here. Crystal Sanctuary to provide more tankiness, more survivability of all these blobbed up Kislevite troops, lowering their damage taken while they will still have the same damage output, right? So just buying more time for them to dish out damage against the Khorne blob. No, the Hellforge Bellowers definitely should have stayed back a bit and just keep shooting. Because right now it is stuck inundated into enemy troops and not using the ammo to its advantage. It could have done so much more work against the enemy expensive infantry here, but at least Bloodweight Berserker getting some solid work done here. And Frozen Heart of Winter is getting low in health, but there is still more uses. Oh wait, there's only 1 Heart of Winter use left. Okay, never mind. But it can definitely do some breath attacks here to do more damage. Now the Frozen Heart of Winter is going after the Hellforge Bellowers, who is trying to get more damage against the enemy, the Kislevite infantry. But yeah, things are looking quite rough for the Khorne army though. Oh wait, but Zarina Katarine is once again isolated, and the Khorne Bulls and Blood Beast might be able to pin her down and just snipe out this Kislevite Lord. And the Bloodweight Berserker is also piling in. The Zargard and the Incarnate Elemental of Beast needs to get over there and help her, but they're too busy regrouping earlier, and now they might be a bit too late to save their lord. No, okay, never mind. Zarina Katarine is moving out of the enemy surround. Now Bloodweight Berserker though, just beating whatever in their way, getting 1,000 gold worth of damage value, still having half health left, despite getting constantly targeted by direct damage spells and items and abilities. While the Hellforge Bellower needs to get the hell out of there and start shooting with its multi-shot artillery. Bloodweight Berserker continues to just buzzsaw through their way, through the Zargards, getting some really nice damage. But yeah, it's just a blobby mess right now. Hellforge Host really needs to keep shooting. I'm not sure why it's not shooting. Maybe because of the tree blocking their line of sight. Yeah, it's shot now, but not getting a whole lot of damage because of a tree and the slope. and also being hit by a breath attack. It's not great for Khorne for sure. But yeah. But the Bloodwake Berserker might be the carry they need to win the game here for Khorne. Blood Beast did manage to work down the health of the Incarnate Elemental Beast and lower its health and into crumbling territory. But it has reorganized itself and regroup and get some more HP back, regain its posture. Yeah. Skulltaker and his infantry are trying to grind through the enemy Tsar guards, but they might just be too elite for the Marauders to fight through. The Bloodwake Berserker, though, is a different story, and they should handily beat those Tsar guards. Now that both sides are kind of exhausted now. Hellforge Bellowers are still shooting. Oh no, getting a shot from the little Grom here. Too busy to... Oh no! Unable to get that one last shot onto the Incarnate Elemental of Beast. And now it is down to the Bloodwake Berserker and Skulltaker to try and win this. But with all the health drain from the Incarnate Elemental of Beast, this might not be enough, even with how powerful the Bloodwake Berserkers might be. I feel like if the Khorne army can be a bit more patient with the Hellforge Bellowers, they could have won this. They could have won this by whittling down the Kislev box from afar. But because the Hellforge Bellower just got prematurely thrown into combat, it was not able to use up all its ammo before, before it starts taking a ton of damage. Even with the Bloodwake Berserkers, they were not able to grind through all the remaining Kislev troops left, and yeah. And I do like the use of the crystal. Yeah, I do like how the Kislev troops here, with Somir here dropping that crystal sanctuary to boost up the rest of the Kislev army, giving them the 60% damage resistance, or is it 40? I forgot. But yeah, giving them massive damage resistance to tank the hits from the Khorne army, buying them more time to punch back at the Khorne army, and yeah, getting some solid damage value on most of their melee troops. Not the armored Kossar. I mean, this one did almost earn back their value. This one did not, though. Well, actually, this one I think did almost earn back their value. But yeah, great use of the Crystal Sanctuary. Definitely a great spell. It would be great if you made a video about lines of battle. What do you define lines of battle? It sounds like a very vague concept. I guess I can think of some concepts about it, like the first line, second line of missiles, third line of reserve troops, some sort of stuff like that. But yeah, well, I wonder why Doomseekers don't get immune to flanking. That would make them a lot better as well. I wish they have that as well, but I will. As much as I love Doomseekers, they are just not great as a unit right now, and definitely can use some help. I mean, they are good at a role that the dwarves aren't needed in. Like they're a very good aggressive troop, and great at being a shock troops to punch through enemy lines and whatnot. But dwarves rarely go on the offensive, so their specialty is actually not quite needed among the dwarf roster, which is the tragedy of Doomseekers. But either ways, yeah, I feel like definitely a bit too premature engagement with the Hellforge Bellowers. They're throwing them into melee a little too early, and as a result, not quite able to maximize the benefit from those multi-shot volleys. So yeah. Next up, we have Kislev versus Lizardman here. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete that. Yeah, this is a fairly close battle. I would love to cast that. I am gonna delete that. And I might cast this one as well. I mean, I'm just thinking about like battles to cast, because I need to. I'm planning to like pre-record a bunch of videos before I go on my travels, so that I still have a regular posting schedule. It's probably gonna be less frequent posting, but yeah, I still want to keep the content uploads there. So you might see some relatively outdated meta videos like 2 months on, but yeah. But at least it's still gonna be fun action for sure. Kislev versus Lizardman now. And this time, Somi are coming in with a line of Kislevite warriors, 4 units of Quasars, armored Quasars, and once again going blob heavy maybe. The Oath Brothers of Tor, Incarnate Elemental of Beast, and 1 single Dervishes. And that's Consulting, supported by a Witch Hack. Hack Witch. By a Hack Witch of Beast with a Flock of Doom and Kodunja Spirit, which is summons of things in the woods. For the lizardmen here, chameleon skinks and an ancient salamander to blast enemy infantry formations, a line of red crested and Saurus warriors there, and some Koan spear riders and feral Koans in the far side of the forest. More Koan spear riders plus feral Koans there, ready to ambush the enemy formations. Leading the army is a Slamage Priest of Shadows to drain down enemy cavalry. No, actually just a lot of AoE damage with Penumbral Pendulum, Pit of Shades, and Banishment Spell. Alright, the Dervishes had some good impact onto the Chameleon Skinks here. Quickly retreating though, as the Feral Koans are closing in. And Armored Kossars firing, but doing some friendly fire to the Dervishes. But the Oath Brothers of Tor moving up with the Incarnate Elemental of Beast, trying to get us around on the Saurus Scar Vet. And trying to quickly punch down this character support. Oh, nice use of the bombardment ability, waiting for the enemy to close in, and then drop in the ability to just do maximum damage against the Koan Spear Riders and enemy Red Crested Skink Infantry, and then Kislevite Warriors moving in as well, and just doing a ton of damage to the Koan Spear Riders, deleting them in a matter of seconds with the help of the Incarnate Elemental of Beast. Did they use Taurus Battle Hymn? Yes, they did. Hold on. Oh yeah, Taurus Battle Hymn onto some of these onto a bunch of these. Yeah, Taurus Battle Hymn from Constantine here onto these Oath Brothers and Incarnate Elemental of Beast, just absolutely deleting whatever unit they're touching with that plus 40 melee attack buff. Front lines are clashing, but the Armored Kossars should be able to hold on for a bit here, even against the Saurus Warriors. So buying more time for the Kislevite mobility to do all the work here. Koan Spear Riders and Feral Koans jumping onto one of the Armored Kossars. So more Kislevite Warriors are moving in to provide some anti-large reinforcements, forcing back those Koan cavalry. Some Reaper Tactile Riders have been Vanguard deployed, but not having a great backline to dive on. They need to find a battle they excel at, like jumping onto perhaps these Armored Kossars to rout them off. But of course, they need something else to stop these Kislev mobility block here. The Ancient Salamander is getting some decent damage done against the enemy infantry block, but the problem is the Oath Brothers of Tor, the Incarnate Elemental of Beast, and Constantine himself would not give them extra time to shoot. So yeah, the Kislevites are just flooding the Lizardman backline at this point. Pendulum onto some Armored Kossars, but unfortunately because the Kossars have moved, the Pendulum didn't do maximum damage here. And Koan Spear Riders are still trying to do some cycle charging, trying to get more damage done onto the Kislev troops, but they are taking more and more damage from the Kislevite Warriors. Scarfet is still holding on the fight. But yeah, this is why you don't really want to bring Pendulum and Pit of Shades. Those two abilities are great against blob troops, but have very specific use conditions. And against a moving target, they are just not that effective. And especially when your targets are inundated with your own troops risking friendly fire. But yeah, and Melkovs would be way better against enemy cavalry and infantry, and probably would have done the Slamage a little bit more good here. Anyways, Reaper Tactile Riders. Oh, I forgot. There's the Bombardment of the Oath Brothers also does blinded, reducing enemy melee stats and making them much more fragile and much less effective in melee combat. So that's why they were able to delete those Koan Spear Riders in melee. Reaper Tactiles also being hampered in terms of melee stats due to the bombardment. They're also being hacked down by the anti-large Oath Brothers. And that is going to be GG for the Lizardmen here. This is going to be a quick one. As the Lizardmen just lost out on the mobility fight, and the infantry fight eventually swung against them, as well as the mobility elements of the Kislevite armies comes in and just smash those Saurus warriors in the melee. And yeah, that is going to be GG. Now for the army performances here, Oath Brothers did so much work against the enemy cavalry. Like, just deleted the enemy Koan Spear Riders and then deleted the Reaper Tactile Riders as well, catching the Ancient Salamander, yeah, just they pretty much carried the game here. While the Kislevites Warriors and Corsairs just held the line long enough for the mobility to do all the work and then just hammer in to the backs of the Saurus and Red Crested. So as a result, the Red Crested and Saurus didn't do a whole lot here. Neither did the mobility. Repair Tactiles did a little bit better, actually earning back their worth, I think. No, they're still 100 gold short, but yeah, still get some good damage done, just not quite able to carry the game. Now, last two replays here. This time, Killstorm versus Khorne. Are we seeing another... yeah, Dreadquake Mortar Demon's Tongue bus? God damn. Wait, no, we've seen this before already. Okay, we can we should keep that just because I might want to cast that actually. But yeah, I think no, wait, we haven't seen this. Okay, Killstorm versus Khorne round 2 with the Dreadquake Mortar Train. Yeah. So, once again on the battlefield, got the Dreadquake Mortar and Demon's Tongue. For the front line here, Goblin Laborers and a couple of Killstorm Warriors with great weapons. And Orc Laborers with Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives. In the skies, double Flying Cow, the Great Tauruses, with their Fire Breath attacks. With a Burning Hat on the Sorcerer Prophet and Reforge on the Demon Sorcerer of Death. Double Breath attack again, right out the bat on the Khorne Gores, just doing some nice damage overall and quickly retreating. I would argue a Breath attack onto the Murder Horsemen of Khorne would be a better pick, just to delete some of these, just to work down some of these armor-piercing skirmishing firepower. Valkia tried to take a fight against the double Flying Cow, and she is a bit out of her depth here. Just quickly getting hacked down to her half health, especially without any healing. Without any immunity with the Demon Shield, and immediately that Dreadquake Mortar shot deleted like half a unit, deleted pretty much roughly a full unit of Marauder Horsemen, just that the damage was spread among the two Marauder Horsemen, and so it's half a unit on one unit and half a unit on the other. Anyways, Marauders and Goblins and Killstorm Warriors are clashing. Now here comes the double Flying Cow are going balls deep into chasing Valkia and try to hunt her down. But the problem is that Minotaurs are nearby, standing by and trying to just surround them and hack them down. And the Demon Smith Sorcerer is taking a ton of damage. Now the double Flying Cow are desperately in need of Dreadquake Mortar shot to clear out all these Minotaurs. But the Dreadquake Mortar just isn't shooting. It just isn't shooting. And the Demon Smith Sorcerer is running out of health, quickly routing away. The Dreadquake Mortar still need that Reforge healing, and unfortunately there are no good units to save those double Flying Cows here. But a nice shot from the Dreadquake Mortar here, just dumpstering a bunch of enemy infantry, just that they're not doing much against the Minotaurs right now. And all these Killstorm single entities are truly stuck, over chasing Valkia and paying the ultimate price for the Demon Smith Sorcerer. Another Burning Hat this time, hopefully to clear out some more enemy infantry and free up the Dreadquake Mortar, I guess. And yeah, I guess that terrifies the Khorne Gores away. The Demon Smith Sorcerer has been routed. But Valkia is now having her eyes on the Sorcerer Prophet, maybe? Nope, the Sorcerer Prophet instead tries to pick a fight with Valkia. Killstorm Warriors and the Laborers are just holding on fine. The Wrathmongers have taken a lot of damage from the Infernal Gods, down to roughly 1/3 of their HP being bogged down by enemy infantry. Enemy chaff infantry to be exact. Another shot from the Dreadquake Mortar, trying to blast away the enemy troops here. One of the Minotaurs might get terrified, but I think that is the end of the Demon's Tongue as well, as they're down to their last bit of HP. They're still surviving. Can they get another shot out? I do wonder. Nope, probably not, actually. The Minotaurs are still nearby. Throwing axes are coming in, and that is going to be one defying shot from the Dreadquake Mortar. They might be going down, but they're not going down without taking a few more troops around. Taking a few more enemies down with them. Another breath attack from the Demon Smith Sorcerer, Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, just to burn down some Minotaurs and whittle down their health. Now the single entities really need to back the hell out of there. Wrathmongers are still being tied down after suffering a lot of damage from the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, just shooting the hell out of them. But now the enemy corn troops are moving in, and the Demon Smith, the double flying cows, need to get the hell out of there before they get whittled down by the throwing axes. Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives are dishing out the damage to whittle down the enemy skirmishers and maybe screen them out for the benefit of the double flying cows. But there's still a lot of corn cows nearby, and that might be a problem for the Chaos Dwarfs in the late game there. Yeah. Burning Head onto the corn troops, whittling down a bit more of their health, and the flying cows, the double flying cows are still sticking around with, ooh, beautiful sort of corn though, just wrecking these Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives. And now the Corn Gores and the Wrathmongers have pushed through the enemy melee interception, and are now able to chase down the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives. So the last hope of the double flying cows is to snipe out Valkyr and try to get as much leadership bombs as possible and try to win this battle. But of course, easier said than done here. The Wrathmongers are still very much alive and kicking. I mean, they're tattered, but they're still a very strong melee presence. And the double flying cows are having problems catching up with, Valkyr. Valkyr does have enough speed to stay ahead of them, slightly faster than the double flying cows, and the flying cows just not able to get a hit onto Valkyr. At this point, I wonder, would it be better to just, ooh, are these breath attacks coming in? Yeah, breath attacks onto all these blob up corn troops. For some reason not doing a whole lot, as the corn troops were kind of spread out as well. Probably better to wait till they're kind of stuck in melee and just waiting to be breath attack on. Because right now the Fire Glaives are done for, and the only thing holding up the balance of power are the double flying cows. And they need those breath attacks to whittle down the Minotaurs, but they have lost all their breath attacks, I think. Yeah, they've used them all up, so no more breath attacks, and they have to try and fight the Minotaurs in melee, which is not going to end up well for them at all. Yeah, let's just fast forward here as the double flying cows are just staying in the skies here, trying to just use their hand launch grenade, the grenade launchers, to slowly whittle down the health of the Minotaurs. I mean, they did some decent damage, but as soon as the Minotaurs charge with chaff, the chaff breaks, and that forced the Sorcerer Prophet to go into melee. Maybe dive down as well. Well, we shall see here. There are still some melee troops on the ground. But yeah, these Minotaurs are still very much healthy. Valkyr will try to stay the hell away from the double flying cows, while the double flying cows continues to just shoot and pick away the health of these Minotaurs with their handheld grenade launchers. Another burning head. Can they win this? Can the Chaos Dwarf turn this one around? The Minotaurs are still holding on, but the Sorcerer Prophet of Death is alone now that the Demon Smith Sorcerer is dead. And yeah. The Sorcerer Prophet just can't fight against a Minotaur with great weapons with all the anti-large armor piercing coming in. A really close battle for sure for this one. And I really enjoy seeing the Dreadquake Motor at 4,000 gold worth of damage. What the fuck did you do? What even the fuck did you do, bro? I mean, we saw it deleted a bunch of horsemen, but I didn't expect them to do that much damage against the Minotaurs. What the fuck? I mean, it did what did you do? I need to check again. Fire Glaives did some decent damage against the Wrathmongers, but unfortunately didn't finish them off, and the Wrathmongers still managed to push through, and there's just not enough melee presence here to stop the Corn rushing. Especially a bit more funds were spent on buying the Chaos Dwarf Warriors with great weapons, who is not great here. There's not a lot of armor for them to fight, so the armor piercing mostly wasted. I'd rather just go for the regular Chaos Dwarf Warriors with a bit more melee defense to hold on, and buy more time for the Dreadquake Motor and the Fire Glaives to shoot the double flying cows almost hang on and win the day, but yeah, just not quite enough. Due to the Minotaurs being such powerful melee combatants. Alright, I'm gonna quickly check out what happened with the Dreadquake Mortar there. How the hell did they even got 4,000 gold worth of damage value when all they did was shoot some Marauder Horsemen and getting surrounded and cut down by the Minotaurs? I need to check. What did I miss? Now speedrun this. Let's go in wartime speed and just keep an eye on the damage value here. First shot, not having any first shot yet. Yeah, getting chucked, getting a bunch of throwing axes chucked in the face. Nice shot with the Dreadquake Motor against the double Marauder Horseman, getting 600 damage from that shot. Another shot, but this time only onto Marauder Infantry, so not the most damage. Now they're starting to chuck some rifle attacks onto the Minotaurs there. And they're moving into combat, just bumping those Minotaurs, getting some really good damage, just point blank shooting into enemy Minotaurs. Okay. Yeah, shooting into point blank, blopped up Minotaurs and Corn Gores. And seems like they're getting a lot of damage in melee as well with the Steam releases, with the Steam explosion. Oh, they're just plowing through enemy infantry and bumping them down with that melee collision, I think, maybe. Like, you can see they just keep earning damage value despite not shooting at all. And also don't forget about flamethrower shots occasionally from the Demon's Tongue. Yeah. Another shot, massive damage value right in the center of the Corn Gores and Minotaurs. And also the incoming damage from the monstrous impact that continues to just chip away the health of units impact caught in the explosion impact. And yeah. And then there's one more final defiant shot of the Dread Quick shot, and exploding right in the middle of some Minotaurs, and yeah, getting some more damage. That was it. Enjoy seeing CD lose with this setup. I enjoy seeing CD with this setup in general. I don't think it's competitive at all, but yeah, it's just a joy to see the Dread Quick mortar occasionally. Stupid unit which should be able to shoot in melee, super interactive. Yeah, it's just janky. That's one of the things with the Dread Quick mortar train. Which shouldn't be able to shoot in melee. Yeah. It's just janky, unfortunately. Oh wait, no, I think they have fire while moving. So probably same thing as the Steam Tank, shooting in melee. But I don't think I think they're still able to shoot in melee. That would make more sense because there's no artillery crew being caught in melee when they're shooting, right? So, yeah, it's just the chassis being hit, not the crews. But yeah. Normal Dread Quick is hype. Together with Train, it becomes a degen fest. It also becomes a massive hitbox, so any kind of missile will make short work of them. But yeah, the Minotaurs did some really good work against the Dread Quick mortar, and yeah, just cutting them down, and then surrounding and beating down the Demon Smith Saucer and the Saucer Prophet as well. Yeah, overall a relatively close game, honestly. Yeah, I might actually keep this and cast this instead of the other Dread Quick mortar replay. But yeah, one final battle today, I think. Yeah, one final battle today. Wait, no, two final battles. Dark Elf versus Nurgle, and then Wood Elf versus Skaven. Oh, the Nurgle going for the blob build again. I might fast forward a bit of this. Blob build, same thing. Marauders, 2 Rot Knights, one of them the Rotting Riders, Festering Stooges, and the Libra Bubonic. Wait, not Libra Bubonic. Frolicker's Bubonic, yeah. Frolicker's Bubonic. Yeah. Frolicker's Bubonic, and then Chaos Lord, Chaos Saucer on the War Shrine of Nurgle. And then for the Dark Elves, front line of Big Soul, second line of Dark Shards, flanked by Hellebron Knight and Dread Spears, Koan Knight, and Repeater Crossbows, Dark Riders with Shields, Malkav on his Dragon leading army. I'm going to fast forward, it's getting really damn late. It's been 5 hours of streaming. I need to get this done, yeah. Koan Knights charging on, catching the Rot Knight, and with Malakav's help as well, and then the Dark Riders Repeater Crossbows are just shooting in. That's a Soul Stealer that didn't catch anything. Oh wait, no, stand your ground to cancel the Soul Stealer. Nice move there, actually. Just making sure that the Soul Stealer can catch something with a second cast instead. Like, is it gonna cast in time? Yeah, it has been cast in time. Dark Riders with Repeater Crossbows whittling down the Rot Knights over here. Malakav surrounded by the Rotting Riders, taking a bunch of damage, but he is healing right now, so he's not too worried about being killed immediately. And now that the first unit of Rot Knights are being dealt with, the Koan Riders are free. The Koan Knights are free to just charge the Rotting Riders and try to pin them down, allowing the Dark Riders to come in and just shoot them up with that armor-piercing firepower. Dark Riders continues to pursue those fleeing Rot Knights, though they are kind of stuck on the Rotting Riders. Turning on the Curse of Leper to get some damage reflection and armor, but I don't think that's helping them a lot here. What they need is a Fleshy Abundance, not a damage reflection. And at the same time, Bloodwreck Medusa is just free to stand back and fire and whittle down the enemy infantry formations, having that range advantage. And the Dark Elves are definitely dedicated to whittling down the enemy army bit by bit. And yeah, these Rot Knights are just going to be seen off by the Dark Riders. They will not be allowed to return, preventing them from utilizing their regeneration and heal up. So really nice catch from the Dark Elves there. Yeah. Although here, Malekith starts taking quite a bit of damage as the Chaos Lord tries to come out and fight him. But the Rotting Riders are almost done for. Although same goes for the Khorne Knights anyways. But the Dark Riders with repeater crossbows are firing in, trying to whittle down the enemy's health. Malekith needs to get out of dodge ASAP, and there are no units nearby to screen out for him. Might want to just even send those Dark Riders into melee, just to help Malekith bail out from that engagement. Dark Riders are definitely getting a nice success there, just seeing off those Rot Knights. Malekith managed to get back into the sky, despite being poisoned and pursued. And now it is basically free for the Dark Elves to just kite down the rest of the Nurgle army. Breath attacks onto the Festering Stooges. Bloodwreck Medusa continues to kite. Marauders and the Nurgle Lord tries to move up and shut down the Bloodwreck Medusa, but simple screening with the Bleak Swords will save the Bloodwreck Medusa. And yeah, it is just a matter of shooting, really. Festering Stooges not able to get much out of their Death's Head shooting, and just whittled down by the Bloodwreck Medusa and the Dark Riders, plus Dark Shots moving in close to shoot as well. And Marauders are being stuck in melee now that Bleak Swords are here. Breath attack from Malekith right on top of the Chaos Lord, not doing a whole lot of damage though, but damage is damage. And Malekith is diving down to fight. And now the Dark Shards are free to just whittle down the poor Chaos Sorcerer Lord with their armor-piercing missiles. Same goes for the repeater crossbows. Malekith is a bit stuck. He might want to drop in a Soul Stealer right now onto this blob of units, but yeah, the rest of the fight is pretty simple. Send in the Bleak Swords, pin down the enemy melee units, and just keep shooting them with the Dark Riders and Dark Shards. Occasionally, maybe sending in those Khorne Knights as well would be nice, but yeah. Even the Rotting Riders will be reaching their heal cap and be seen off. And yeah, pretty simple way to pick off a blob, really. Like, that's why you don't really see a lot of blob builds in the fight, because melee blobs like this, relying on regeneration and all that to hold the line, because all your investments are in your blob holding elements, you don't have much to fight back against missile kiting and all that. So it leaves you basically hand over the initiative, the agency of the entire battle to the other player. And they have more mobility, they have more missiles to take control and exploit your lack of mobility and options, in the lack of flexibility in battle. And as a result, you just see this kind of melee blobs get shot to death. Unless you're fighting against something like Khorne, and then they suck against it, because they don't have a lot of ways to challenge the enemy melee box in terms of missiles and stuff. But now even Khorne has the Hellforged Bellowers and Skull Cannon, so it's quite rough with box builds, I would say. But yeah, great damage from the Bloodwreck Medusa, exploiting the enemy's lack of range here with the Dark Riders repeater crossbows as well. And the Khorne Knights getting some great trades into the Rotting Riders, the Rot Knights as well. And yeah, that is, and yeah, of course Malekith, he is a monster in both spellcasting and melee. Alright, Skavens versus Wood Elves, and that's the last cast of the day, and then I am gonna go and grab dinner. It's like 11 now, and I still haven't had dinner. I did eat some snacks beforehand, but yeah, I'm hungry now. And we've been casting for 5 hours plus, almost 6 hours now. God damn. Yeah, I need to cast faster in the future. Alright, army builds. One final battle here. Wood Elves are going in the rush build. Dryads of the front line here, and a bunch of Deepwood Scouts. No Swift Shiver Shot. Immediately open up with a arrows of Kurnus. Wild Hunters of Kurnus, Glade Riders, and a bunch of Wild Riders as well in the forest, just trying to run down the Night Runners. And yeah, on the other side for the Skavens, a line of Skaven Slave Spears and Skaven Slaves with Plague Monks at the back. Avalanche Mortar is definitely a good call into this matchup to delete enemy infantry, especially archers. But some of the archers are in range to start shooting, peppering down the Avalanche Mortars. Blade Riders are running down those Night Runners just fine, and the Wild Riders are definitely having hell of a time, though. Ooh, they got a movement order instead of an attacking order, so they didn't actually get an attack order on anything, didn't get a charge order, so they're taking a lot of damage, being countercharged by the Red Ogres here. But more Wild Riders are here to help, and Glade Riders as well, and they should be able to win out the engagements eventually. Wild Hunters of Kurnoth. Oh no, what are you doing? Getting stuck on the enemy spears. No, you need to really constantly micro these units, especially if you want to squeeze through a gap, making sure those units are constantly on the move and are in a narrow formation to squeeze through the gap. But either way, the Skaven Slave seems to be going soon. They won't be holding on for long, but that still 2 units of Deepwood Scouts deleted by those Avalanche Mortars. That was painful loss. The Avalanche Mortars were able to earn back their worth before they go down. Now, however, what wasn't able to earn back their worth is probably this Zap Zap here. Okay, that is a nice Flensing Ruin though, draining away the health of both the Wild Hunters of Kurnoth and the Glade Lord here. Wild Hunters of Kurnoth though still managing to delete those enemy Red Ogres, Dryas trading decent into enemy chaff, and while in the forest here, Wild Riders and Glade Riders still duking it out against Night Runners. This is not a great use of their time, but wait, no, these are great Stag Knights. God damn, these are some expensive cavalry. I would just bring regular Wild Riders. I wouldn't even bother to bring great Stag Knights because you don't really need that armor piercing for anything against Skavens. I guess against weapons teams and Storm Vermin, but you've got other options for that. Anyways, Wild Hunters of Kurnoth finally pushing through the enemy. Oh, enemy front line and also routing a Kick Claw, thanks to those anti-large armor piercing. So Wild Hunters of Kurnoth will probably just chase down a Kick Claw, preventing him from coming back, which will put a big damper on that balance of power for the Skavens. But yeah, the Glade Lord needs to keep committing onto either a Kick Up or the Avalanche Mortars to retain more melee presence in the late game for the Wood Elves here. Because now all the infantry are getting bombarded to bits by the Avalanche Mortars. That's not great. That's not great at all. And other Arrows of Kurnoth getting some nice damage onto the Plague Monks, but yeah, the Avalanche Mortars need to be dealt with. They're now 1,500 gold worth of damage value. Night Runners chipping away the health of the Night Runners. Chipping away the health of the Glade Lord, doing some okay damage, nothing too amazing. Spell Singer of Life. I haven't seen a lot of spell casting. Oh no, they didn't bring any healing spells. Only Awakening of the Wood. That was a big mistake, because the Glade Lord might actually go down if they take too much missile damage here. But yeah, anyways, the Great Wild Riders and the Glade Riders are out of the trees. All the Great Stag Knights are still running down the enemy Night Runners, but they are taking more and more damage as the battle goes on. More attrition from the Night Runners, especially they have their projectiles firing in. Good news is that the Night Runners are on the verge of routing, but I don't know if the Great Stag Knights can wait till then, as they are being slowly dragged down by sheer numbers and projectiles as well. Oh no, AK Up is still online. They can turn around and fire at the Glade Lord, the Glade Lady. Stop chasing after a shattered unit. They're not gonna come back. Okay, at least the Glade Riders are moving over to shut down that AK Up. And the Wild Riders are still very much healthy here. The problem is, how are they dealing with all the sheer numbers of troops here? Okay, AK managed to barely regroup in front of the edge of the map, but the Wild Hunters of Kurnoth still managed to just see them off, hopefully. Yeah, they're still on to a Kick Claw, so a Kick Claw is not going to come back, and after he gets off the map, that's going to be a big hit to the leadership of the remaining Skavens. You can see as soon as a Kick Claw route off the map, these Skaven Slaves are routing, Plague Monks are flashing with their flags, Red Ogres as well, who barely managed to regroup. They're also on the verge of routing. All these Skaven troops are routing, and that is just going to be a landslide from there. That effect is just going to start snowballing. Glade Riders running down some Wavery Night Runners, and yeah, Awakening of the Wood to blast through some Plague Monks from the Spellslinger who was stuck in a melee fight as well. And yeah, that is going to be GG. That's going to be army losses. That's going to be victory for the Wood Elves, and that shall be the final battle of today's stream. Yeah, that's a lot of battles, and it's like that's like 5.5 hours of streaming. That's a lot. I think I need to be more efficient in casting in the future. But yeah, that's gonna be the last Saturday tournament on my channel for a while. I'm going on some traveling to visit family and stuff for the next couple months, so I won't be able to cast any more of these I won't be able to cast any more of these weekend tournaments, so most likely it would be Human Boy Yes Yes who is casting these events, or maybe some other content creators. Just keep an eye out on the RTK Citadel server, and I'm sure Big JP will be able to find some great content creator to cast during the weekend. And yeah, for the army performances here, Glade Lord did some great work here, but most of the work is done by Wild Hunters of Kurnoss, running down pretty much everything. Red Ogres, Ikig Zap, running down Ikig Claw, and well, he didn't run down Ikig Zap, but definitely running down Ikig Claw, breaching through the front line, allowing the Glade Riders and Wild Riders to just go in and finish off the mobility fight. Finish off the enemy weapons teams and also the Glade Lord as well. I would say a bit of a mistake not bringing healing spells on the Lore of Life, because that's exactly why you want a Lore of Life. But I guess they still managed to win with the Wood Elves, just that yeah, the missiles here just getting deleted by Avalanche Mortars, though. That was quite unfortunate. As for the Skavens here, it hit as normal, as usual, did some pretty good damage, but being surrounded by Wild Hunters of Kurnoss, he went down fast. And was not able to return for dishing out more damage with Flensing Ruins and Brass Orbs and whatnot. As for the Avalanche Mortars, they were allowed to shoot and dish out some serious damage before they were shut down. But the rest of the army not quite able to handle their melee fights against the Wood Elves. Plague Monks traded okay into Dryads, but against the Cavalry, they were a bit lacking, especially when the Red Ogres are mostly finished off by the Wild Riders and all that. And yeah, that is gonna be it for today's stream. I hope you all enjoy. Can't emphasize enough how thankful I am that people like you are casting these games. Yeah, no worries, man. I'm always happy. It's actually I'm always thankful for the community being so active and joining these kind of community events and joining tournaments, giving me some great content to showcase. And I always love to see some exciting multiplayer action. It's a bit of a pity I can't cast in regularly in the next couple months, but yeah. Either ways, really enjoying this especially these kind of new player tournaments, right? You get to see some new ideas that you don't usually contemplate before you see those ideas in action. Those are some really fun, and then you start trying out some new army builds and all that. That was great, and yeah, I will still be uploading some regular. Yeah, again, I'll still be uploading. Actually, let's go through the. Yeah, I think we go through all the army performances actually. But yeah, even with the traveling on and whatnot, I will still try to do some regular video uploads, maybe once per week or twice per week. Not quite sure yet, depending on how much videos I can produce before I go on my travels and all that. But yeah. Might bring Changeling only teams next tournament. That would be a funny as hell tournament. But yeah, that is gonna be it for today. I will still probably try to do a tournament next Thursday, with a Thursday faction war format. So I'll announce it on the Discords, Nightcrew Clan Discord. I'll be hosting it on Nightcrew Clan's Discords, but also posting the tournament links on the Human Boys Discord and RTK's Discord as well. So keep an eye out if you want to play some tournament after New Year's during the weekday. And yeah, that's gonna be it for this week. I hope you all enjoyed this multiplayer action, and yeah, I'll hopefully see you guys in the next one. Tactical Lich signing out. Have a good weekend. Oh, Merry Christmas. I hope you guys have Merry Christmas and have an amazing New Year. That's gonna be it for today. Signing off.